obviously our jets have been used. Our fighter jets have been used to fire a cruise missile. I think it is the Rafales that could have hit
Are you
Bahawalpur.
saying, are you saying, sir, that there is a
Yes.
possibility that the Indian Air Force has gone 560 kilometers inside Pakistani territory to do this?
Not necessarily they have to go in that deep. From a standoff range, they can fire that missile. It might entail some level of penetration. The French missile cruise missile on the Rafale has this range 500 to 600 kilometers. So I think Bahawalpur has been definitely hit by the Air Force cruise missile. The other targets in Muzaffarpur and Kotli, etc., have been hit by either the army cruise missiles, or they could also have been hit by. I think those are within 100, 150, 120 kilometers. They could have been hit by smaller range missiles also. We have a whole range of them.
Okay, we have got the live pictures from Mendhar. We are analyzing this tonight. Samar had a comment to make on what he saw there. What do you think is going on right now, Samar, in that area? We're moving, as you know, Republic. We 5 or 6 Republic crew are moving as of this minute towards the LOC and the international border. Samar, go back to the earlier visuals. Bahawalpur, Muridke, the other visuals.
The situation is going to
1 minute. We have one set of visual. One more. Just 1 minute. 1 minute. We are getting another visual coming in from Mendhar. Harsha, you're saying something. Harsha, over to you. Harsha, over to you. Harsha.
Yes, Arnab, heavy shelling here, heavy shelling. Just now there was a heavy shelling here which we have captured on our camera, and we have seen it in the top of the Mendhar right now. The heavy shelling which we heard, we don't know it is at the top of the KG, Krishna Ghati, or on Krishna Ghati on the other side. I'll ask my camera person also to be on the visuals right now, because we hear heavy shelling right now in all across the area in the Mendhar region, and most of the civilians have taken the shelter in the bunker. But right now these are the visuals on our screen, and some fire could also be seen from the back of the mountains, which is behind the Mendhar region. So right now these are the visuals on our screen.
So counter shelling going on quite clearly. Samar, please explain this. What do you think, Samar?
Arnab, it's going to heat up, especially those areas are going to heat up where we might expect a Pakistani troop intrusion or artillery action followed by other various.
Let's not preempt anything, Samar, right now. Let's not go too deep into what they might be wanting to do. Let's not preempt it. The fact of the matter is right now, we're seeing some shelling, and what the government is saying, what the Indian Army has said right now, justice has been served. Now, they can do anything. The fact is, ladies and gentlemen, the Pakistanis can do anything right now, Deepak Vora, to save face. But that's what they'll be doing. That's all they'll be doing. They'll be saving face, because we've gone and destroyed the Lashkar and Jaish headquarters. Ladies and gentlemen.
Arnab, it's a clear message.
Yeah, okay. 1 minute, Samar. Deepak Vora. Deepak.
No, I just wanted to say that naturally they are embarrassed. Now, please wait, sir. In a few minutes, you'll probably get information that Indian jets were 30 or 40 minutes in Pakistani airspace. We scrambled our brave chaps. They've shot down 1 or 2 or 3 Indian aircraft. Of course, they are going to continue to feed this snake oil to their people. They have to do it, sir. Their much wanted air defense systems have flopped. What is their Air Force doing? People are beginning to ask. And finally, quickly, sir, before I conclude, a message from a Baloch friend. They are there saying, "Thank you, India." Now
get the Baloch, get the others. More guests live. Okay. Pakistan has shut all its key airports. We're getting some more live visuals coming in from POJK side. Let's see the pictures, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Pakistan in a state of panic. They were not expecting this. Whatever they have right now, they've shut off their airports. They're unwilling to move. They are in a very, very strong extra defensive formation. They're trying to shut down the area which has been blasted. The biggest problem for the Pakistani military is they are not going to be able to hide the fact that they have been attacked. They could not do. They tried that in Balakot, Samar. We have not been attacked. Now the problem for these guys is that they have been attacked. They're going to have to show this to the world. They've been attacked. They've been hammered. They've been devastated. It's all in the open. And for India's Saboot gang too in India, here's the message tonight.
Yes.
Samar.
The
Pakistanis are giving the Saboot
statement that these are the visuals for the Saboot gang who had been whining like small babies, crying like stubborn people for so many years. This is your proof. You know, the Pakistan establishment had sealed off Balakot because the devastation was, on a very mass scale. They could not even show anything, and these were areas high up in the mountains. So to prove everyone a point, here the Indian Army has gone deep inside the enemy territory, struck at the target, high value targets, and they have achieved their objective. And this is the sabut in the face of all those who had been asking for sabut, and shame on them that they had questioned the integrity of the armed forces. And this is the reply that they've got. It's been decisive.
Okay, the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf has blamed Asif Munir for the present situation, saying he is responsible for the mess. He should step aside. It is because of him that we are in this situation. This was an avoidable situation. It was an Asif Munir plan that has led to cross-border terrorism and this situation. Now, that's also to be read, General Bakshi. That's to be read. The PTI is saying that Asif Munir must take responsibility for what has happened.
Absolutely, Arnab. It is Asif Munir. You know, the plan was hashed by the Pakistani ISI's India desk. There were majors who work on it, who were in touch with Hafiz Saeed and Saifullah Kashmiri, right? And between the three of them, they had hashed this plan. Then it had been sent for approval to the brigadier in the India division of the Pakistani ISI. And that brigadier had then taken the plan up to DG ISI, now the NSA. Right, and he in turn had to get the final approval from Asif Munir himself. Asif Munir is responsible, and I think Tehreek-e-Insaf party is quite right in demanding his resignation. He might as well resign because he's brought his country into shit. You know, he is in deep shit, this man.
Okay,
and
I have
he's put them into a great embarrassment.
I have NND Dubey, who's been with the National Investigating Agency, also joining us live. Mr. Dubey, you know, this is straight Murid case, straight Bahawalpur. You understand the terrorist machinery extremely well. And from the information you have, what kind of a blow is this for Pakistan?
This is first time we have heard that India have chosen Bahawalpur and this upper northern area of Pakistan to strike right inside the midnight, because Bahawalpur is the epicenter. They run the complete machinery of the terrorism from Bahawalpur. Mendar, this complete area is being used by Pakistan since many years to run the factory of terrorism. And I think they were not thinking that it was just like it's 12 days, 13 days, 11 days, 14 days. But they must understand that for such type of ferocious action, the date is never declared. So I think they have done a very right thing. And when the entire camp is sleeping, this is the best time to do. And actually they deserved it. They were just clapping their hand. Oh, you come, you do, you come, you do. We are waiting. Why you are not coming? Why you are not coming? This type of dialogue was going on since last many days. So I think this is the best time, best opportunity they did it, and it must be continued.
Yeah, absolutely. Pakistan says we're going to go to the UN Security Council.
Yes,
Deepak,
yes.
They said we want an urgent Security Council meeting.
They're testing the peasants.
They're weaklings.
The peasants.
That's because they are weaklings.
30 kilometers from the...
Asif Munir is taken away. Some people are saying he could have left the country. They're calling for a UN Security Council meeting. Deepak, the UNSC just dealt with this, didn't it? What are they going to the UNSC for now?
The Security Council, that joker, the Secretary General, has already appealed for maximum restraint. What more can he do? Does he have a single soldier who is going to send to the border? The man will again issue an appeal for restraint. What will they? I've seen these meetings. I've participated in them. Nothing comes of it. We'll do what we have to. They will do what they have to. There'll be pious expressions. And privately, let me tell you, sir, several of these permanent and non-permanent members will come to us and whisper in our ears, well done. You should have done it.
Latest video coming in right now. This is from Kotli. Oh, wow. Look at that. Just look at that strike. Ladies and gentlemen, again, the second strike. This is from Kotli, Muzaffarabad. Ladies and gentlemen, this is being shot from rooftops across Pakistan. This is, oh, again, ladies and gentlemen, the third strike on the same location. Look at the extent of ammo that's being used here. The sky across Kotli, Muzaffarabad has lit up. Thousands are on the streets right now. As of now, amidst a national emergency in Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif says our best response is to call for a UN Security Council resolution. These are incredible and latest visuals that are only on Republic Tonight. Some people are saying it's the BrahMos. Some people are saying it's Spice 2000. Some people are saying this could be the Sukhoi that went in with a range missile going up to 500 kilometers. But this is something India has never done before, Deepak. This is first time ever. And this is visual, this is overt, this is a clear, unambiguous, and would I say, a beautiful statement of intent. An incredible statement of intent by the Modi government. This is going to shake up tonight. Pakistan won't sleep tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Pakistan will not be able to respond this evening. They're all blaming each other. Calls made for the resignation of Asif Munir. Imran Khan has issued a statement, ladies and gentlemen, where he has said Asif Munir should quit because it is his leadership that has left us in such a situation. Ladies and gentlemen, we've dug so deep inside Pakistan's Punjab. Our viewers are saying, show us the visuals again. So for you, here's with our compliments and encore. Let's play it again, full frame, ladies and gentlemen. Let people watch this twice. This is Indian precision strikes, ladies and gentlemen. Viewers, these are non-stop strikes that you are seeing tonight. And what you're seeing tonight is that a possibility, some people are saying that the Rafales have been used. I don't know if the Rafales have been used, but there is a possibility. Some are saying that Rafale has been used because they have a very advanced radar system. They have a very, very, very high level of electronic warfare capability. And but you know, the Meteor missiles are only 120 kilometer range. Is this the Ramjet technology that creates a no escape zone? General Bakshi, do you think this is the Rafale? Or is it the Scalper missile that has been used on the Rafale during Operation Sindoor?
Arnab, the Rafale can take only the Scalp missile, which has a range of 400 kilometers plus. The Su-31 has the Su-31 has the BrahMos missile. It has been configured to launch the BrahMos missile, also a range of 400 kilometers. Also a range of 100 kilometers. And to that extent, I think the depth targets in Bahawalpur, the distance given, I just measured it on the map, is about, Bahawalpur is about 230 kilometers. So with a standoff range, even from inside our territory, they could have hit this with the BrahMos cruise missiles or the Scalp cruise missiles. As far as the Muzaffarabad and Kotli targets are concerned, they are within 100 kilometers. So it could also be the BrahMos in the ground configuration, or it could be the BrahMos in the ground configuration, or it could be even smaller, shorter range missiles. Actually, frankly, you can even target that, I think, with the Pinakas. Even the Pinakas can achieve that range of hitting Muzaffarabad and Kotli. So I think it has been a mix of options. I think the Air Force has been involved, so has the Army been involved. It seems a multiplicity of response options that we have given. Army and the Air Force both could be involved in this thing. We'll know for sure tomorrow in the morning, though they'll not disclose the means of the strike. But from the briefing, we could make a very more clear and intelligent.
Yeah, General Bakshi, we've just got one information which has come out, that we have been told right now that this was a joint operation of the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force.
Yeah. That's precisely what I said.
Yeah, so could this be a combination of missile strikes as well as, the use of Rafale or Sukhois? Could it be surface to surface as well as air to surface? That's what I mean.
Precisely. You know, the Sukhois can fire the BrahMos, air-to-air cruise missile, or in this case, it would be air-to-surface cruise missile. And the Rafales can fire the Spice. Both have ranges of 400 kilometers. The Spice has a longer range, almost to 500. So the Bhavalpur target, which is at about approximately 252 or 230 kilometers from the Indian border, would have been hit by either the Rafales or the Sukhois, and the land targets could have been hit by the BrahMos missile regiments of the Indian Army, or could even be the Pinakas. Though I would reckon for more precise strike, they would use the BrahMos. So it is a combination of the Air Force and the Army, surface-to-surface missile regiment, the BrahMos supersonic cruise missile regiment, also air-delivered BrahMos and Spice jet. Okay. It's a combination attack.
Yeah, this is
9 targets have been struck.
General KK waking you up at 3:40 in the morning today, but if nobody's complaining tonight. We're just so happy. We're just so happy. This is what we've not done before. This is the way we should be. We're a tough state, a hard state, a non-compromising state. And anyone who says that we should be like Israel across the world now, let me tell you one thing, sir. They're going to say, we should be as tough as India. As Modi's India, we should be as tough as the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force, the Indian Navy. General KK, what are you seeing tonight? You've served in these sectors. You know these places like the back of your hand, sir. Bahawalpur, associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed, 160 kilometers away from the border, along the Rajasthan border. Air exercises along the Rajasthan border, announced yesterday, begun today. Balakot time. Also, we had first thought we had planned to target Jaish and Lashkar at Bahawalpur and Muridke, but we chose Balakot because they had moved their location. Now, tell me how you view today's strike, sir.
Congratulations Congratulations to complete the people of India.
Sir.
A great day.
Huge
full
day.
of pride. And, you asked me to carry out the target analysis. Let me start from north to south. Muzaffarabad. It is just in front of Uri and Punch area. Even from, Baramulla, Uri, we can, hit Muzaffarabad with the ground configurations of our missile systems, including what we know that we have a Grad system, Pinaka and things like that we can hit. Come down to Kotli. Kotli is just in front of Rajouri. In between, we have got Menda, there is Bhatta Durya and this Bimbargali. If you see the Krishna Ghati in the north, so these two targets are in POK. Very, very important because somehow we are going to, keep concentrating in this area. Both the headquarters, Muzaffarabad and Kotli, has got your militant concentrations over there. So their headquarters are there. So this is the launch, area we say of, then they come to the launch pad and then they come to the area through the Lipa Valley, basically. That has been hit. So this is a message in the north.
We're going to go
now
back
come
to
the center. Center Muridke. Muridke is very important. Muridke is south of Gujranwala and north of Lahore. The center heart, that is somewhere, we say southwest of Sialkot, that's Sagargarh Bulge. This is the area where they generally launch. And this is the, I say center of gravity. Jamaat-e-Uddawa headquarters is located at Muridke. It is south of Gujarat of Pakistan. Deep, this is the heart of Pakistan and the Bhavalpur. There is a Bhavalnagar, Pakpattan, Bhavalnagar, Bhavalpur. Bhavalpur is 230 odd kilometers, which I know this is our strategic target for a strike course. So it is there and then to Multan. This has been hit. We have never done it. So it is a combination of my ground configuration and the air configuration, which I feel Su-30 MKI has been used for basically carrying the BrahMos. Rafale maybe carrying the scalp, which has been, but I feel down below is the Rafale and top has got Su-30 MKI, including the ground configuration of artillery system, which has been used. This is the first distribution. I do not know, there are 5 targets with the Pakistani saying, we say we are 9 targets. It might be in this cluster, the 9 target. Muzaffarabad has got about a launch area, 3 of them. Kotli, if you say, including the Slampur, and if you say Kotli, Mirpur. Mirpur is our main target. Kotli is also our target because this is the area where they launched towards the Bembar Gully, Bhattan, in Nalkasa area. I believe your people are there at Menda, which is just south of Krishna Ghati. So I think, this type of combination, it is one thing is very clear. First distribution, which we have done it across the, both LOC and the IB. The strategic target of Bhavalpur is very important, that because, Hafiz Saeed has been, staying there. LAT, huge headquarter and the training area in Bhavalpur. So we have that 8-figure difference. You were saying that we have also, during the Balakot time in 2019, Bhavalpur was one of the target to take it out. And I think that this devastation to, the people, basically we have targeted the, your terror infrastructure.
What is the importance of...
retaliate.
Yes.
Arnoy, 1 second.
Yes.
If the Pakistan retaliates anywhere, it will be a military target. As on today, if they have to come back, they will. If they come to civil area, it is going to be escalated so badly that they will not come to know. One point I want to give it to the Bhavalpur, because the canal system from Suleiman Ki Headwork goes over there. So when we are hitting Bhavalpur, you are hitting the deep inside the canal network with the combination of the waters coming. I think we are targeting that also. And Kotli, Mirpur area, where your Marala headwork, we are going to hit that also, because that is also our target.
If you're wargaming this, General Bakshi, he's saying tonight, General KK is saying, if they hit civilian targets, we'll hit them back so hard, they won't know what's hit them. If they hit military targets, then they are taking it up the escalatory ladder in a way that leaves us with the option to counter-hit military targets and with a bigger amount of force. We've made the point here, we've only targeted the terrorist headquarters. Ladies and gentlemen, one point before General Bakshi comes in, please note, this is also revenge for 2008 Mumbai attacks, 26/11, because the Markaz-e-Taiba, located in Muridke, is the nerve center of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, and we have hit the Markaz-e-Taiba, we have hit Muridke, the primary infrastructure, offices, training facilities, ideological centers, and global command center of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. And therefore, tonight is revenge for 26/11. What the Congress government never did, the Modi government has done with 10 times the intensity. Even now, better late than never. General Bakshi is coming in. General Bakshi, before I go back to you, I want to show a small video that was recorded by Rakshita, a reporter, from a hotel window in Srinagar. From that distance, you can see what's happening. Towards the end of this video, you will hear her voiceover. It's raw footage. Please hear. You can see the sky across the border, ladies and gentlemen. from Srinagar. So you can imagine how major this was. Shot by Rakshita from a hotel room around 1:28 a.m. today, around 1:30.
I think we can see an explosion. We hear an explosion. Jets here, jets hovering. We're right now in Srinagar.
I'm just playing this video so you realize if you are seeing this from Srinagar, can you imagine how hard we have hit Pakistan, General Bakshi? This is from Srinagar. This is from a hotel window in Srinagar looking across. General Bakshi, over to you, sir.
Arnab, Muzaffarabad is over the horizon from Srinagar. You are seeing the entire horizon light up. That has been the size of the explosion in Muzaffarabad. Headquarters, of the Pakistani division there, headquarters of all the terrorist networks and outfit, including that cartoon network of that Hizbul Mujahideen, Sayyid Salahuddin. He used to reside there in Muzaffarabad. You have seen the over the horizon light up of the strike. It is visible in Srinagar. It's from a hotel window in Srinagar. Muzaffarabad is over the horizon there, but yet you can see that bang. It must be a terrific bang. Now, Arnab, I want to make a point about Pakistan's retaliation. We have confined our initial strike to the terror targets. We have confined our initial strikes to the terror targets. If Pakistan retaliates on a military target, it gives us the full right to go up the escalation ladder and hit the Pakistani military, which is actually the prime architect of this terror ecosystem. The prime, command and control network of the terror ecosystem in Pakistan is controlled by the ISI, by the Pakistan Army. So far, we have confined our attacks in the principle of proportionate response, just response. We have hit only, as announced by our defense ministry, have hit only the terror targets in the first go. Should Pakistan escalate to the military level, all bets are off, and it gives us a very fine rationale for attacking the Pakistani military targets in a way that will really punish Pakistan. So Pakistan should think twice about the nature of its escalation. If you go by game theory, Pakistan can choose to escalate or to sort of, tamper down the strike. It would be in their best interest to try and play it down. If they want a de-escalation. Should they want an escalation, you are welcome. Go right ahead. You are giving us the best pretext to take care of the military targets and the military ecosystem. That is the excuse we need. That is the provocation we need to strike the military system and strike it hard, because that is the real heart of this terror network.
I think you're absolutely right. I have reporters on the line. I've also been told that India has just informed Russia. There's been a long conversation between our diplomats and the Russian diplomats. And we've also, we've just established contact and also spoken in detail to very supportive United Arab Emirates. And I can confirm that in the last 20 minutes, there's also been contact established with Saudi Arabia and with the United Kingdom. So major countries across the world have been informed by the Ministry of External Affairs, and all of them are very understanding of the situation and very, very supportive of the Indian action. So we have a strong edge tonight, Samar. We're moving in very well. I think this has been well planned and beautifully executed. Samar.
But Arnab, we should not underestimate the enemy. As per what the government orders are, we must go ahead with the mock drills. with a serious note, because what I anticipate now is that Pakistan will definitely carry out a counter air strike. It is not going to sit lying down, because firstly, it is the one of the only Muslim nations with a nuclear weapon. It has a face to save, and it is a very big question on the existence of the ISI infrastructure and their failed intelligence, that they did not see all this coming. So you see, there's going to be a lot of rattling, there's going to be a lot of noise, and it's going to be all along the
it's a game of
IV
chess. I'm not saying, I'm not underestimating the enemy. The enemy should never be underestimated, but it should also not be overestimated. The fact of the matter is, in these situations, there is an escalation ladder. We have a right to respond because of a specific situation. We've told the world we are responding to the terror targets of the organizations who have been bleeding us. Right? Now, we have not hit a civilian target. We have not hit military targets. If Pakistan chooses to escalate, and Antonio Guterres once again saying maximum restraint, etc., makes no sense. But if the ball is in their court, General Bakshi, I mean, if they now decide how far they want to escalate this.
Absolutely, Arnab. As we had discussed in our war games, we had said that, in the India-Pakistan dyad, the escalation ladder will be decided by how Pakistan reacts to our attack on their terror targets. We have been very just in terms of the just war theory. We have been very proportionate. We have hit in the first go only their terror targets. Should Pakistan now want to escalate up the escalation ladder, like I said, we are fully prepared. We have taken our time to prepare. We have not.
I have with us tonight, General Bakshi, I have with us tonight Saurabh Dwivedi, brother of Shubham Dwivedi. Saurabh, good morning. And Shubham was killed by these terrorists in Pahalgam, right? And we've just got the news, Saurabh, that India has hit 9 locations, including the Lashkar headquarters, including the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters. This is the first time since then that I'm speaking to a victim's family. I'd like your thoughts. We've just got the news. And it's called Operation Sindoor.
Arnab, this is a true homage to my brother by the government. Through you, I would like to thank PM Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah ji, the whole Indian Army, all 3 defense forces. This is a true homage to my brother. My whole family is in debt. And I have my brother here sitting with me. I have my whole family here sitting with me. They took away my bhabhi's sindoor, and Indian Army has returned her the respect, the vengeance she wanted, and whole family will always be in debt to the government, to the armed forces.
Is your family watching this? When did you first hear?
Yes, we got the news as soon as the strike happened. A lot of calls came, and everyone, they told us that this is the true homage. Everyone was saying कि सरकार ने श्रद्धांजलि दी है शुभम को आज.
बहुत बड़ी श्रद्धांजलि तो दी है सौरभ
जी,
मगर इसके लिए जो प्राइस देना पड़ा आपको, आपके पूरे परिवार को, ये तो कभी वापस नहीं आ सकते. मगर मुझे लग रहा है कि जिस तरह से मोदी सरकार ने इस बार मुरीद के, बहावलपुर, जो अलग अलग टारगेट्स है, इतनी डीप गई है, एक तरह से जो दृढ़ता हमारे सरकार ने दिखाई है कि कोई ये डेकोरेटिव स्ट्राइक नहीं है. पाकिस्तान को बहुत क्लियर मैसेज है. इस वक्त अगर आप और आपके परिवारजन ये तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं, तो मैं कहना चाहूँगा आपको, और आपके लिए एक खबर मैं देना चाहता हूँ कि वही पाकिस्तानी आर्मी, वही आसिफ मुनीर जिसने पहलगाम करवाया, उसी ने अभी अपने फौज को भेजकर कहा है कि जहां जहां भारतीय सेना ने अटैक की है, उस पूरे एरिया को कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दो, ताकि पाकिस्तान की जनता को पता ना चले कि कितनी बुरी तरह से हमारे मिसाइल्स ने अटैक किया है. We have hammered them so badly. I want to tell you, Saurabh, it is total devastation. It is the main headquarters. They don't know. They did not expect. ये पिछले 12, 13, 14, 2 हफ्तों से एक ही बात कह रहे थे, करना चाहते हो अटैक तो आके करो। मगर जिस रात अटैक हुई, ये टोटली अनप्रिपेयर्ड है सौरभ। इनकी एयर डिफेंस एस्टैब्लिशमेंट टूट चुकी है। ये सिर्फ वहां पे निहत्थे लोगों पर अटैक कर सकते हैं। ये कायर पाकिस्तानी सिर्फ निहत्थे इनोसेंट टूरिस्ट को मार सकते हैं। मगर जब इंडियन आर्मी बाहर आती है और ये जॉइंट ऑपरेशन है सौरभ, आई वॉन्ट यू टू टेल योर फैमिली, दिस इज अ जॉइंट ऑपरेशन ऑफ द भारतीय वायुसेना एंड द भारतीय आर्मी। दिस इज अ बिग ऑपरेशन, बिग ऑपरेशन।
अर्नब, मेरे भाई की शहादत पूरे देश को एक तरफ जोड़ेगी। अगर पाकिस्तान युद्ध करेगा तो हम उसको बहुत बुरी तरीके से हराएंगे। इस बार
उनको खत्म कर देंगे सौरभ। हमने फायर पार तो अभी शुरू की है। मैंने आज कहा, जब ये अटैक हुई, मैंने कहा कि ये मुरीद के में तो हमारा ट्रेलर है, बहावलपुर में हमारी फर्स्ट चैप्टर है। अगर पाकिस्तान हिम्मत करे, इसके बाद मुझे नहीं लगता करेगी, सिंबॉलिकली कुछ कर सकती है, मगर इस बार छोड़ने वाले नहीं है। समरपाल तूर कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? हमारे रक्षा विशेषज्ञ कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आपको? समरपाल तूर, सौरभ द्विवेदी जी को कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? उनकी पूरी परिवार आज इसको देख रही है।
क्या करेंगे वहां करके?
सौरभ, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि जो आज जवाब दिया है बहुत ही सोच समझकर प्लानिंग के साथ दिया गया है। अगर दुश्मन इस बात को आगे बढ़ाएगा तो मैं आश्वासन देता हूं कि शायद मैं इस टीवी स्क्रीन पे भी ना हूं, क्योंकि मैं भी जाऊंगा जंग लड़ने के लिए। तो आप फिक्र ना करें, और हम सब आपके परिवार के साथ इस वक्त खड़े हैं और पूरी जिंदगी भर खड़े रहेंगे। हम ये कुर्बानी और ये शहीदी कभी नहीं भूलेंगे, और अपने मरते दम तक कोई भी हिंदुस्तानी, आपके परिवार ने जो खोया है वो हमारा लॉस है, हम सब का नुकसान हुआ है, और हम सब आपके साथ कंधे से कंधे मिलाए खड़े हैं इस मुश्किल वक्त में। और आप अभी बस मैं इतनी दरख्वास्त करूंगा कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक ये मिसाल बने, और लोग जय हिंद के नारे लगाएं और विश्वास।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय। सौरभ, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय,
भारत माता की जय।
इस बार नहीं छोड़ेंगे। और सौरभ, हम पूरी तरह से आपके साथ हैं, हम पूरी तरह से आपके साथ हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपके पूरे परिवार को। पूरा भारत आपके साथ है, पूरा भारत आपके साथ। गुरसिमरन लाइव है इस वक्त, ही फ्रॉम अ वेरी स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेशन। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, अगर आप देखें फुल फ्रेम प्लीज। गुरसिमरन, ये सिर्फ एलओसी, जम्मू एलओसी के बहुत पास, वेरी क्लोज टू द एलओसी इज गुरसिमरन। गुरसिमरन, पूरे लाइव रिपोर्ट दीजिए। व्हाट आर यू सीइंग अराउंड यू? व्हाट इज योर इंफॉर्मेशन? व्हाट इज हैपनिंग नियर द एलओसी? लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, गुरसिमरन।
Arnab, we are right now very close to the line of control where an attempt of Pakistan to target one of the vital installations has been foiled. This was a barrage of attempts that were made by the Pakistani side to target the locations of the Indian Army, but all the attempts have been foiled, and now what is happening that the Pakistan has failed to target any of the vital installations. Multiple attempts that have come across from the Pakistani side, they have all been foiled by the air defense system of the Indian Army. This is near to the one of the locations in the civilian areas where one of the projectile that has been fired from the Pakistan has landed. So you see that the Pakistan, in desperation after the India carried out the strikes on the Pakistan's Bahawalpur, in the Muzaffarabad and the Kotli, Pakistan is totally in shatters, and these visuals that you see is of one of the such failed attempts close to the line of control that was made by the Pakistani side. But the attempt stands foiled, and now the Indian Army is fully deployed here in all the locations.
What is this? What is this fire we are seeing behind you?
Though Pakistan tried to.
What is this fire we are seeing behind you?
See, Arnab, this is one, yes, I'm explaining. This is one such attempt that was made from the Pakistan to target the installation of the Indian Army, but that attempt was foiled by the air defense system of the Indian Army, and the projectile has landed close to the civilian areas. Because Pakistan is failing, they are desperate to target the areas. We are at a location, the details of the location we cannot divulge, but what we can pick up that the Indian Army has foiled, the Indian security forces have foiled all the attempts of the Pakistan to target the locations.
Okay, that's very interesting. But this is proof right now. We are seeing some security forces behind you.
Sir, yes, Arnab, there is a large scale search operation.
आप जरा हमें बताइए अपने लोकेशन को. अच्छा, ये आप मूव कीजिए. गुरसिमरन आप मूव कीजिए, सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस को सपोर्ट कीजिए. So गुरसिमरन इज मूविंग फ्रॉम द लोकेशन. अब जो दिख रहा है हमें एनएनडी दुबे जी कि इनको ठीक लोकेशन ये पाकिस्तान हिट नहीं कर पा रहे और ये गलत टारगेट पे जा रहे हैं. एंड बहुत स्मॉल आर्टिलरी फायरिंग हो रही है उनकी तरफ से. दुबे जी,
This is very unfair because India has very calculatively launched its attack specifically on Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba center, that is Bahalpur and Muridke. It has never happened in the history because it was my wish that someday we will target Bahawalpur, from which on 20th January this Maulana Masood Azhar had declared the foundation of Jaish-e-Mohammed, which is spilling the blood on our land since last 25 years. So if Pakistan is venturing to target our civilian area, our military area, it's definitely going to escalate. The scope of the battle will be increased if Pakistan is going to venture such things. So we are very clear. Our enemy is the terrorist camps, their infrastructure, their complete launching area. So we took time, we calculated, and we are very, very accurately targeting that place. In response, if Pakistan is going to choose our civilian area, our military area, nobody can stop Indian Army, nobody can stop Indian Air Force to make the scope bigger than what Pakistan is expecting. So that thing must be kept in the mind of Pakistan reactionary group who are thinking that they are going to make their names very highlighted in the world media. I think they are going to enter in a very wrong zone. So I'm very happy to see Muridke and Bahawalpur being targeted. First time in the history, it had never happened in the past. So let the terrorists understand the language what we want, and let the ISI and Pakistan, the state actors, they must know what is our intention. If we will come, if we'll do Pahalgam like action, we will react like this only. Our intention is not to kill the
we're told cruise missiles have been used now. We're told, and I must get Shawan in on this. We're told, is Shawan with us? Is Abhishek with us? Abhishek, can he join me in the studio? Can Abhishek join me in the studio quickly because I'm analyzing this? Love to have him here in the studio with us. Okay. We're told cruise missiles have been used. Shawan? Cruise missiles have been used.
Well, in fact, a confirmation that we have is with regards to the BrahMos missile that has also been used from the Rafale aircraft that was used in the precision strikes. That's a confirmation that's come in a short while back. Apart from that, the Su-30s have also been used by the Indian Air Force. These are the two confirmations that we have as of now. The other detail that we have picked up just a short while back is with multiple attempts that have basically been made by the Pakistanis to cross over, in fact, violate our airspace. All of it has now been thwarted. That's the latest confirmation that we've just got from the defense sources here.
Okay, so that's the situation right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to recap absolutely everything for you as of this minute. Samar is with us, NND Dubey is with us, whichever other defense experts are with us. I think many have called it a day, but Samar is going strong, Mr. Dubey is going strong, and I cannot wait to break this news for every single Indian who's going to wake up. In fact, I would say, wake up, India, wake up. This is the best day in a long time. I've covered 26/11. I've hated the Pakistanis. I consider them weaklings. And when we give it back to them, let's go to the pictures of our attack, please, not this small little fire that we are focusing on. Okay, thank you very much for that. Producers, think. And ladies and gentlemen, Muridke. I'm told panic in Muridke. Muridke evacuation going on. The Pakistani army saying further attacks possible. Further attacks possible? Have we spoken about further attacks? Why is the Pakistani army saying further attacks possible? Yes, Samar. They're evacuating the whole city.
Now, you see, now the fear psychosis is going to come in. There's going to be a lot of apprehension. There is going to be a lot of chaos. There's going to be a lot of panic, especially in the top brass of the Pakistan military and the political top brass of Pakistan. So they will be in sheer panic. And as I said before on the programs, that wherever they go, be it even to the toilets, they will fear the missile coming down from the rooftop. So it's going to be very difficult for them to contain the panic. And tomorrow morning, when the world is going to pan on to the destruction, which they are not going to be able to hide anymore, they will have no face to save. And there will be other international news media who will be reaching these spots and questioning the Pakistani establishment that what were these installations, and there will be a propaganda machine already installed by the ISI, which will claim that innocent women and children were targeted by India so that they can have some excuse to target us back. So we know the vicious designs of the enemy, that what is coming our way, and we are prepared. We are ready for any move that they make. It's going to be very fatal for them.
Yes, of course it will be. I have more breaking news. We've been told that 9 sites, of course, have been targeted. Kotli and Muzaffarabad have been hit in the strikes, and precision strike weapon systems of the 3 forces, the Indian Army, the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force, were used in the attacks, including what is described as loitering munitions. What are loitering munitions? Loitering munitions, India says. We've used loitering munitions to hit Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen.
Loitering munition, Arnab, is basically a weapon system which is dispersed by drones in mid-air. So it's called unmanned combat aerial vehicles, UCAVs. And they can have a deep strike capability of, you could say, more than 100 or 200 kilometers, because they fly low. They don't make much noise. They go in undetected.
You're saying these are UAVs which could have been used? You're saying these are UAVs which could have been used?
UCAVs. Yes, there is a possibility of UCAVs, which is unmanned combat aerial vehicles. And if these are flown at low heights, they cannot be detected on radar, and they too can have devastating effects. But looking at the depth of Muridke and other places, I think Muzaffarabad is the most logical place where probably the drone strikes could have taken place with loitering munitions.
Okay, we have Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor. Good morning, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor. What great news this is. Fantastic. Yes. And you're looking fresh as a daisy. I don't know, either you're very happy or this is the best workout you could have had this morning. But we're all feeling very good. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, I have the latest statement that is coming in, which is that precision strike weapon systems of the 3 forces, including the Indian Army, Navy and Air Force, were used in the attacks, including the loitering munitions. The coordinates for the attacks on terrorist camps inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir were provided by the intelligence agencies. The attacks were carried out from the Indian soil only. So the attacks are all from the Indian soil. We are not saying that we've actually flown our jets inside. From this and the information you have and the visuals, of course, on the screen tonight of the attacks and the explosions in Bahawalpur, Muridke and the other locations, how do you assess this attack to have happened? I mean, from all the available information, what does it look like to you, sir?
While I was with you 2 days ago, I was mentioning that India is playing the front face of diplomacy. So 180 countries were taken into confidence before building up steps. And I was just watching a program. So the NSA had reached out to all the countries. So we have reached out to the major powers. So basically it's building up the international opinion. And we are telling the world that we have just struck the terror camps. Now the modalities, how they have been struck, the clarity will take a little time to come. Was it a missile strike? Was it a beyond visual range weapons fired from the Indian sides? Have our aeroplanes actually gone across? No, I'm not sure. No, probably at this stage nobody would know also till the ministry puts out some statement. But needless to say that once the Pakistani Punjab targets are being hit, The previous ones have primarily been around POK area. But to strike deep inside the Pakistani, and the Pakistanis obviously will retaliate now because their armed forces has a face to save in front of their own country. So, this is what we have been preparing for last 2 weeks. So the next move, we will wait from their side. That's my appreciation.
What is the time frame for the response and the nature of the response in your view?
It could be as swift as what we are speaking, they would be attacking, or they would open another front at some unknown place where they feel they have a strong place. Because the border here, which we are talking, is heavily defended from both sides. The complete thing would be... Now, it depends on the leadership as to what level they like to confine this operation to this area along the border in Punjab, POJK, or they want to take it further ahead to other areas. That I'm not sure what will the course of action they will take. But certainly there would be retaliation because the local masses there have to be given a narrative which suits them. So there is no way that their armed forces will take this normally.
Yeah, so they will want to be seen to be reacting.
Absolutely.
They're seen to be reacting, yeah. But their hands will also be tied because global community is with us, right?
Yes.
And what we've said very clearly is that we've hit terrorist targets.
Yes.
And
so
that
for last 2 weeks, if you see, it has been primarily the diplomatic moves, and that's what I was covering in your channel the other day, that our foreign office has been going overboard to take the powers into confidence. And this helps because once the sanctions are to import, or once you wish to import certain emergent weapons, once the matter is taken to the United Nations, at that stage, rallying around to get the results, what we need, you need the diplomatic muscles for that.
Yeah, I've just got some visuals of shelling from the Tangdar border towards POK, and there are shelling visuals from the Pak side. Luckily tonight, I have all our reporters lined up across different locations along the line of control. From Jhulas border village, we are getting visuals, but this is to be expected. We expect some shelling from the Pakistani side, but they can't make tall claims on this, Samar. This is, you know.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, this is just saving face, Arnab. I mean, they don't have a choice, do they? I mean, they don't have the capability of deep strike into India, and if they do so, they are going to pay heavily. I mean, our Navy is ready to do whatever it is supposed to do, you know, near the Gwadar port. And then we have our forces on standby, and any misadventure from them might just cost them POK. So they have to really think twice and weigh the odds, because the Pakistan public itself is going to be bursting out with anger tomorrow. There are going to be massive protests everywhere in Pakistan. And probably PTI has already claimed that the reason for this attack is because of Mullah Munir. So I think tough times ahead in the coming 48 hours for Pakistan.
Yeah, beyond noises. Because also, I want to go back to Sanjeev Kapoor on this. We've obviously gamed this out very well. If we've struck, we will want to be, we'll be expecting some counter strikes. So our radar will be very, very clear. I'm sure we've got our AWACS up there. We've got all kinds of tracking ability and countering ability that would have been placed out. Isn't that the advantage that the first strike move gives us? That we can complete? Yeah.
Absolutely. It is a choosing of our own timing and the place. So this gives you this, because it's a game of chess. The first move was made by them. Now we have retaliated. Now we are ready with the options which they may throw at us. And then slowly and steadily how the things unfold in the coming days, I'm sure we are prepared for that.
Yeah, so we'll be prepared for that, and we will be steadily working towards it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be going across to our newsroom for just a second out here. This is Operation Sindoor. Operation Sindoor, ladies and gentlemen, joint operation by the Army, Navy, Air Force, Defense Systems. Shawan has the very latest with us. And what are you hearing from the Pakistani side, Shawan? How are they reacting to this? We've seen some visuals on the ground. We've seen a lot of political anger, that's built up in Pakistan. Srinagar, Jammu, Amritsar flights are being rerouted this morning. The Prime Minister is monitoring everything from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and these are latest visuals from our reporters. I think this has just come in out there. This is shelling coming in. Our Republic reporters are along the LOC, the lights. I think this is shelling going towards POK. So are this continuous shelling, counter shelling from our side as well, Shawan?
Well, in fact, there have been multiple ceasefire violations that has taken place, particularly along the line of control right now. Sectors like Tangdahar being one such area.
Yeah.
The shelling is from both sides right now because the ceasefire violation has increased, particularly in the line of control, is what we are picking up right now. And just a quick point with regards to what's happening in Pakistan. In fact, they've also tried to cross over, is what we are being told. As far as our airspace is concerned, there have been our airspace violations have also been reported, which has been thwarted by our forces.
Okay, so multiple airspace violations thwarted by our forces. Sanjeev Kapoor, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, proves what you're saying is right. We prepared this. We will be expecting counters. We will counter it.
They will come. They will come. And mind you, they're a professional force. Whatever you may say, their ideology, but the army and the armed forces of Pakistan is a professionally trained force. Now they have, been preparing themselves for this contingency, and I'm sure with this strike, they would be ready. And as we speak, they must be preparing to come across and target a military installation, because they have to show to the public the swift record after 2019 Balakot attack. Also, they came and targeted a few of our army installations, which they hurriedly dropped bombs and go back. The air defense on both sides would be moving at full pace now. The radars would be on, our sensors would be on, our airborne sensors would be on, our satellite imagery must be picking up things. And our electronic warfare and the cybers would be actively working at this stage. And I'm sure these 2 weeks of preparatory time would have planned for all this.
Absolutely. This is non-stop coverage tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I want to quickly bring you up to date with some more breaking news that we have received from our news desk. And here it is, viewers. We have the whole feed that is coming in of the attack. I want to play the pictures again. For those waking up this morning, I'm playing once again the visuals of the bombing. There's an emergency meeting of the National Security Committee of Pakistan at 10 a.m. That is also the time, 10 a.m. on our grid, please. 10 a.m. is when we are going to have an official military Indian Army press conference. We're seeing the visuals of the shooting. This is when the missiles were hit out, and this is when they hit. The Prime Minister is monitoring Operation Sindoor. He has all the details with him. This has been monitored and super monitored by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, ladies and gentlemen. Dharamshala flights rerouted, Chandigarh flights rerouted. All global powers contacted by India, by Bharat. And this is the moment when we hit. These are the visuals going all across, and the entire terrorist machinery of Pakistan is being targeted clearly tonight. One of the targets is the Markaz-e-Taiba. The Markaz-e-Taiba, the nerve center of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the group responsible for the 2008 Mumbai attacks. Ladies and gentlemen, Muridke, the city which has been hit, of which visuals you are seeing on your screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Muridke continues to be a key location for coordinating regional terrorism. That is what you're seeing tonight. This whole area, Muridke, is connecting the Lashkar-e-Taiba to the broader jihadist networks, including historical ties to the Al-Qaeda. So we have hit not just on our part, but we've also hit on behalf of the entire world, and the world is standing with us tonight, and Colonel Anurag Shukla is with us tonight. Colonel Anurag Shukla, congratulations and good morning to you. What do you assess of the information we have as a defense expert? How do you view today's attack?
Definitely, it is the moment we have been waiting for quite a long time. It has been a 15 days wait. The India has been waiting for last 15 days when to strike and strike them hard. Today the day has come and they have done it. We have done it, and the strike has been so precise that we have given the message that where we want to hit, the world has seen today the might of India. The might of India is seen today just now. And I hope that all those terrorists who are sitting there and their organization structure is destroyed with these strikes and many more to come.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, Aishwarya has more news. I'd like to go across to him. We have breaking news. The Prime Minister, and by the way, the Prime Minister, the National Security Advisor are both at Lok Kalyan Marg at the Prime Minister's residence since 8 p.m. There have been more than a dozen meetings. All the three forces have been used in Operation Sindoor. All the three chiefs were in direct contact with the Prime Minister and National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval. But Modi hai to mumkin hai aur ghar mein ghuskar marenge. These are things the Pakistanis will know right now. And we are told there are mass evacuations across POK. People are leaving their homes. Across POK, people are leaving their homes. Across Bahawalpur, mass evacuations, emergency drills that are going on out there. They've been caught completely unprepared here tonight. Completely unprepared. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, what I find incredible out here, what happened to their radar systems? Did they let their guard down?
No, it's not that. The clarity is not there. The operations don't go this way. What went behind? Did we really go across? I'm not sure. Did we fire from our side? We have weapons that we can take the targets out. So all these kind of things will unfold as more.
No, if we fired from our side, sir, we have fired from our side, no doubt about it.
So obviously we are in our territory, so we have not gone across. So, but it is the air defense of both the sides at this stage, like I covered with you, must be on hyper mode at this stage to detect any ingress from.
Why could they not detect?
Say again?
Why could they not detect, sir?
If you have not gone across, how will they detect? We have not crossed the international border, as per you. I'm not aware of the details. But if you have not gone across, there is no way their radars will be in any way affected, or their weapons in any way would be locking onto us. It is just that once you cross the international border, that the violation begins and then you are engaged. But in this case, we have fired from our own territory.
We fired from our territory, but again, are you saying that these missiles are untraceable or they move very fast?
No, they are traceable. Obviously, we have protections, we have jammers, we have kind of shields which are put around VAVPs. But to take out the targets, these targets which you are mentioning, I don't know what kind of defense was protecting these. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so it appears a combination. I've seen two sets of visuals, Air Marshal Kapoor. One appeared to be a missile. I saw 4 or 3 missiles being fired. These are the news agency feeds that we got. The other visual we got what appeared to be like almost a hovering aircraft, a slow-moving aircraft, some kind of a drone, right? And then that drone visual, and within the next moment, the drone seems to fire, and then there's a huge explosion. Now, that we are told is some kind of an aerial vehicle. So there are two kinds of deployments that have been made here, Air Marshal.
Yeah, could be. Because the things which are not as well protected, we could sneak in this thing. And I covered the other day, the warfare is changing. We have to go in for devices which are not so easily detected. And we will have to push in things with the precision weapons. That is the best form of attack these days.
Absolutely. All hits successful. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister is monitoring this throughout the night with Ajit Doval at the Prime Minister's residence. This has been a very clear operation. We have very realistic summaries and assessments going on right now, especially from Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor this morning and from Major Samar Paltur. We have to be realistic. This is not the end. It is probably just the beginning. Yeah, Samar? We have to be watchful. Yes. Very watchful now.
I mean, Arnab, you see, this is whatever this strike has taken place, it's a amalgamation of different weapon systems because, you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket. So definitely a single weapon system has not been used here.
Beautiful.
It's been multiple platforms of delivery. So probably after today morning's press conference, we'll get to know whether the delivery platforms were from the ground launchers plus the fighter jets oblique the army, the naval frigate carriers. So it's going to be amply clear tomorrow as to how it was carried out. But yes, it is been from multiple platforms, which we cannot even rule out the drones, the unmanned combat aerial vehicles, missile strike. So it is a plethora of weapon systems. Let's see what the military's got to debrief us in the after a few hours from now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are told that 4 Jaish commanders have been eliminated. The Pakistani intel sources speaking to the ISI are confirming that 4 Jaish commanders have been killed. We are waiting for confirmation specifically on Masood Azhar. That's the big one. We are waiting for confirmation on Masood Azhar this morning, ladies and gentlemen. So this has been very clear, this is more than a surgical strike, very much more than a surgical strike. The Prime Minister continues to monitor this. I'm just saying this once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are awaiting confirmation on whether Masood Azhar has also been targeted. But I can confirm that 4 Jaish commanders are dead. At least 4 top Jaish commanders have been eliminated. We are awaiting confirmation on Masood Azhar. That's what I can tell you. CCS at 11 a.m., Army press conference at 10 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, hotline with all the allies tonight. The Indian Air Force has begun its air exercises in Jaisalmer. We are in very top form right now. And as of this minute, massive scrambling and movement of Indian Air Force jets are being reported in and around the Rajasthan area, Jaisalmer. I want Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor to explain that. Latest information coming in that around Jaisalmer, lot of Air Force movement. Yes, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, please.
See, these are routine exercises that we do. Every season, especially summers, we do exercise in the Jaisalmer and Rajasthan sector. This is to see how the machines operate, because with the higher temperatures, the tarmac temperatures must be crossing 50 degrees now in certain areas now. And how does your weapons, how does your radars, how does the fuel, oil, gases, the effect of sand, desert on this thing, the human element to sustain heat. So these are routine exercises that go on. And one such exercise has been planned. I was reading, the NOTAM was issued, and today and tomorrow is the exercise around the Rajasthan sector. And I'm sure this must be a part of the larger build-up to put our defenses in place and our readiness, just in case the enemy decides to open this front, we are prepared.
Absolutely, we have to be very prepared. I like the realistic tone of Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor. Samar, this is a typical top Indian military officer, unmoved, very realistic. I love the tone. He says, listen, we've hit them hard, we'll wait and watch, we're completely prepared right now. And on the ground, do you think the nature of the response could be also in the nature of incursions?
Yes.
Could be in the attempt to infiltrate under cover of the situation, Samar. We have to be watchful of that too.
See, it's only going to get them attrition, Arnab. It stands to no logic that even if they try to, do an incursion, it's very difficult in today's times of warfare to hold ground. I mean, for example, look at Russia and Ukraine. That there's been ample number of times, taking over of Kursk, and then again, tactical withdrawal of Russia from Kursk. So it's been going on front and back. So you see, there is actually practically no sense if they have to come from ground. I don't know what their objective is going to be. It is going to be illogical if they are going to talk about holding ground, because that is something which is just humanly not possible for the Pakistan forces to do in today's modern times and warfare. And moreover, you see, Arnab, with the latest weapon systems, there'll be drones with thermal imaging and infrared imaging and extra parameters in the drones right now, which are already airborne and are already monitoring across the whole LOC and the IB. So it's very difficult for anyone to make a move, and even if they do, well, they are going to be met with a decent amount of firepower to stop the infiltration bid or any attack onto the Indian forces or positions.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Understanding that completely. Ladies and gentlemen, we are being told that the top leadership of the Lashkar-e-Toiba has been wiped out. Samar, analyze that for us.
I mean,
top leadership, Hafiz Saeed.
This is
Perhaps then,
historic.
because if you look at the 9 locations, see, I'm looking at the 9 locations. If we have intel, do we have intel on Hafiz Saeed? Hafiz Saeed locations have been moved. He's been moving in different areas.
Arnab, there was 101% intel of every individual. They were being tracked and followed for months together. And after the attack of Pahalgam, I'm very sure that the intelligence has used their most crucial asset, which is the unknown gunman lobby. They've definitely been a very important factor in terms of providing, live, real-time information and feed to the, Indian intelligence agencies. And I am 101% certain that in the morning, after a few hours from now, there'll be prominent names coming up of these terrorist tanzeems who are who've been bombed to hell. Arnab.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, New Delhi has informed the US, UK, Saudi Arabia and the UAE. India has given Operation Sindoor. Hashtag Operation Sindoor. Ladies and gentlemen, top band. Hashtag Operation Sindoor. Briefing has been given to partner states, including Russia. Russia today is confirming that it's got a fantastic briefing from India. And the whole world is with India. I don't know what Pakistan can do. And I'm getting news that the top Lashkar leadership has been eliminated. We are not told yet about Masood Azhar, but we are told there's been, at this time, we have worked on intel while targeting. So I find one thing very, 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 very important tonight is that the use of the UAV, the unmanned aerial vehicle, followed by the attack. Now this is Bahawalpur. It appears to be near a populated area, right? And this is the place where we see the scooter is stopped. So it's near a highway. And then you see this eerie UAV hovering in the night sky. And then you see the strike. We're not sure of the location, if it's Bahawalpur. Perhaps this could be accurate intel, either human or something, we have received in the last 48 hours on Hafiz Saeed's location or Masood Azhar's location, because we've been told they've been constantly on the move over the last 10 days. We were also told that one of the people here who we were focused on has been the son of Hafiz Saeed, who made these statements yesterday, talking about eliminating Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I don't know his name, Hafiz Saeed's brother. But I think this is incredible. I would want to just say tonight, we got Gursimran live once again. I'm not going to preempt anything, but I'm told that top terrorist leadership has been targeted here. Hafiz Saeed's center in Muridke has been targeted here. Major Air Force exercises in Jaisalmer. Gursimran, your present location, whatever you can share and what you're seeing around you. Gursimran's hovering around LOC area. Gursimran, over to you.
Yes, Order, right now we are at the line of control, and I'll request Sarjeevan to show you the visuals of line of control, because there was a heavy shelling that was taking place half an hour ago. But now, after the India's massive retaliation to the Pakistani shelling, now the line of control has fallen completely silent. There has not been a single fire that has been reported, because India has fired heavily to the Pakistan source of fire, and we are told that there have been damages to the Pakistani forward post as well, because soon after the India carried out the strikes within the Pakistan, what Pakistan did, that they opened the line of control from Aknoor to Rajouri district to Poonch district to Kupwara and Baramulla. But when Indian Army has retaliated effectively, we are told that there have been losses to the Pakistani side, and now a lull is prevailing on the ground. There has been a high alert that has also been sounded on the international border, and that ridge line that you see, the lights that have been decked up, this is the line of control and the international border on both sides of the Chenab River that you see. And now there is no firing from the Pakistan, because they have been given a befitting reply. We are told that from this sector only, there have been at least 4 to 5 attempts of the Pakistan to breach the Indian airspace and enter the Indian territory. But all the attempts have been foiled, and also the Pakistani missiles that attempted to enter the Indian territory, that have also been brought down by the air defense system of the Indian Army. So Pakistan's every attempt that they did, they tried to cross the LOC, they tried to target our locations close to the LOC. All the attempts of Pakistan have failed so far, and now what is happening, that a lull is prevailing on ground, while Indian Army and its jets, the Indian Air Force, they all are on the standby along the line of control and international border to foil any mischief from the Pakistani side. Because see, Pakistan since morning, they have been violating the ceasefire in the different sectors, and now the Aknoor and the Sundarbani sector have fallen flat with the Pakistan given befitting reply on a
Simran, moving in various locations. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been told right now that the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf is planning a demonstration against Asif Munir following what has happened here. The Pakistanis are claiming that 6 places have been targeted. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. They're not claiming 9. They're claiming 6. I wonder why. I wonder why they're claiming 6 and not 9. Is it because they're trying to hide the location of Hafiz Saeed or Masood Azhar or the others? Very, very interesting. They're claiming 34 injuries, 8 people have died, and 6 places have been targeted. 24, they're claiming 24 strikes on 6 locations. 24 strikes on 6 locations. They're not revealing the fate of Masood Azhar. They're not revealing the fate. So, you know,
they will not, Arnab. They will not. They will not do it. They will not do it till the end. It is only with time that when we realize that there is an absence of statement from these terrorist tanzeems, where these dead leaders are no more visible in the public eye, or you could see that if there is a very massive janaza taking place in Pakistan.
But they can't hide it. I mean, they can't hide it. They can't hide it now. They can't hide it now.
That is the terrorist leader.
They can't. Okay, Major General Sanjay Soy joining us this morning. Good morning, 4:42 a.m. and many, many congratulations. And there we have Saurabh Shukla. Now, what do we say to Saurabh? We say good evening to Saurabh. Good to see you back.
Good evening, Arnab. But this is, you know, I remember sitting with you when Balakot happened. This is India's day of avenging Pahalgam, and Narendra Modi has again proven yet again that he values every life of an Indian. Pakistan will not be allowed to get away. This is a moment, a proud moment for every Indian of what our armed forces have done today to dismantle this terror infrastructure. And
Superb.
This is hopefully is a lethal blow.
Before I come back to, by the way, Saurav Shukla, who is the man, the founder and editor-in-chief of News Mobile, great guy joining us from Washington, always our lovely partner. And Major General, I'm going to come back to you, Saurav, in a minute. Major General Sanjeev Soy is with us tonight to give us his perspective on the information he's seeing tonight. We're doing a lot of real-time analysis out here. Can you just take us through your first reactions to what you see, the likely nature of this attack, the use of this UAV, which seems to have been hovering over the skies before striking, almost as if it's locating a specific target. You know, the way it's flying, it's taking its time. It's in no hurry. It's entered. It's even displaying itself. It's got full, you can optically see it, and then there is a huge and devastating, immediately after that, explosion, which happens a few miles away, clearly. So what are we seeing here, sir, in terms of use of munitions?
Arnav, I would say that firstly, my heart really, I feel, get a sense of pride as a veteran and as an Indian that this kind of revenge has taken place. Now, this kind of strike is definitely, we can call it a surgical strike, we can call it a pinpoint strike, and there's no collateral damage. With a detailed planning, thorough planning, lot of intelligence, and a coordinated attack between Army, Air Force, Navy, everybody joined hands together. And you see, when this UAV is flying around, it is pinpointing, it could be the laser guiding the missiles, and then probably the reports are that Rafale should have used the Scalp missile, which has the capability to go up to 250 kilometers to 400 kilometers. So we have carried out a pinpoint attack on terror camps, and we have not touched Pakistan Army, we have not touched Pakistan civilians, we have not touched Pakistani Awam. So that message has been given to the world that this is the kind of attack we have carried out, and we say, yes, we have done it, and why not? Why not? Because if you attack our innocent children, then you have to pay the price. And it is a very, very limited strike. India has also restrained itself. We could have gone all out. But there are two things. Surprise factor there. They thought that we'll restrict only to POK, but we have also carried out attack in Bawalkot. But this is a terror camp, not a Pakistan Army installation. So this message has been given to the world that India is a responsible country. India is a country with a statesmanship, not like Pakistani politicians who keep issuing loose statements, immature statements that India will attack or we will use a nuclear weapon. All kinds of immature statements issued by the Pakistan Army, Pakistan ministers, senior ministers. So this shows the detailed planning, maturity, and I feel I get a sense of pride in this, Arnav.
Absolutely. We've been told all schools and colleges across Pakistan have been closed. Airspace is being shut down. Indian Air Force jets are flying very, very rapidly along Jaisalmer. We're seeing a lot of action from the Indian Air Force near Jaisalmer. Ladies and gentlemen, Rajasthan border, very hot tonight, very, very hot tonight. We've been told Lashkar top leadership has been eliminated. We've been told top-level Jaish leadership has been eliminated. We can now confirm there appears to have been a use of very, very superior UAVs in this specific attack. And 10 a.m. we are going to get the full details with the joint military press conference at 10 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, Samar wants to add something there. Samar.
Arnab, there are unconfirmed reports of one Pakistani aircraft being shot down. Now, by the visuals, it looks like an aircraft. They say it might be a F-16, it could be a JH-17. So these are unconfirmed.
Okay, we're getting
reports.
Breaking news. Two other locations which have also been targeted are Gulpur and Bhimber.
Bhimber Gali.
In Pakistan, where is the location in Pakistani territory? Chak Amru. Another location is Chak Amru. Chak Amru. Bhimber. Very close to the LOC.
These are terror launch pads.
Chak Amru terror launch pad. Gulpur. Beautifully located in that map there you see, ladies and gentlemen. Gulpur, Chak Amru, Bhimber, Muridke, Kotli, Muzaffarabad, Sialkot. Sialkot is an interesting location. Would you like to shed some light on Sialkot, sir? Any of you, sir? General Soy?
Yeah, in fact, this Chakamru, Muridke, Kotli, they are the areas opposite Rajouri and Punch area. Those are the areas which were used by the
very nice use of visuals
as a launch pad. From there, and Sialkot is of course a big city. One can see the lights of Sialkot from Jammu border also. So if that is also a headquarters, so it is also closer to LOC only. Towards the Punch side, definitely towards Akhnoor side, I would say. So these headquarters have been hit, and yes, in fact, I would say that Bhimbar and all could have been hit by the artillery also, because the Pakistani artillery had opened up, and we responded in big strength, and probably they would have quietened down by now because we were prepared, and this is a very well coordinated attack. It was attack not launched in a hurry, and the people said, why you have taken 15 days? What I came to know that NSA has informed NSA of USA that we waited for 15 days for Pakistan to respond. We waited for Pakistan to take action against terrorists. Ultimately, we have to do it, and we took the action against terrorists because we cannot continue that a human life, innocent human life, will be lost. And I think the whole world should be thankful to India if we are able to eliminate some top leadership of these LET and JEM, because they are a threat not only to India but also to other countries across the globe. Arnav.
Absolutely. We're getting a lot of visuals, ladies and gentlemen. Some news coming in of some Pak planes shot down. Cannot confirm authenticity of visuals either. But NSA spoke to Rubio. What's the buzz from Washington? Yes. Sir?
Arnab, so, I'll tell you, not only is this a great success when it comes to a strategic strike hitting at Pakistan's terror infrastructure, it is also a clear manifestation of a new India today standing tall at the diplomatic stage as well. A journalist here asked US President Donald Trump, and he clearly indicated that he saw it coming, speaking about the horrific Pahalgam terror attack. And National Security Advisor Ajit Doval just spoke a short while back to US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, clearly telling him that India's attacks were targeted at Pakistan's terror infrastructure. And I'll tell you, you and me have covered foreign policy for a long time. Unlike in the past where people would tell them that you be restrained, they say, India has to follow suit and make sure that India's security concerns and anybody who targets India, the terror infrastructure has to be destroyed. That's India's call. So this is the big difference that is happening in a new India under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that you have the world also appreciating. Yes, there will be some statements coming from certain quarters, but India will do what it wants to do in its self-interest, and also to take care that anybody, if you see the name Operation Sindoor, you know that there is a significance of that. This is about a vermilion that a Hindu woman wears like a pride. And so many innocent women who were widowed in this Pahalgam terror attack. It's a message to those that we will not only go and do pinpoint strikes, we will get to you from wherever you are hiding. And this is what India has done today. It's a moment of pride for everyone in the country and everybody who's across the globe who believes that India's strike will also send a message to terror ayatollahs who are sitting anywhere in the world and threaten innocent citizens in any democracy across the globe. Arnab.
Absolutely. Raining Indian missiles there. It's raining Indian missiles at Pakistan this morning. I'm going to hand over to Shravan and be back in 10 minutes. Shravan, over to you. All the breaking news. Keep it moving fast, Shravan.
Well, in fact, the confirmation now coming in of the 9 targets, government source indicating that all 9 targets were successful. Confirmation of Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Gulpur, Bhimbar, Sialkot, Muridke, Chakamru and Bahawalpur. The government sources also indicating that it was deep inside Punjab. All of this being carried from the Indian side itself. So we haven't really crossed over. But interestingly, Major Samar Paltur, in terms of the ammunition that has been used, scalp missiles have also been utilized, is what we are being told. So that enables them to carry out these strikes deep inside Pakistan. It is inside Punjab where the strikes have actually taken place.
See, Shavan, the best part about it is that the acquisition of the targets has been done by noting their coordinates, because the static positions of the terrorist Tanzim headquarters were always under constant vision of our intelligence satellites. So there is no surprise regarding we knowing the location of these infrastructures and these terrorist Tanzims. The criticality here was the presence of high value targets, the live intelligence inputs that we were getting. So probably it was not because we chose this certain time, but probably the presence of high value targets were available at a certain time, which was the mid of night, and then a call was taken that yes, everyone is in place and can be taken out, and a final call was given. Second, the depth with which the deep strikes have taken place definitely projects the strength and the upgradation of the technology that the Indian armed forces possess. So definitely, you see, when you have the futuristic organizations like ISRO and the semiconductor industry coming up,
right?
The drone industry booming. So you see, there is going to be a usage of high technology when it comes to warfare, and you see Russia and Ukraine. So this is a similar design which has been done, and drones are not being ruled out in this. That unmanned combat aerial vehicles
Major Tur, are the loitering munitions a clear indication of the usage of drones? Because these were 48 such loitering munitions that were basically delivered to India just about some months ago.
Yes, the probability of them is very high, but I strongly feel that let us wait for a few hours more for the debrief by the armed forces. But I, as per logic and having the military acumen and tactics, I certainly believe that it's been a amalgamation of different platforms of delivery system of missiles and ammunitions. It could have been from the fighter jets, which is definitely confirmed because the fighter jets were airborne over Srinagar. We knew that they were airborne. Second is, that the threat perception is extremely high when a Air Force aircraft crosses over the IB. And with the radar system capability of the Pakistan armed forces and the Air Force, I am very sure that these weapons were delivered from within the Indian airspace without crossing over into the enemy airspace and delivering this weapon system onto the enemy targets.
Well, in fact, a joint briefing is expected to take place around 10 o'clock this morning. General Soy, I'm told that 12 terrorists have already been eliminated. Of course, more clarity coming in a little later, but the entire leadership of the Lashkar-e-Toiba as well as Jaish-e-Mohammed has been eliminated, particularly keeping in mind the two very key locations, Muridke and Bahawalpur.
After a thorough planning and only on specific intelligence inputs. There's not been any collateral damage, pinpoint attacks have been done, and the way hospitals and in Bhavalpur and Muridke have been activated, and there was a large crowd outside the hospital, the visuals we were getting, and there was emergency declared in these hospitals. It is very sure that large number of casualties, I think the numbers would go up. It will not restrict to 12. I think it will be much more. And as the reports come in, but surely casualties are there. The top leadership would have been there. And it is very, very important that to understand that India has still shown the restraint. We have carried out these attacks from our side of border with the long-range missiles. And as Colonel Tur had mentioned, that it is a combination of drone, surface-to-surface missile, or air-to-surface missile. All kind of weapon system would have been used to maintain the supplies. And we have also informed the world accordingly. The USA NSA has been spoken to by our NSA, the Russia, UAE, Germany, a lot of countries have been informed that way India has carried out this attack with a lot of responsibility in a restrained manner, because it is a war against terror. And this kind of, if the top leadership is eliminated, I think the world should be thankful to India for carrying out these attacks. Shravan.
Well, Saurabh Shukla, as General Sanjay Soy was also pointing out, in fact, the latest breaking news also coming in, New Delhi has already informed US, UK, Saudi Arabia and UAE. So the diplomatic front too, India has basically got all its partners together. A clear indication that Pakistan today stands completely isolated.
Absolutely, Shravan. And see, this is what a proactive diplomacy is all about. That one, we tell our friends and allies that we will go ahead and do it at the time of our own choosing. We are not shying away from saying that we will go and defend India's strategic interests. And that's what India has done. It has already told. In fact, there was a clear indication. I was, in Washington, I can tell you, US President Donald Trump did not look surprised. So perhaps India had kept its allies completely, I would say informed. Obviously, nobody tells them operational details that we will go ahead and hit at these terror infrastructures. Nobody told us that you cannot do that, which used to happen in the past, where they would come and tell you that you cannot do it, otherwise we put you under sanction. No, this is a new India. Things have changed now. India today has demonstrated that not only is it capable of taking on its enemies, it can go deep inside their territory, mount precision strikes. This is what is the clear message. And also, as a responsible country, it has demonstrated that any terrorist which poses a threat to any democracy, we will go after them. This is not India's victory. This is a victory for every country which is impacted by Pakistan's terrorism. Shravan?
Well, there's absolutely no doubt about that, Saurabh Shukla. The fact that India has basically carried out this in a precision manner, a strategic manner, in fact, keeping in mind all the allies have come together. Just a quick check of what we know so far in terms of the breaking news now coming in. One, with regards to the precision strike, 9 targets that were basically identified by the security forces. All 9 targets have been successfully hit. Shri Thanedar is now also joining us from Washington right now. Mr. Thanedar, thank you very much for joining us. Now, it's a big day for India and perhaps for the world too, keeping in mind that India has actually shown the way. The fact that today those who were harboring terrorists have been shown the mirror.
That's right. And India has a right to protect itself. India has a right to protect its people, its territory. These attacks, what appears to be state-sponsored, sponsored by the Pakistani government. If that is true, then the United States must use its relationship with Pakistan to demand that Pakistan stop supporting terrorism across the world. And if necessary, India must US must use economic sanctions or other punishments needed to ensure that Pakistan does not support terrorism of this kind.
Well, I'll request you all to stay on with us as we are getting a some more breaking news. There's also shelling that has now been reported from the Poonch district. In fact, this comes as some countermeasures are essentially being taken. Major Samarpal Tur, one would certainly expect the Pakistanis to respond. In fact, the latest information is that over the past 45 minutes or so, there have been multiple ceasefire violations, number one. Number two, as far as our airspace is concerned, they've made attempts to violate that too. So are we expecting this to escalate?
Shravan, I promise you this is not going to go beyond 72 hours, because with the reports of the availability of the artillery shells with the Pakistan armed forces, they wouldn't last more than a week. So I'm very sure that they're going to be very calculative in terms of they expending their artillery shells, because at this moment the Pakistan military is very vulnerable. It is low on ammunition, it's low on morale, its own public is against it. So definitely there is going to be a retaliation from the Pakistan side, for definitely to save face, because the Pakistan military establishment needs to prove a point that whatever the deployments that they've done and the efforts they've taken to deploy all along the Western Front against India. So it's definitely for a certain reason, and this is the reason that they're going to give the clarification. And don't be surprised that by tomorrow the visuals start coming in, where DGISI and their whole intelligence network, makes up in terms of the casualty ratio, and they plant in more and more civilians and put up a fake or a wrong picture in front of the world. But you see, they have played enough with the world, and I think it is time that we all call their bluff. And it's all begun with Osama bin Laden, and this is one military, the Pakistan military, which has got blood of Americans on their hands. They've got the blood of the British on their hands. The soldiers have been martyred because of ISI's double standards and hypocrisy by helping the enemy against the Americans and the British, and probably now they're going to get it back in the worst possible manner and deliberately. And let's see what is going to unfold in the coming 48 hours. Shavan.
Major Samarpal, there's more breaking news now coming in. I'll request you to stay on with us. I'll just quickly go back to Mr. Thanedar, who's also joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Thanedar, while the Pakistanis had a humiliating experience at the UN Security Council, but it's frustrating to actually see the way the global community has been dealing with Pakistan all this while, keeping in mind that there was no pressure that was essentially put on the Pakistanis for the longest time when they were basically harboring terrorists. These launch pads existed, and the fact that the Pakistanis were shown the evidence, but despite that, nothing was being done.
That's right. And the United States must use its economic power, military power to stop Pakistan. There needs to be economic sanctions. US need to hold some of its military sale to Pakistan if Pakistan continues to support such barbaric terrorism. This is a terrorism that we saw directed against the Hindus. Even the terrorists made sure that the people that they killed were Hindus. This kind of attacks must be condemned. United States must stand with India as India fights this terrorist attack. And India is completely justified in protecting itself, protecting its people. And India has a right, every right, to do what it did.
Right. In fact, there's more breaking news now coming in. We have a confirmation with regards to some of the ammunition that have been used, special precision ammunitions that were basically used to target the terror camps. In fact, the 3 service chiefs will be jointly have briefed the National Security Advisor with regards to the targets that they have been able to neutralize. In fact, the 3 services will had jointly carried out the operation and mobilization of the assets and troops. That's the other news now coming in. General Soy, you have all the 3 services coming together and carrying out this operation. That makes it a unique operation. It's a unique military operation that has been carried out by India, where you have all the 3 services coming together, carrying out a combined assault. So, Saurabh Shukla, if I can also bring you in.
Yeah.
You wanted to make a point. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, what I was saying is the Congressman Thanedar still there with you? I wanted to bring him in as well, because there is a strong demand now to sanction Pakistan's generals and, ISI officials, because clear complicity of them in these behind these terror groups and Pahalgam terror attack has been established, and it's time that the West, including the US, sanctions these generals. And clearly, India's strike illustrates And I must tell you that it's a time when India is not only gathering intelligence itself, a lot of friendly countries have provided intelligence to India on the presence of these terror groups. So clearly there is clear Pakistani complicity which has been established, and these strikes only underscore the fact that India, as I mentioned earlier, is not only fighting this battle on behalf of people of India, but everybody who's impacted by these terror camps being run inside Pakistan. So that's the reason why world needs to unite even further to sanction Pakistan and make sure that these Pakistani officials, they are put under sanctions. Shavan?
Right. And that brings us to the point that not enough was essentially done despite, as I've been saying, Saurabh Shukla, despite the kind of evidence was mounting against Pakistan. Major Samarpal Tur, I want to come back quickly to you with regards to the ammunitions that was used. These are precision strikes that we're talking about. Well, from inside the Indian border, that these strikes were carried out. The question that many are asking, that you are talking about targets inside Punjab. That was, successfully, this operation was carried out in a successful manner inside Punjab. How was that possible?
I mean, see, Shavan, there are reports that, could be that the Navy has also fired cruise missiles. So these cruise missiles, they tend to usually, go at a very lower level in height, just above the water levels, and then once it reaches the land, it probably takes in height, but it's called flying just above the nape of the earth.
Okay.
So these are those missile systems which are not detectable by the radar. For example, if you visualize that there was a massive drone strike by Iran against Israel,
right,
where most of the UAV drones were flying at a lower height, and you had to manually intercept them with fighter jets, which was carried out by France and by UK and by the Americans, combined, as well as the Israelis. So you see, when you're firing a barrage of missiles,
right,
it is very difficult to give an immediate response because the distance was very less compared to what Iran did against Israel. So
right,
you see, reaction times were less. These were hypersonic missile systems, and they were launched from different platforms. So the signatures are going to be different. The detectability of all wouldn't have been possible. They would have been flying at a very low altitude, just above the nape of the earth towards their targets. And mind you, these targets were constantly under the satellites' purview. They were being watched. Live feed and intelligence was being given, and only after the confirmations were given of 100% surety was the button pressed and the green signals given. So that is how it is unfolded, and let's see within few hours from now what the military gets to debrief to the whole world. Shavan.
Saurabh Shukla, I'm quite curious also, Major Samarpal Tur, in terms of this kind of an operation, which, if I remember correctly, in our military history, you do not have all three coming together, and in the manner it has been carried out. I'll get an answer from you in a short while from now, but Saurabh Shukla, I want to just quickly come back to you, because what is happening right now, as we speak, the Pakistanis are extremely nervous. There is a press conference that is going on right now. They've made some bizarre claims that they're making. But the interesting part is that there is an admission. For the first time, they're admitting that, yes, we have been targeted. So this time, there is nothing that they can hide. Pakistanis cannot no longer hide.
They cannot hide. And Shavan, the thing is, they know that they've been hit hard where it hurts. Because these are the terror ayatollahs that they were shielding, who were under the protection of the Pakistani army and ISI. And we have gone ahead and done this. So that's the reason they are scared. They should be, I would say that happy that India is a civilized country and a responsible country. That they're not targeting some of these, terror masterminds in their armed forces who are behind this. But they should not think that cannot happen, because this is India's demonstration that it will go ahead and follow through in what Prime Minister said, that we will decide and punish the perpetrators. And they should not think that if they continue with these terror factories, there will not be more, because India will not stop at this. I can tell you which some of the things I am privy to. You will see not only this, but a series of other measures which are already happening as we speak on this broadcast. Because this is an ongoing process where India has decided that not only will we do and mount an operation of this magnitude, you will also take measures on the economic side, on the diplomatic side, to make sure that we isolate Pakistan and squeeze Pakistan and its terror factories. Shravan.
Well, Saurabh Shukla, the question here is, as far as Pakistanis are concerned, do we really essentially see right now that the entire terror factory has been completely demolished? Or Major Samarpal Tur, because for everyone who's tuning in right now, I would say truly it's a good morning for all of us here in India, that these terror launch pads that were operating, and I'll be honest here, Major Samarpal Tur, last time when we said a few of these terror launch pads were basically carried out, they were attacked, but it did not really solve the problem. There is also more details now coming in. Major Samarpal Tur, the breaking news coming in. Out of the 9 targets, 4 hit Pakistan and 5 in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And I just want you to elaborate, Major Samarpal Tur, the very locations, the headquarters of Jaish, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Toiba, and I'm also told, Major Samarpal Tur, there are other smaller terror organizations which have also been targeted at the same time.
Yes. Jaish-ul-Dawa is one of the terrorist tanzeems which has been targeted. And you see, you look at the history that previously these are the same launch pads. There has been no difference in the infrastructure. Bahawalpur, Muridke, Gulpur, Bimbar, opposite Bimbar Gali, Chakamru is right opposite Pathankot. And then you have Bagh, then Kotli, Sialkot, Muzaffarabad. So these are the, very logically known terrorist launch pads, by Pakistan. And other than that, I would also like to tell that there were other launch pads like Atmukam, then Keran, then you have Dutniyal, then you have Sharda, then you have Kale and Machal. So it's a total ring, it's like a crescent, opposite to our line of control. And all these areas, majority of them are in POK. So you see, Shravan, I just strongly feel that this shouldn't escalate further. But in case it does, probably the Pakistan military is going to pay a very heavy price in the coming few days if they try a misadventure.
Major Samarpal Tur, I've just got very important, crucial details from my source right now in terms of the exact camps which have been targeted. And I'm telling you, you'll be extremely elated to know that the Sarjal camp, that's the Jaish-e-Mohammed camp, opposite the international border, you have opposite Samba and Kathua has also been targeted. Mehmuna camp has also been targeted. So very interesting details now coming in. I'm just going to quickly put out the details because I'm getting these breaking news right now. Major Samarpal Tur, can you just quickly also talk about these 2 camps that have now been targeted, because that's a big deal right now.
See, you just mentioned Memuna camp, and which one was the other one, Shravan?
I just got the information right now, Major Samarpal Tur. It's Sarjal camp, which is opposite Samba Kathua. It's the Jaish-e-Mohammed camp. The Mehmuna camp has also been targeted. That's the Hizbul Mujahideen. Hizbul Mujahideen's training camp has also been targeted. Can we just put the breaking news coming in? 2 more camps, Sarjal and Mehmuna camp, have also been targeted.
See, Shravan, these 2 camps have been very notorious. They've got a very bad history, and majority of the encounters which usually take place, it is easy to infiltrate because the area is a flat land. So they infiltrate by digging under the ground, and they crawl across the IB, and they come into Jammu, and from there, usually from Samba, they have their contacts or OGWs, now so-called OGTs, overground terrorists, who've been supporting these terrorists. So so these terrorists, once they infiltrate, they usually pose as laborers. And at any of the sabji mandis, they act as laborers. They load the trucks, and then these trucks have a side opening rather than the tailgate. They have a side opening door in which they enter into the truck after loading it. They make a space for them, and they make an opening into the flooring of the truck, and then the truck driver usually tends to seal the opening, the side opening of the trucks. They weld it to seal it, or at times they lock it temporarily. And so this is the place where they transport these terrorists from these trucks to Srinagar, Shopian, and other terrorist infested areas. So there was an operation in 2018 called Operation Jajjar Kotli. So in that, the similar operation was carried out, and Samba was one of the most notorious areas for this kind of infiltration. And with the Operation Jajjar Kotli, 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed hardcore terrorists were eliminated by this, and that is how we got to know after interrogating the driver, who claimed
Major
that he had transported.
We're getting in some more breaking news right now. I think so. You can also see these latest visuals coming in. This is right inside Punjab in Pakistan, where immediately after the attack that took place, you have the response really coming up. People were all out on the streets, so there is nothing that Pakistan can hide right now, Major Samar Paltur. But first, let's just see what's happening there. Let's just take a look at this video.
देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहाँ से अभी वीडियो कैच होगी नहीं होगी वाली भाई हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहाँ से अभी वीडियो कैच होगी नहीं होगी वाली भाई हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहाँ से अभी वीडियो कैच होगी नहीं होगी वाली भाई हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहाँ से अभी वीडियो कैच होगी नहीं होगी वाली भाई हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहाँ से अभी वीडियो कैच होगी नहीं होगी वाली भाई
For that. Okay, viewers, good morning. Good morning to everyone watching us right now. I just got this latest video. This is Republic TV, and I'm Arnab live with you. I've been live since about 2 o'clock in the morning. And we have Samar Pal still with us. We have Saurabh Shukla from Washington. We got some latest video. I think the latest video was from a car, and you can see the gnats out there. There is a person. I want to play this. We have been told right now. We've been told we have got some interesting information which is coming in with me right now. Samar, good morning to all the viewers. 20 minutes past 5. You're on your favorite network, the Republic Media Network, on a day when we are making history. And ladies and gentlemen, Shawan has a breaking news with us. Shawan, please, over to you, Shawan, quickly.
Well,
Shawan.
Niranjan, Arnab, I've just got the exclusive details of the camps that have been targeted. Apart from Jaish-e-Mohammed as well as Lashkar-e-Toiba, you have Hizbul Mujahideen's camp that is in Mehmoona terror camp that has been destroyed. Sarjal terror camp has also been destroyed. I have specific locations I've been given by my top source here. The Lashkar-e-Toiba's Kotli camp, which is about 15 kilometers from the line of control, has also been destroyed. Barnala camp, 10 kilometers from the line of control, opposite Rajouri, has been targeted. Sarjal camp, Jaish-e-Mohammed camp, about 8 kilometers from the IB, opposite Samba, Katwa, destroyed. Mehmoona camp, 15 kilometers from the IB, near Sialkot, that is the Hizbul Mujahideen training camp, destroyed. Then you have in Gulpur, which is about 35 kilometers from the LOC Punj, Rajouri, that has also been eliminated. Importantly, this attack that took place was on the 20th of April in Punj, and this was all planned from Gulpur, and this terror launch pad has been destroyed. This was the attack on the innocent pilgrims that were traveling on 24th of June. So India has avenged several of the attacks that were carried out by the Pakistanis. All these camps, Muridke, 30 kilometers from the border, has also been eliminated. Bahawalpur, that's the headquarters. That's the latest. These are specific details of each of these terror camps that have been completely destroyed.
Okay, so when you're saying this, and this is exclusive information coming in, that these are exact camps that have been targeted, and also some smaller camps and terror launch pads have been destroyed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and you're also watching this rolling non-stop coverage out here. We can confirm right now from our sources that Hizbul Mujahideen camps have also been destroyed, and at the Mehmoona terror camp of the Hizbul Mujahideen has been destroyed. So there are 3 terrorist groups that India has targeted, which is the Lashkar-e-Toiba, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and the Hizbul Mujahideen. I can also confirm to you tonight, as you're this morning, as you're watching this broadcast, that there is information that we have that there's been some serious damage to the top leadership of the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed. We do not have confirmation on whether Masood Azhar has been eliminated yet, but I'll be joined by Aishwarya Kapoor in a minute with details of that. Ladies and gentlemen, Somar Pal and Saurabh are with us tonight. We also got some information, fleeting information, that an attempt of intrusion by Pakistani fighter jets has been strongly countered. I have some information that some fighter jet of the Pakistanis could have been brought down. I don't have confirmation of that yet. We got some fleeting information. We've not authenticated the information, so we can't put it out yet, ladies and gentlemen. But the Barnala camp, which is 10 kilometers from the LOC opposite Rajouri, has been targeted. The Lashkar Kotli camp, 15 kilometers from the LOC opposite Rajouri, that's a bomber camp, 50 terrorist capacity, eliminated 50 terrorists killed in that. We saw also very, very downcast ISPR press conference, Samar. No energy. They were totally on the defensive. Nothing to say. Nothing to add.
I mean, Arnab, they are in a state of panic right now, and he's the same minister who created panic at 2 a.m. almost last week in Pakistan. So definitely, they are in a state of panic. They are in a state of anxiety. They are in a state of hysteria. And in the morning, it is going to be difficult for them to give explanation to the world media, the international media, when they are in front of these sites. Because you see, this is an open area. It is not a area which is unrestricted.
They can't hide that. They can't hide that. They can't hide that. Absolutely not. They can't hide that.
If I can add here, Arnab, that the fact that India chose these terror camps with, I would say, great amount of detailing has gone into this, because it also exposes Pakistan's double face, because all these are terror groups Pakistanis have been saying that they never existed on their territory. Now there is not only a proof but also a living example which the Pakistanis have been forced to concede that these particular areas have been hit, which obviously is known by global intelligence agencies, which India has also been keeping them informed. Obviously, they did not inform them about the operation. But the fact is, Pakistan has been exposed yet again. So that's a strategic import of these attacks that I wanted to bring to the viewers. Arnab.
We've been told that the Pakistani media is confirming right now. We got Aishwarya joining in with Shawan out there. They're confirming that Jaish-e-Mohammed's Maulana Masood Azhar's madrasa in Bahawalpur was targeted by the missiles in the attack. But we do not know whether Masood Azhar has been killed yet. Shawan, Aishwarya is with you. Do you have more on this, Ash?
Well, absolutely. At this point of time, the Bahawalpur was the third strike, and that is said to be the madrasa of Maulana Masood Azhar, Shawan. But whether he was there or not, that is yet to be confirmed, isn't it?
So as of now, we are told 12 terrorists have been eliminated. In fact, we were told one top. We do not know whether it is Maulana Masood Azhar, whether he was there or not, but we are being told 12 as of now.
Well, absolutely. And if you see, the first 2 strikes were at Muzaffarabad, third was at Bahawalpur. That is where the Maulana Masood Azhar's madrasa is there, and the fourth was in Kotli, fifth was in Chakamru, sixth in Gulpur, seventh in Bimbar, eighth was in Muridke, where Kasab was trained. Terrorist Kasab was trained, and the ninth one is in Sialkot. So the training center of Kasab has also been completely wiped off, Arnab.
Okay, the last and the ninth targeting was Sialkot. And the second last was Muridke again.
Yes.
So Muridke was struck twice.
Yes, Muridke was the 8th one, the only place which was struck twice. Today was the first, that is Muzaffarabad. 2 strikes back to back in Muzaffarabad.
Okay, now what we are awaiting, we got some information about some Pakistani fighter jets intercepted or foiled. They tried to intrude but couldn't. You have any info on that?
Well, at that point of time, we were being told that at least at 3 different locations, the Indian airspace or the Pakistani Air Force tried, but it was foiled there and then. There is one JF-17 whose remains have been found, physical remains, on the Indian side. The pilot, the details of the pilot are yet to be ascertained, whether he was able to evacuate or not. So that is something which is yet to be confirmed. But yes, there are remains of a Pakistani aircraft on Indian soil, which was put down by our anti-aircraft system, Shawan.
Okay, that's very important.
There are reports now coming in. We're waiting for an official confirmation to come in because they're making an assessment, because we're told that the service chiefs have already briefed the National Security Advisor. In fact, what has happened is that immediately after these strikes were carried out, you've had the Pakistanis trying to counter this. In fact, there have been ceasefire violations. At the same time, they have also violated our airspace. So during which we are being told that there was some sort of a dogfight that has actually taken place.
Or no?
So there was an attempted intrusion and the Indian jets countered. The Pakistani jets tried to go back. Some reports of the debris of a Pakistani jet having fallen near the Indian side. We are getting this information not authenticated yet. We are waiting for official authentication. But it's going very, very badly for the Pakistanis because, you know, they obviously tried to scramble something and they were intercepted. And they've gone back. Some planes tried to come in, went back. Not going well for them at all, and therefore we saw the ISPR press conference looking very dejected, unable to respond to the situation out there, clearly saying at that point of time that all we can say is that 6 locations have been targeted. Now there's a difference between the number of locations that they are admitting. The number of locations we are putting out 9, they're admitting 6. Are they trying to conceal any big terrorist eliminated in the UAV strike?
Well, the complete top brass of Jaish has been eliminated, Shawan. We are being told at least 4 to 5 top commanders.
What about Hafiz Saeed? Hafiz Saeed. What is that? Hafiz Saeed?
Yes. Yes, Hafiz, whether he was there or not, that confirmation is still awaited, Shawan.
Well, in fact, you've had Jaish, Lashkar-e-Toiba, and interestingly, even Hizbul Mujahideen Arnab has already been targeted. So these.
But we've had signal intelligence and human intelligence on Hafiz Saeed's location as well, haven't we? We've had signal intelligence on Hafiz Saeed's location. We have human intelligence. We know exactly where he is and where he's moving. So we can't rule out the possibility there.
Well, we have the information. We have the information whether he has been eliminated or not, because we need to be double, triple confirmed on that. And that is why, because that particular precise strike is for someone special. And that's a special gift from our Indian forces to that top terrorist.
In fact, the very mosque that was basically being used by Maulana Masood Azhar, and that is the reason why that has been targeted.
Okay, they've only said Maulana Masood Azhar's mosque, madrasa have been targeted. They're not mentioning what happened to him, Samar. Yes. So they're also concealing something. I think there appears to be a bit of confusion on the Pakistani side. They don't know what to talk about, whether their planes have come down, whether their top leadership has been killed. They don't know. They're not being able to formulate a cohesive response yet.
No, they are confused at a different level. The Prime Minister says that the Indian Air Force has not crossed the Pakistani airspace. The Pakistani DG ISPR comes out and says that we have. So they are confused. They don't know. They are completely rattled and they are confused.
We are very clear that we haven't crossed over. Yes. We haven't violated anyone's airspace. That's very clear.
We haven't crossed over. We use UAVs, very, very, very dangerous and effective UAVs. Samar wanting to come in. Samar, yeah.
See, Arnab, it's a very precarious situation for the top brass of the Pakistan military, because you see, with what face are they going to tell about these terrorist leaders that they are no more? So definitely they will conceal it, they will be lying about it, and it is only with the matter of time, the funeral processions. The biggest funeral procession would let us know, and the intelligence agencies know who actually the person is. But as far as the Pakistan government is concerned, I really and seriously have my doubt whether they're going to admit or that it's going to be Masood Azhar or it's going to be Hafiz Saeed, Saeed Salahuddin, any of these top terrorist leaders.
Okay, major strike this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Many viewers calling us saying, good morning, Arnab. Can you tell us what happened last night? And I'm going to recap everything for you. Ladies and gentlemen, you're waking up to a great morning. A fantastic morning. Saurabh Shukla from Washington. Samar is with us. Now I'm going to recap some interesting visuals for you and I'm going to talk over it. In case you're watching tonight, and this is a visual of a very, very specialized, very high-tech, very, very AI-enabled some kind. Now, let me go back to the previous visual, please. Let me take my time over the visuals. People are joining in right now. A UAV spotted in the Pakistani skies. Flies menacingly. I'm told this is Bahawalpur. I'm not totally sure. And then the visual blurs. The next you see the UAV has fired and there's a huge blast. Ladies and gentlemen, the blast so intense, so major, that across that whole area of Bahawalpur, people stop and watch from miles away. The entire sky goes red. This is one of the 9 strikes that we've carried out. Samar will tell you what you're seeing tonight. First set of visuals with Samar. For those joining us this morning, a recap of Operation Sindoor. Indian Army's gigantic attack on the Pakistanis very early into the morning today. Samar, explain the last set of visuals with us.
Okay, the last set of individual, the scenes that you're watching on the screen.
Yes, sir.
See, Arnab, what I foresee is that that drone has probably come over the space over there after the missiles have been launched, probably to give a certain live feed of the damages and the hits on the targets, number 1. So it could be a Indian drone. Scenario number 2, it could be a Pakistani drone trying to assess the damage in the area after the missiles have hit. Why? Because no drone would have its lights on.
Incredible. For it to be spotted.
In the enemy area.
Good point. Okay, now this is happening all 2 weeks. Good morning. Good morning to Lieutenant General Raj Shukla. Good morning, sir.
How are you?
Very well. Good morning to you. 2 weeks after the Pahalgam attack, precision strike weapon systems of all the 3 forces have been used in this attack, including what we are told loitering munitions. The coordinates for the attack on the terrorist camps inside Pakistan and POK were given by intel agencies. I'm told we could have used some kamikaze drones. I don't know if these are kamikaze drones, which are weapons designed to crash into a target, typically carrying a warhead. This is an unprecedented tri-service operation. All 9 targets have been successfully neutralized. We'll center that graphics a bit. And the attacks have all happened between 1:20 and 1:45. And Shehbaz Sharif has said we have every right to respond forcefully to this act of war. And Prime Minister has vowed to pursue the perpetrators till the end of the earth. General Raj Shukla. General Raj Shukla, if I have your attention, sir, how do you view this Operation Sindoor, the details from a military perspective? A. B. How effective do you think this has been? Is this focused on locations or individuals? And what response are we likely to see?
You know, Arnab, somebody from your channel woke me up at 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I've been following this. See, allow me a monologue, because just for 2-3 minutes, because I think it's a brilliant alchemy of Indian power and purpose. Absolutely. You know, look at the politico-military orchestration. There was ambiguity and deception. Yesterday evening was business as usual. The announcement of the drills of today perhaps lulled everybody into thinking that, you know, it's some time away. We are doing our drills and we will get ready before we strike. Then this deep symbolism, Operation Sindoor. I mean, Indian resolve that we'll avenge the grief of our brides, that dastardly attack of 22nd April, the very controlled narrative. And of course, what is the icing on the cake is what you were describing, which is precise military execution. Look at the careful selection of the target array. We have kept it within the terror ecosystem, but we have broadened the swath from POK to Punjab. And look at the targets that have been hit. They are all the epicenter of terrorism. Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Gulpur, Bhimber, Sialkot, Muridke, Chakamru, right up to Bahawalpur. I've commanded 10 Corps in Bhatinda, and Bahawalpur was right opposite us. And this used to be on our targeting list, but we never got to hit it on our times. And here we've done it, the headquarters of LET and JEM. If the leadership has been hit, it is targeted assassinations, I think a first in Indian military history. So kudos to the Indian Air Force. I mean, I think it's a brilliantly executed operation. And I was just hearing this discussion about the UAV. Now, was the UAV deception? Was it for post-strike damage assessment? It could be for a number of issues, but it is brilliant teaming of what we called manned and unmanned systems. The precision of the attack means that we have crafted together human intelligence, space-based intelligence, and a wide swath of ISR platforms. It has exposed complete vulnerabilities in the Pakistan air defense and
Now,
their HQ-9 and all that stuff.
Are we missing something? Sorry to interrupt, but are we missing something? We've been told through some sources that we've not used missiles. Now there's speculation we've used UAVs.
It's too early, but just let me complete what I'm saying. The Pakistani air defense system has been caught napping. Whatever happened to the famed Fizaya? And let me also say, there is in the press release that has come, there is an element of statesmanship built into it when we are signaling restraint, while signaling power by saying that, listen, we retain escalatory dominance. We have not hit your military targets. See what we can do with your terror targets. You hit back, we are lying in wait. So I think the IAF has got us to a brilliant start. So far, it appears to me that, operational art and statecraft have come together wonderfully. I think it's time for Pakistan to realize the potency of Indian power, to banish the thought of terror from its statecraft, swallow its pride, reform its state, so that we can live in peace. But if they choose to respond, I think we are prepared for further escalations across the ladder.
Absolutely, we are. I think what you've said there, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, good morning. Thank you for joining, well-known defense expert. And we have the great NND Dubey, ex-NIA, with us here in the studio. Abhijit, your first comments, this is very quick, and your assessment from overall level of what we've done and what options we retain to respond should they choose to take it further from here.
So Arnab, thank you for having me. Good morning to you. It's a very good morning, actually.
Yes.
So looks like we've hit them really hard. And the thing here is we've hit them very hard, very publicly. This isn't an isolated site like Balakot where they can go around claiming that we shot down crows or parrots or, chickens in a coop or made butter chicken with our fighters. This is very clearly, all these images that are coming in from Bahawalpur Hospital of grown men with long flowing beards. And notice it's only men, fighting age men with long flowing beards who are being sent into the hospital. They leave no room for doubt. Now, if you remember, this complex targeted is the same complex that my colleague and friend Detresfa had tweeted out some 3-4 days back of a big seminary in Bahawalpur, which had expanded very significantly to the point they even had a swimming pool. And when that swimming pool was exposed some 2-3 years back, they immediately covered it up. So at least they have some shame. Now you tell me, what kind of an Islamic seminary has swimming pool where men get half naked and get into the water?
Yeah.
You ever heard of a thing like that?
No.
So it was very clearly a seminary. Now, two of the targets, we have seen the images. We have seen the images from Murid K and we have seen the images from Bahawalpur.
Correct. Keep changing on the top.
These have been flattened completely. There is very serious damage.
Yeah.
The other 7, we are not able to get images right now because it's dark. Within the next few hours, we expect some satellites to be flying over. We will be able to confirm what has been put out there. And from those images, we will also be able to extrapolate very fairly accurately.
Absolutely. Saurabh's coming in right now. We got some more statements of support coming in from the US. Saurabh, from Washington.
Yes, absolutely. So, Arnab, I want to add here that India and the US have been coordinating not only, I would say, ahead of this operation, but beyond that. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval had a conversation with Marco Rubio, who is also the Secretary of State and is acting National Security Advisor. And we have clearly told them that all these were terror targets. And I wouldn't be surprised that there is not only a tacit, but a close cooperation between the US, because Donald Trump, ahead of that, said in White House that he saw it coming.
He saw it coming, and that was as close an endorsement as possible.
This is a very interesting statement coming out of the US president.
Absolutely.
And the dynamic has changed. See, if you remember, earlier on, anything like that, the Western powers would jump in and say, hey, why did you do it? Here, India is going ahead and telling them all its allies.
I now want to run some of the videos of the reactions. There's one video I got from a car. It's shot by a Pakistani who's moving in a car. He's completely taken aback. I want to run the video because this morning the people of India must see our power. The Saboot gang must see how we operate. I want to play this with audio, please.
अभी वीडियो कैच होगी? नहीं होगी. हो गया ये वहाँ से. अभी वीडियो कैच होगी? नहीं होगी. हो गया ये वहाँ से.
The only reaction there, the only reaction is he says, oh, and then he says, Samar, very interestingly, back on the screen, he says, kya aapki video kaid ho gayi? Which means, have you captured the moment? Even Pakistanis want to capture the moment when we are hitting them. Samar, this is beautiful.
I am telling you, 90% of the people around would be of PTI, who would have taken out their phones and would have been making the videos of these attacks and then
showing it.
They will be now putting it on to the Mullah Munir.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, we are told that seaborne strikes could have been carried out. We are not clear yet about the nature of the strike. We cannot speculate. But I have a video that we got from news agency right at the moment when there were strikes. So what we see are, and I want General Shukla to shed some light on this. What we saw when we were told moment of the strike, and we are not military people, didn't appear to be missiles. It's not missiles with this trail of light behind them, These appear to be very sharp, luminous objects that move very fast across the sky. There were 3 in succession. I'd like to play that video. General Shukla, if you can look at this, please, and tell us, there's some sound with it. Play it full frame, please. The moment of the strike, some of the strikes. Not this one, not this one, not this one. The one which we have where there are missiles. No, not this one. This is the one in Bahawalpur of the major strike. I got that one. There are others. There are other visuals when there are the orbs of light which are being fired in a specific direction. We will pull that video out. I think our video should be pulled out quicker. Production team, let's do a quick job of that. Right? Ladies and gentlemen, otherwise we'll have to keep waiting. There are a lot of people watching tonight and who are joining this morning who have not watched what happened last night. Can I have all the videos pulled out? Can the production team and the desk team say, yes, we have that? Because I'm in a hurry to play those visuals out. There are a lot of people who were not there last night. I'm going to play different range of visuals for you, ladies and gentlemen. Different range of visuals for you. This is not the one. This is not the one. I want the video from early in the morning. Aditi, I'm naming you. You need to pull out the video from early in the morning where we saw the orbs of sort of light move across the sky. There were 3 rounds of firing. There was ambience audio over them. I would like to direct our production team to run the right video at the right moment. People are watching right now and they don't want to be made to wait. This is the shelling video. This is the shelling video. This happened much later. You can keep changing the video and I'll talk over it. This is shelling video. This has happened after the initial range of attacks. We have different sets of video with us. I remember every single video. Ladies and gentlemen, this video came in around 3 o'clock. This video was from Bahawalpur, where the first series of strikes happened. There are 2 strikes that we can see which have happened devastatingly in Bahawalpur in a distance of about 3 odd kilometers from each other. If you see the horizon stretch, you can see this is probably at a range of about 3 odd kilometers from each other. And this is the kind of imagery it created, and Pakistan was in a sense of shock. The Pakistani media is being told not to run these pictures. The Pakistani army has gone to every location and is desperately trying to make sure that the media does not go in, and the whole areas have been cordoned off. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you some other sets of visuals right now. This is of what I feel. These are light flares that were put out. This was from Mendhar, General. This was from Mendhar. This was around 3:15, 3:30. After the firing was over, there were flares that were put up in that area. It could be from the Pakistani side, could be from the Indian side. The whole area is very close to the LOC. So there was a commentary there of our reporter talking over this set of visual. I wish we can get that visual where there were 3 firings that were reported. I don't know why we are not. Yeah, that's it. This is the visual I want Colonel, I want General, to see. General Raj Shukla, if you can see this visual and tell us what you think we are seeing here.
Arnab, from these visuals, it's very difficult to come to any military conclusion. So I won't do that. But the point that I wish to make is that if we have used our own fighter platforms, our drones, and if these are these sea-based, strikes, if at all, perhaps it is a product of the orchestration of forces and the preparation of the battle space that we saw over the last 7 to 8 days. And if it is, all 3 put together, I think it would have been a major factor in overwhelming the air defenses of Pakistan. So that is one. And if it is sea-based strikes, I think, it is what I've been arguing for very long, that Indian military power across domains, when you unleash it, Pakistan will simply crumble. In the past, we have done very focused, isolated strikes. But this is the unleashing of Indian power. That's why I began by saying, India's power and its purpose. The second point I'd like to make, is I think a very careful preparation of the diplomatic space. Contrary to what I've heard in the media, I followed statements of President Trump, J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth. Everybody said that we will support India in its defense of terror. Meaning that, I think there would be a nudge and wink from them, the Israelis on our side.
Yeah.
The last communication which the Prime Minister had with President Putin also seemed to be very positive. So that's why I say our statecraft has come of age. The diplomatic space, the military prowess, the whole information orchestration, politico-military convergence. So as I think Abhijit said, it's a really good morning. And
yeah, it's a fantastic morning. I got a visual of a forward post of the Pakistani army destroyed in India's retaliation across the Poonch and LOC. Can I run that visual, please? We have fantastic visuals that have just come in of a forward post of the Pakistani army destroyed in India's retaliation in Poonch across the LOC. We are told very heavy damage is being given to the Pakistanis each time they are trying to do some shooting across the LOC. Ladies and gentlemen, see these visuals. That's across the LOC, ladies and gentlemen. Pictures on Republic. We are fighting hard. We're fighting on the ground. We're fighting across the LOC as well. NND Dubey is with us. NND Dubey, you're the man who killed Ghazi Baba. You have been with the NIA. You know exactly the significance of this. Now, we are not told yet whether the Lashkar leadership, we are told serious damage to Lashkar top leadership. We don't know about Masood Azhar yet. General Raj Shukla said this could be targeted assassinations. You know, we are also hearing about...
Can I make one point?
Yes, sir.
You see, last time, our information narrative was very poor. And because our information narrative was poor, all this talk of crows and all came in.
Yeah.
This thing, I think ADG Stratcom has done a good job of, quickly bringing out these visuals of what's happening along the line of control, in the airspace, targeting.
That's right.
And
Visuals
the
back again of last
Pakistanis
night's
seem to be on defensive, and you either have tall claims or you have bluster. I just heard saw Shahbaz Gill tweet. I mean, look at the disarray they are in. That tweet to Asim Munir that you please release Imran Khan.
They are complete disarray.
Just to add what General Shukla is saying, which has worked very well.
Yeah.
From the security establishment to the diplomatic establishment.
Run the visuals of last night, please, producers. Thank you. Yeah. Please continue, Saurabh. I'm just telling our producers to run the visuals of last night. I need to show the visuals. Just a guidance to our producers this morning. I need people watching tonight. The people watching tonight.
The security establishment in tandem has worked, made sure that they have quelled Pakistan's narrative, yet kept allies together and making sure that we reserve the right to strike when we want to do that.
Okay,
and
3 cheers.
Demonstration that we can go deep inside Pakistani territory. It's not some camps or alone.
Yeah, we need to move fast.
In Pakistan.
Yeah,
the epicenter of terrorism. So
absolutely. I have breaking news I need to share with all our viewers this morning. 3 cheers to our National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, who, with a hand-picked special team from the 3 services, has spearheaded Operation Sindoor, a mission aimed at avenging the fallen and honoring the widows left behind by the acts of terrorism. Not just Pahalgam, but several attacks have taken place in Jammu and Kashmir. The strategy, and I'm giving absolutely straight from the top information right now, the strategy was surgical and selective. And I can run the visuals if you're watching this morning's broadcast on the Republic Media Network, your favorite network. Then, ladies and gentlemen, I will run the visuals, production team, visuals of last night. Please, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Show all the visuals that came in from 1:30 till 3:30, including the visuals of the devastation, including the visuals of the rubble, including the visuals of the Pakistani army trying to cordon off the area, including the visuals of the damage done. Run the visuals. Don't run any one visual on a loop. Do not do that. People joining in right now are wanting to see all the visuals of last night, and I want to show it to them. So, ladies and gentlemen, the strategy this time is surgical and selective. We are told by government sources, top government sources telling us that the National Technical Research Organization has played a very critical role in the early stages, helping to identify high-value targets. Once confirmed, each target that the NTRO put out was put under intense surveillance, leading to a refined list focused solely on the terror elements. And ladies and gentlemen, I have some more information to share with you this morning. The final go-ahead came from National Security Advisor, the one and only Ajit Doval himself. After briefing the Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the mission scope and objective, Ajit Doval was there till 8 o'clock yesterday. From 8 o'clock onwards, he was the one person who was constantly with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the whole mission and scope of the mission was explained to the Prime Minister. Only a small and trusted circle was kept in the loop, and a tightly secured control room was established, manned directly by NSA Ajit Doval and his core team to oversee every move in real time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all the information that is coming in right now, and let me tell you, as of now, we have a clear upper hand. The We are told that fighters carried out the strike from the IB. Is it possible for the fighters to strike from the IB without actually penetrating the IB? Is a question. Murid Ke Lashkar headquarters have been hit from Samba IB. Gulpur Lashkar has been hit from Poonch LOC area. So this is very spread out. Samar, this is a very spread out operation. And we just told 20 minutes back, Navy was also involved, which means there could have been marine strikes. So they're covered from all fronts, leaving nothing to chance.
I mean, they've stretched them out. They've stretched their resources out. They've stretched their satellite imagery or their capabilities to the limits. And probably I feel that, the double strikes in Muzaffarabad might have been a deception for the Pakistan Air Force to focus more towards the north, leaving the Western Front exposed. So, I mean, there are many things at play.
Yeah, and now also we are seeing these pictures here. The big speculation here, Samar, is, the big speculation, Mr. Dubey, is, have we got the main Lashkar man, the main Jaish man? Who have we got? I mean, what do you think, sir?
Actually, actually, we are very curious to know the extent of damage as to Murid Ke, the Jamaat-ud-Dawa, Lashkar-e-Toiba capital, who are responsible for killing 175 innocent civilians in our Mumbai. So Lashkar is the main matter of interest, that how much damage has been caused to them and how many terrorists, how many their leadership have been killed. That is one question. And the second anxiousness is about your Bahawalpur, because in last 25 years, Bahawalpur has never been touched. And they are running the complete factory of Jaish-e-Mohammed from Bahawalpur. So out of 9 targets, these 2 targets, Bahawalpur and your Murid Ke, they are matter of interest. How much damage has been caused, I think with passage of time, we'll come to know more. And we basically did our strike work in these 2 cities. They are very important. Capital of POK, Muzaffarabad, already taken care of. So, Kotli, Muzaffarabad, and complete these training area, launching pads have been targeted. So, it's a very precision work. Now we have to see, because with the blast and the visuals, it is very clear that very significant damage must have been done to their infrastructure and the terrorist people who are hiding there. Definitely some assets might have been shifted because of these ongoing 12-13.
What they've done is I can confirm, our reporter saying here tonight, we got information that and here's the information with us, that there have been some civilian casualties on our side in Pakistani firing. We are told that cross-border firing has happened. The Pakistanis, and the press release says that during the intervening night of 6-7 May 2025, the Pakistani army resorted to arbitrary firing, including artillery shelling from posts across the LOC and IB opposite J&K. 3 innocent civilians lost their lives in indiscriminate firing and shelling. Indian army is responding in a proportionate manner. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also told that 7 civilians injured in park shelling in Uri, Salamabad, and many houses have also been damaged. So, broad story is tonight, and I want to take you through all the visuals. You are seeing the reactions out there. And now I'll quickly, in 1 minute, summarize all that's been going on. Before I go back to our expert guest, General Raj Shukla, NND Dubey, Saurabh Shukla from Washington, D.C., and the one and only Samarpal Toor. I'm going to recap things. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great morning. It's exactly 6 o'clock by my watch, and it's a fantastic morning for all of us. There have been precision strikes by India on Pakistan. This is 2 weeks since the Pahalgam attack. We have avenged Pahalgam. These are precision strike weapon systems that have been used in the attack, including loitering munitions. General Bakshi's recorded clips will play next. The coordinates for the attacks on the terrorist camps inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir were given by intelligence agencies. The whole operation was overseen by the incredible National Security Advisor of India, Ajit Doval. India used kamikaze drones, weapons designed to crash into a target, we're told. It's an unprecedented tri-service operation. All 9 targets have been successfully neutralized. Shehbaz Sharif is nervous. The army is under attack. These are different visuals from different parts of Pakistan. We have bombarded Pakistan in a way that even Israel doesn't do. Ladies and gentlemen, all Pakistan is responding nervously as of this minute. They are saying we are going to go to the United Nations Security Council. Key airports all across Pakistan have been cut for about 48 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, we still do not know the exact fate of specific Lashkar leadership, specific Jaish leadership, but these are places where the Pakistani army patronage is very clear. The Pakistani army has sent its people, and I can show those other visuals. Let's show the pictures of the damage now, production team. Let's show the pictures of the damage, because immediately after it happened, a stunned group of people started walking around aimlessly along the areas. That's the nature of the damage that we have done. We've just finished it off. We pulverized it. Immediately the Pakistani army comes in, they try to sanitize the area. But unfortunately for them, this time they can't deny that we did not attack, because it's happened, and it's happened so clearly. They are in an absolute state of shock. We are told there have been mass desertions. At least 4,000 desertions have happened. The Pakistani army is scrambling. Asif Munir has not come out. There is an ISPR press conference, and this is the nature of the devastation that you're seeing this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2 centers of attack, Murid Ke, which was Lashkar, taken over by the Pakistani Punjab government following international pressure. Its functioning remains unaltered. All these places are being cordoned off by the Pakistani army, which proves without a shred of doubt that this is the way they were protecting this whole area. Right? And indeed, they're protecting it. They're the guardians of that place. They're the guardians of that place.
Actually, they were, to my mind, whatever, they were just lamenting and crying, but they were not ready for these attacks.
They were not ready for these.
And they were not ready specifically for being attacked in Punjab.
Yeah.
Because if you hit Bahawalpur, you hit Punjab.
Yeah.
And if you hit Punjab, you hit the core of Pakistan.
You go deep. You go deep.
That is the biggest thing. They never thought of that we are going to hit Bahawalpur.
Absolutely deep. Donald Trump came out within 15 minutes, and as Saurabh was saying that, if I can play out the soundbite of Donald Trump, he seemed rather amused with this. He was not at all critical. In fact, he said in his response, just coming to you, Saurabh, I want to play Donald Trump's 1 minute soundbite. He said, everything's okay. I hope this finishes up pretty quickly. But given the past, I'm not surprised. Given the past means, given Pakistan's relentless support for terrorism, I'm not surprised. That's Donald Trump for you. Play that out, please.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's as clear. Saurabh, how do you read that? You know. How do you read that? You've been in so many Trump conferences.
In the past, you would have imagined a statement from the US president would have been that, oh, you have to stop now. India would have got hundreds of calls asking that you have to restrain yourself. All that. That's changed. The entire narrative has changed now. It's a new India you are dealing with. The US president clearly signaling that I am fine. If I remember, I just want to jog the memory. In fact, Donald Trump, during his first term, when he came to India as the president, I asked him on Pakistan-sponsored terrorism, and he was very firm on it. So clear messaging from the US as well that we don't want escalation, but you do what you have to do to take care of your interest and destroy these terror infrastructure. He's very clear on Islamic terrorism, and this is a message that we can go deep down to Pakistani territory. Don't forget, we've gone to Punjab, which is the home state of Shehbaz Sharif, which is there, how will they now face the world saying that we were housing these terrorists? The hotbed of terrorism was where the Pakistani Prime Minister comes from. So look at the narrative. They go to the UN Security Council 2 days back, they tried to call a special session because Pakistan happens to be a non-permanent member. And the UN Security Council, in fact, the members asked them questions. about their whole complicity with these terror groups. So this is what happening to Pakistan, that they are being cornered on all flanks. And I feel that this is a great strategic exercise that we have done. Operation Sindoor is not only about the military exercise, it's about the overall strategic interplay that our security and diplomatic establishment have done to attain India's strategic interest and to fulfill our, unified action to take, revenge for Pahalgam terror attack.
Okay, people are saying show us the more visuals. Samar, I'm going to show a whole range of visuals. Producers, can you just pull it out? So what we can show you right now is the level of devastation, and those places started getting quick protection. This was unexpected because this is Navy, Army, Air Force joint attack. It's an unusual attack. This is not Samar. It's not a surgical strike. So how would you classify it? How would you classify it? Even till now, people are not clear about what kind of munitions have been used. And Pakistanis are asking how come. And what they're confirming is, I have in fact a video of a local from, which I was just seeing here, from, Bahawalpur, who is so angry. And he says, I don't know what was happening there when he says there are 4 missile strikes on Bahawalpur, on Maulana Masood Azhar's madrasa. I would like to take that video in just a bit. I'll edit a small portion out and I'll show it to you. But, okay, we have former Air Chief Air Marshal Bhadoria with us. Good morning, sir. Fantastic morning. Good morning to you.
Morning, yes.
What do you make of the nature of the attack, the munitions used, the technology used? And the strategy, the military strategy.
I think it's exactly like the Prime Minister said. Honorable Prime Minister had given very clear direction, unimaginable punishment for the terrorists and their backers and supporters. All 9 targets, all terrorist sites or infrastructure, the choice of weapons, all precision strikes, and already reports emanating from Pakistan on the kind of damage done. So it's looking good, great. I think overall very effective measures taken and a very calculated and a response. No military target chosen, all related to terrorists, and a very strong message.
Yeah. So what kind of ammo has been used here? Missiles, artillery.
No, I think details are not available, but I would expect it would be a combination of standoff precision weapons and some loitering munition too. It could be.
Can you tell me in lay words, what is loitering munitions? What is...
loitering munition would mean something like it is unmanned, it is just a munition. It's like a bomb flying. It is totally unmanned. It goes, the target is given, it goes and attacks the target. So it would be a combination. It
can't be intercepted.
No, it can be. It can be intercepted.
So they failed
to
do it. So the Pakis failed to do it.
We would need to see if they've intercepted anything of that. Some of the standoff weapons are more difficult to intercept, especially some are very high-speed one. Some are with standoff distances which are high. So it would be a combination. Now, when details emerge, we'll know more. But the kind of targets in terms of depth chosen and the type of targets, it will be a combination of these.
Okay, what I'll do right now, viewers, I'm going to show you a soundbite. I'll cut off the last 10 seconds. Yeah, we done that? Okay. We got a soundbite of a local in Bahawalpur. Watch this carefully. I'll run the video of the hammering of Bahawalpur, which is found from a car. A moving car stops and you see the devastation out there. And on the left-hand side, I'll run a soundbite of a local who says, I can confirm that we've been attacked 4 times. Where the hell was the Pakistani army? Let's play that. We got the windows right? We'll play it. Shall we play it? Let's go.
पाकिस्तानी और इंडियन ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के।
Cut it out there, and ladies and gentlemen, just watch that. Just watch that. It's a question being asked. It's an eyewitness. Samar, where was my army? He says. 4 strikes he confirms in Bahawalpur, not 2, 4.
They're rattled, Arnab. They're rattled. They can't believe what happened. The Pakistanis, their narratives is completely demolished. That's the reason you see different statements coming out of them. They don't know what has hit them.
They truly don't. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier today I spoke.
They have miscalculated. They have miscalculated the response.
Yeah.
They have been looking in for the same old orthodox response of, attack from the land that had happened, previously, by the special forces. So that is the only domain of spectrum to which they can think. They couldn't think beyond, and they've got something which is beyond their imagination. Arnab.
Dwivedi, the young man from Kanpur, newly married, who was killed after, the terrorists Pahalgam asked him, "Are you Hindu or Muslim?" And then he said that, do we have the chunk ready? Then he said that I'm Hindu, and the moment he said he was Hindu, he was shot in the head. His head was blown off.
And I basically dialogue with the
absolutely, and I spoke to Saurabh Dwivedi, and he was thanking Narendra Modi. He was thanking the Indian Army. That's a very emotional sequence. If I have that, and some of the other parts, but this is a moment for the country. I think what we've done today is that we've shown we know how to hit when it hurts. The message is going to go very far. Samar, they're going to get a very sharp message. This is not a Bharat they're used to dealing with. This is another level.
Something beyond what they've expected or thought. I mean, just imagine they mobilized their whole military. They have almost emptied Baluchistan. They've moved from hundreds of kilometers away to our western borders to deploy for what? The result is in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. This is the new India. This is the new technology that we got to offer. This is the new world power in the making. And this is a clear message to all the perpetrators and the enemies of humanity that this is what you get if you mess around with the new Bharat.
Absolutely. This is so great here. I have that clip. Do I have the clip right now yet of Saurabh Dwivedi? Okay, I was told 30 seconds, 2 minutes back. But anyway, Air Marshal Bhadoria. Now we're looking at the nature of the strikes. What I'll do is on the screen, I will put 6 sets of visuals so that the former air chief can see the visuals and assess for himself what has happened out here. If you put yourself in the hot seat, and we're told great coordination was being done by NSA Doval. There was a lot of human intelligence. We're also told that the NTRO identified the targets, and after the targets were identified, there was a lot of intel work which was done. Air Marshal Bhadoria. So this is a combination of locations and individuals, I believe. Though we don't have confirmation of individuals yet, we can't rule it out. We can't rule it out in this situation, can we?
I think what you're saying is absolutely correct. There would have been a lot of due diligence in choice of targets, in who's there at the moment, what all is there in the targets. So this would be a very, very considered decision. Important is the magnitude, the number of targets chosen, the kind of target chosen, and the depth. So that shows our intent. And what you're showing me in visuals in terms of the blast scenes, it is very clearly, it's much beyond loitering munition. There are heavy caliber bombs in this with precision accuracy, and you would see a lot of damage. So there from Balakot, they said that we couldn't see much damage. Here it is now. This is the next level. There we were very, very precise and even more calibrated. We kept it to a lower level. Here it is for you.
Yeah, we're also told right now, Samar, that this news is spreading, and we need to go back to Shravan on that. That J-17 Chinese-made Thunder jet has been shot down by us. Apparently the J-17 was trying to enter our side, then it crashed. That's the information we have. We have one unauthenticated video as well, which we're not putting out yet. But obviously, you know, we expect, this news is going around that the J-17 fighter jet of the Pakistanis has crashed, and this has happened in Akhnur. We're told that there could be a Pakistani pilot who was in the JF-17 plane. We don't know what has happened to the pilot yet, but the news is spreading fast. Samar, what are your sources telling you?
The sources are saying that this is a PAF J-117 and it has been shot down by our air defense, and unfortunately they're saying that the pilot happens to be no more because the ejection system failed. So these are the present
so Shravan, this is
coming.
information coming in. I want more of the breaking news plates. Please, news desk has to speak to me. They have to run the latest news because my news desk, I'm speaking to them right now. Viewers, we've done a great job since morning. This is the time when people want the information of what happened overnight. We need to give it to them. Shravan, what are you hearing about the JF-17 jet, please?
Well, in fact, part of the remains have been recovered, but we're not very sure about the exact location right now, Arnab, because we've just spoken to the 16 Corps to get the details of whether they are going to officially put out anything or not. We are expecting them to perhaps give us more clarity in a short while from now. But a little bit more details that we have picked up in terms of the operation itself. Remember, with the National Security Advisor and the special team, which had basically formed these very locations that were basically selected. And what we are being told that this was not just about Pahalgam. They are saying that this was about the terror attacks that have taken place earlier too. So they're avenging the terror attacks that have taken place in Jammu and Kashmir over the last 1 year. That is the reason why each of these 9 targets were meticulously selected by the National Security Advisor along with the special team. And the NTRO was actually called in for carrying out the surveillance.
Okay, we'll stay with the breaking news right now. Shravan, I want you to recap. We can keep the special graphics off. I want the big breaking news plates so that with that we can carry the news forward. And can the news desk please respond to the direct live instructions which I'm giving on air right now and not make me work so hard, for God's sake, please. All right, can we just put all the news out? I'm speaking to my output team and my production team because I'm going to be recapping right now for all our viewers everything that has happened. And so this has happened 2 weeks since the Pahalgam attack, ladies and gentlemen. What we'll do is we'll take the breaking news plates and intersperse those with the visuals. Thank you. And 2 weeks since the Pahalgam attack, there have been multiple precision strike weapon systems. Oh, thank you very much for that's old news. For all the 3 services which have been used in the attack on Pakistan, including what are called loitering munitions, or keep changing it, or unmanned aerial vehicles. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not be repetitive on the one plate. Can we move fast? The coordinates for the attack on the terrorist camps inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir were given by the intelligence agencies. Some reports that these were kamikaze drones which were used, which means there were perhaps some specific targets. But one leading information I can share with you this morning is that Ajit Doval was very, very involved. So this is not symbolic attacks. This is based on very, 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 very specific. Keep changing the news information plates, please, news desk. Come on. Right? I got that news point that you've got, but you need not stay on that. Rather, I would say tonight that what you need to put out is what has happened overnight. Can I please request you, you do not have to go to the 5 window again. Come on, don't infuriate me. I'm making a point tonight. Okay, we are telling our viewers what has happened. Don't make it difficult for me, production team and news team. All right? Now, all 9 targets have been successfully neutralized. I can tell you the locations where all the attacks have happened. They are in multiple locations in a sequence, ladies and gentlemen. You have Bahawalpur, which is approximately 150 kilometers from Indian border, deep inside South Punjab. You have Muridke, which is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, approximately 50 kilometers from the international border. You have Kotli, which is 40 to 50 kilometers inside Pak-occupied Kashmir, close to the LOC. Now, there have been reports of a Pakistani JF-17 Chinese-made Thunderjet, which has been brought down by India's intercepting radar. I cannot tell you the exact location, but the fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, I will go to that later. Please focus on the information and not studio theatrics. Please do not distract me. Please do not distract me. I'm giving the news to our viewers. Thank you very much. Can we just take all the news that happened overnight in the plates, please? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Operation Sindoor. I'm giving you a full detail of the locations which we have struck. Bahawalpur is the critical location, Muridke. And ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister is not yet clear whether the Prime Minister will be briefing himself, but I'm told the Prime Minister is having a Cabinet Committee on Security meeting at 11 a.m. And in any case, we are all aware that there's going to be a planned security mock drill across 244 districts in the country, 34 states. So this is all going to happen today. Now we can sequence this, that when Rajnath Singh said yesterday, day before yesterday in fact, that I want to assure you that under the leadership of the Prime Minister, what you wish for will be done. There was obvious clarity, and he was one of the first people to tweet today. He simply said, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. The strikes have occurred in the early hours of May 7, 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock Indian Standard Time, specifically after 1:28, starts getting reported around 1:40 in the morning. What we were doing here is that we were leveraging the nighttime conditions to maximize the surprise. We were, change the plates, we were leveraging. I'm sure we can run more visuals than that. We were leveraging the nighttime conditions to maximize surprise, reduce civilian exposure. I'm sure we have more information on plates. I'm sure we have more visuals, and exploit Pakistan's very limited nocturnal air defense capabilities. And this is the deepest and the very deepest that India has struck inside Pakistan's territory since the India-Pakistan War of 1971. This is the deepest strike inside Pakistan's territory since the 1971 India-Pakistan War. This is the first time since 1971, I can confirm to you tonight, that the tri-services have launched a coordinated attack. Change the plates. For the first time since the 1971 Indo-Pak War, India's Army, India's Navy, India's Air Force have come together. We have more visuals. In a coordinated tri-service military operation, we have more visuals, more information. Targeting and destroying 9 terror camps deep inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan's air defense system has completely failed. This is a Chinese-made HQ-9 air defense system. The Chinese, breaking news plate, the Chinese HQ-9 air defense system of Pakistan has completely failed to detect or respond. China gave this air defense system to Pakistan in 2021. It was meant to guard against long-range threats. It has completely failed. Indian Air Force sources are confirming no man or machine has been harmed in this. The news desk is not giving me enough information yet, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm going to be getting more information from my news team and my research team as I bring you this news live. It's a great morning for us, 6:25. You're waking up tonight. You're waking up this morning, this Wednesday morning, to the biggest ever strike done by the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, and the Indian Air Force since 1971. We do not know the physical whereabouts of Masood Azhar yet. NND Dubey, what do you think? Have we got him? Have we got him? What do you think, sir?
I wish we...
Come on, sir, let's put him on air.
I wish that...
More information, more plates, please. News desk. Thank you.
I wish that this very precision strike in Bahawalpur this early morning could have got Maulana Masood Azhar. We are just waiting for the confirmation because the single person responsible for spilling the blood of innocent Bharati on our soil since last 25 years. It's almost quarter century this person is surviving, and he is carrying such a big killing tag from the Indian territory. So I wish that my wish is fulfilled this morning. I am just awaiting for some good news.
We will get the news. We will get the news, ladies and gentlemen. We will get the news. About 1 million people watching this on live streaming right now. About 1 million Indians. I can tell you this, it'll be 1 crore Indians very soon. Colonel Shailendra Singh, Bharat Mata ki jai, sir. Thank you, sir. You've really built up the morale. How do you analyze this? Let's get your live analysis this morning. And we'll run the visuals as you speak. This is a great morning. Colonel Shailendra Singh for you live.
Jai Hind, Namaskar.
Jai Hind, sir.
Arnab, I can only tell you one thing.
Sir.
पाकिस्तान का जो सपना था वो पूरा हो गया.
Well said, well said, well said. Well said.
You see, it would have been a huge disappointment for Pakistan that they had declared a war inside.
Yeah.
Now we have to live up to that expectation. We have to live up to the demand. पाकिस्तान का ये भी आवाम का सपना पूरा हो गया कि terrorist camp can be destroyed deep inside also. There is nothing called as POK only. The places like Bahalpur, Kotli, these were even targeted last time, but they were dropped at the last minute. Now we are finding that there is no length. You see, you remember I said, no length and breadth and depth of Pakistan will be left if we have to go for the terrorist or their Aka. I'm very sure that the damage done at their headquarters is only the start. Be rest assured. Be rest assured, more is coming. This is not the end of the dream for Pakistan. But at the same time, this is also, I never make a political comment, but I think the people here also who are demanding proof chahiye ke kya kar rahe hain. I think this is loud and clear. There is nothing unturned. We will go down to any level, any place in Pakistan.
Sorry, I don't want to make a political comment, but I don't want to make a political comment. I don't want to make a political comment, but I will make two. I will say one thing. Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party should shut up for the next 1 year and not open their mouth. Sabut gang should keep quiet. We're ashamed of them. Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi, Robert Vadra the Great should keep their mouth shut for the next 10 years, quit politics and quit public life. We're ashamed of them.
Don't go by anything.
This is the happiest day. I have a message from a dear friend of mine who says, it's the happiest day of my life, brother. Yes, it is the happiest day for us as well. But the happiest day for us also is because we know how to induce pain. We've had the armory, we've had our people, we've had our forces. We've just not exercised it enough. But this is the greatest strategic moment. All the army, National Security Advisor, political leadership, people in Stratcom, and the right-thinking people in the media all working together to deliver this. But hats off to the Indian Armed Forces. The toughest army in the world tonight. The toughest army. I've always wanted a hit like this. These visuals are the shock and awe that we need. There is nothing clandestine about this. It's all very much in the public, and that's what makes it doubly beautiful. Visuals on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. That very moment when a Pakistani says to another, oh my God, hum mar jayenge. Somebody says, are capture kya footage mein? Camera mein capture kya? Indians humko maar rahe. And I want to play one more. Let's hear that video. Hear that video.
वाली भाई हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहाँ से अभी वीडियो क्या होगी नहीं होगी
I know
वाली भाई
म्यूजिक
हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहाँ से अभी वीडियो क्या होगी नहीं होगी वाली भाई हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहाँ से
I want to say one thing. I want to say one thing, ladies and gentlemen. I have been told that these weak, incompetent Pakistani summer are floating fake videos using an AI voice of mine and my face, putting out fake news. That's all they can do.
Imagine the military used a video game clipping. So this is, I think, nothing new to us.
I'm calling out those fake, hypocrite, liar, weak cowards on air. If you can come and face me, don't use my fake imagery. You can't come close to the real one. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have with us, Lieutenant General Nitin Kohli. General Kohli, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, Jai Hind. Bharat Mata ki Jai, sir. Bharat Mata ki Jai.
Bharat Mata ki Jai.
Today, the blood flowing through our veins is flowing at 10 times the velocity. It's been beautiful this morning.
It's a proud moment for all of us.
Very proud moment, Saurabh. Very proud moment. We're proud of our army. We're proud of our national security advisor. And we're so proud of our Air Force and Navy. And we're incredibly proud of Prime Minister Narendra Modi for the direction that he has shown the country at this moment. General, how do you view this Operation Sindoor?
And also, I'll add that we are also proud of the media like you, the person like you, who's so nationalist, and you always sort of do your shows in favor of the nation.
Sir,
you see,
it's our duty.
There's no doubt in this. We all are feeling very proud. India has done it in a very precise and very dignified manner.
Yeah.
We have given message to the world and to the Pakistan that no escalation. We have not hit their military targets. Their civilians have not been hit. So we have given from our side a exit route to them, off-ramp to them. Now it's for them to do what they want to do. And without repeating the things which have already been spoken on your show, I just want to say one more thing. Like you said some time back that their AD, which they had, HQ9 from China, that was not functioning. And even JF-17 has been brought down.
Okay.
This also gives a message to the world that how reliable Chinese equipment is. You see, this JF-17 in Myanmar also has not been working. So these are the side messages which will go. Otherwise, the way the targets have been selected in a brilliant manner, and the way they were kept under observation and the strikes have been carried out, this will give a very good message. And the Pakistan, and for the remaining, and even for some of the peoples in our country also, the message should be loud and clear. At the time of Balakot, they did say that they no proof, nothing happened. Now they can't say. Pakistan themselves have accepted this. Also, Arnab, I want to say, they've been sort of blustering that the moment you cross the border, something happens, we will fire nuclear weapons. Where are the nuclear weapons now? So their bluff has also been called out. But yes, at the same time, there is no room for complacency. They will sort of retaliate. Their army there has a larger than life image. So for saving their face, something they will do. But that makes no difference. I'm sure our armed forces have done all the calculations. And we are very well prepared to retaliate or to sort of take care of anything they try out. At the moment also, firing has been going on. Artillery firing on LC from both the sides, it has been going on. Unfortunately, some casualties will be there. The details are not known as yet. But the message which has been given to Pakistan is loud and clear. And our government also needs to be complimented, those who have taken the strong decision. And basically, this is not a message for Pakistan only. It also for the world. That these terrorists, Pakistanis or otherwise, what kind of mischief they do in the democracies, that they should be hit like this. Arnab.
Absolutely. Calls for the change of the army chief in Pakistan are going across. PTI is putting out a statement that that Asim Munir should be held responsible for what has happened. Saurabh, Samar, there's complete chaos in Pakistan.
Absolutely.
They've declared emergency. They're going helter-skelter.
It's sure that the Pakistani army, which was trying to tom-tom that they can take on any strike from India, they've been exposed. Also, their backers, China, which has been providing them with satellite imagery and all kind of other equipment, they've been exposed as well. So it's a double whammy for Pakistan and its backer China as well. It's a clear message that don't test our patience. This is a Naya Bharat which can go deep down. There's a message by targeting, one of the key terror epicenters in Punjab, which is Shehbaz Sharif and the Sharif's, bastion, that we will go ahead and expose you right there in your home ground. So that's a clear message coming from India. And also we have sent out a very responsible message as a power, as a global power, that we have hit only these terror epicenters.
I want to run a small clip of that Pakistani when he says 4 missile strikes. Where is my army? I'm let down by my army. My Masood Azhar has been attacked. 4 missile strikes. We're shocked. We're devastated. He's closed himself up in his house. Hear that soundbite, ladies and gentlemen. This is the voice of a spooked Pakistan. Let's play it with the visuals for double effect.
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पर भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल।
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, look at that. That's the voice of Pakistan tonight, Samar. And there are many videos coming out like this. Many.
Because you see, it's going to spread like wildfire, the amount of content that they've made. And I'm telling you, 90% of these guys are PTI supporters. And I am telling you, within hours, there is going to be an increase in the momentum of BLF, BLA and BRA attacks on the Pakistan military, and there is going to be a lot that is going to happen at the Durand line from the Afghanistan border towards Pakistan. So Pakistan is not realizing that within a matter of few hours they are going to get busy from many fronts.
Okay, I have another set of incredible visuals. Yeah, you're saying something, Shailendra, Colonel Shailendra Singh.
जनरल साहब ने बड़ा अच्छा बोला ना कि मैसेज आई एम सेइंग वी आर नॉट गिविंग सर एनी मैसेज टू एनीबॉडी
या
वी हैव डन इट नाउ यू टेक द मैसेज द वे you want to take it.
What the hell you want?
Let the US take it the way US wants it.
What the hell they want?
Yeah, we don't.
We're not answerable. We're not answerable.
Absolutely. मैं जिसको बोलता हूँ कि ना भूलेंगे ना छोड़ेंगे, लेकिन सिर्फ और सिर्फ अब हम तुम्हें तोड़ेंगे। अब हमने तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया है. Do what you like. And let us see that act of war and every damn thing. We have shown you our act of war. Now you show whatever you want to show. I couldn't care less what you are into. और जिसको जो मैसेज लेना है अपने तरीके से ले ले. We have delivered a Hindustani message to you by striking deep. You always thought POK. We have gone wherever we want to. And be rest assured, maybe, I'm just saying maybe, your further dreams will come true, that we'll come towards you more often in better way.
I got one more video. General Raj Kochhar joining our non-stop coverage tonight. General Rajan Kochhar, nice to have you with us. We have more and more evidence of fantastic Indian airstrikes that have happened in the overnight, right? And people are very excited. Better than you expected, sir, this one.
Yes, I think we were discussing this yesterday.
Yes.
And it's happened much more than our own expectations, and the way it has been done all along the line of control. Even Punjab has been addressed, which we were anticipating that only line of control LC would be addressed. But here, a very, I think, intricate planning has gone into it, and I'm quite impressed at the selection of the targets, because all these 9 locations, if you analyze, they are camps where active recruitment was going on. So today Pakistan can't say कि 2 कौवे मर गए थे वहाँ पे, because here definite intel was available. And
so the NTRO has identified and confirmed key targets.
Yes.
Confirmed key targets.
सर इस बार ना सिर्फ कौवे नहीं मरे हैं, भेड़ बकरियां भी मरी हैं, क्योंकि for them these are all भेड़ बकरी. Their headquarters have been hit of the terrorist camp. I think you are right on the line.
Absolutely. Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba headquarters have been hit.
Yes.
And when a headquarter is actually like a nerve center, when you hit a headquarter, you are bound to cause casualties to some of the senior leaders. You see, all this information will start trickling in after some time, and Pakistan is going to deny it. So whatever you ask from Pakistan...
okay, we've got a video coming in which identifies the location where the attack has happened. He says, ye hai markaze Markaz Omar something, whatever it is. And idhar attack kiya gaya hai. The Pakistani is giving running commentary out there. Oh God, this is fantastic. Let's play this latest video of the Indian attack.
ये नुकसान ये 9 नंबर ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है ये नुकसान
Pakistanis, ladies and gentlemen, this is a loop out here, and the Pakistanis really are not being able to respond this morning. They are in a state of, they're disheveled, they're confused, and we've done this very well because diplomatically, and there's a point to underline repeatedly, that we've said we've only hit your terrorist installations, we've not hit your military yet, we've not hit your army, we've not hit your air force, we've not hit your special forces, we've not hit the army headquarters yet. So we've done what we need to in a retaliatory way. Now, I had a wonderful conversation with Saurabh Dwivedi. Very, very emotional conversation. He's the brother of Shubham Dwivedi of Kanpur, young man, recently married, who was killed because he was a Hindu.
Yeah.
And this was his first reaction. I think I recorded it around 2:45 in the morning. Can I play my conversation with Saurabh Dwivedi, please? Can we run that, please? Tonight, General Bakshi, I have with us tonight Saurabh Dwivedi. Saurabh Dwivedi, brother of Shubham Dwivedi. Saurabh, good morning. And Shubham was killed by these terrorists in Pahalgam, right? And we've just got the news, Saurabh, that India has hit 9 locations, including the Lashkar headquarters, including the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters. This is the first time since then that I'm speaking to a victim's family. I'd like your thoughts. We've just got the news. And it's called Operation Sindoor.
Arnab, this is a true homage to my brother by the government. Through you, I would like to thank PM Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah ji, the whole Indian Army, all 3 defense forces. This is a true homage to my brother. My whole family is in debt. And I have my brother here sitting with me. I have my whole family here sitting with me. They took away my bhabhi's sindoor, and Indian Army has returned her the respect, the vengeance she wanted, and whole family will always be in debt to the government, to the armed forces.
Is your family watching this? When did you first hear?
Yes, we got the news as soon as the strike happened. A lot of calls came, and everyone, they told us that this is the true homage. Everyone was saying कि सरकार ने श्रद्धांजलि दी है शुभम को आज.
बहुत बड़ी श्रद्धांजलि तो दी है सौरभ
जी,
मगर इसके लिए जो प्राइस देना पड़ा आपको, आपके पूरे परिवार को, ये तो कभी वापस नहीं आ सकते. मगर मुझे लग रहा है कि जिस तरह से मोदी सरकार ने इस बार मुरीद के, बहावलपुर, जो अलग अलग टारगेट्स है, इतनी डीप गई है, एक तरह से जो दृढ़ता हमारे सरकार ने दिखाई है कि कोई ये डेकोरेटिव स्ट्राइक नहीं है. पाकिस्तान को बहुत क्लियर मैसेज है. इस वक्त अगर आप और आपके परिवारजन ये तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं तो मैं कहना चाहूंगा आपको, और आपके लिए एक खबर मैं देना चाहता हूं कि वही पाकिस्तानी आर्मी, वही आसिफ मुनीर जिसने पहलगाम करवाया, उसी ने अभी अपने फौज को भेजकर कहा है कि जहां जहां भारतीय सेना ने अटैक की है उस पूरे एरिया को कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दो, ताकि पाकिस्तान की जनता को पता ना चले कि कितनी बुरी तरह से हमारे मिसाइल्स ने अटैक किया है. We have hammered them so badly. I want to tell you, Saurabh, it is total devastation. It is the main headquarters. They don't know, they did not expect. ये पिछले 12, 13, 14, 2 हफ्तों से एक ही बात कह रहे थे, करना चाहते हो अटैक तो आके करो. मगर जिस रात अटैक हुई, ये टोटली अनप्रिपेयर्ड है सौरभ. इनकी एयर डिफेंस एस्टैब्लिशमेंट टूट चुकी है. ये सिर्फ वहां पे निहत्थे लोगों पर अटैक कर सकते हैं। ये कायर पाकिस्तानी सिर्फ निहत्थे इनोसेंट टूरिस्ट को मार सकते हैं, मगर जब इंडियन आर्मी बाहर आती है और ये जॉइंट ऑपरेशन है, सौरभ, आई वॉन्ट यू टू टेल योर फैमिली, दिस इज अ जॉइंट ऑपरेशन ऑफ द भारतीय वायुसेना एंड द भारतीय आर्मी। दिस इज अ बिग ऑपरेशन, बिग ऑपरेशन।
अर्नब, मेरे भाई की शहादत पूरे देश को एक तरफ जोड़ेगी। अगर पाकिस्तान युद्ध करेगा तो हम उसको बहुत बुरी तरीके से हराएंगे। इस बार
उनको खत्म कर देंगे सौरभ। हमने फायर पार तो अभी शुरू की है। मैंने आज कहा, जब ये अटैक हुई, मैंने कहा कि मुरीद के में तो हमारा ट्रेलर है, बहावलपुर में हमारी फर्स्ट चैप्टर है। अगर पाकिस्तान हिम्मत करे, इसके बाद मुझे नहीं लगता करेगी, सिंबॉलिकली कुछ कर सकती है, मगर इस बार छोड़ने वाले नहीं है। समरपाल तूर कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? हमारे रक्षा विशेषज्ञ कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आपको? समरपाल तूर, सौरभ द्विवेदी जी को कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? उनकी पूरी परिवार आज इसको देख रही है।
क्या करेंगे वहां करके?
सौरभ, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि जो आज जवाब दिया है बहुत ही सोच समझकर प्लानिंग के साथ दिया गया है। अगर दुश्मन इस बात को आगे बढ़ाएगा तो मैं आश्वासन देता हूं कि शायद मैं इस टीवी स्क्रीन पे भी ना हूं, क्योंकि मैं भी जाऊंगा जंग लड़ने के लिए। तो आप फिक्र ना करें, और हम सब आपके परिवार के साथ इस वक्त खड़े हैं और पूरी जिंदगी भर खड़े रहेंगे। हम ये कुर्बानी और ये शहीदी कभी नहीं भूलेंगे, और अपने मरते दम तक कोई भी हिंदुस्तानी, आपके परिवार ने जो खोया है वो हमारा लॉस है, हम सब का नुकसान हुआ है, और हम सब आपके साथ कंधे से कंधे मिलाए खड़े हैं इस मुश्किल वक्त में। और आप अभी बस मैं इतनी दरख्वास्त करूंगा कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक ये मिसाल बने, और लोग जय हिंद के नारे लगाएं और विश्वास।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय। सौरभ, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय,
भारत माता की जय।
इस बार नहीं छोड़ेंगे। और सौरभ, हम पूरी तरह से आपके साथ हैं, हम पूरी तरह से आपके साथ हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपके पूरे परिवार को। पूरा भारत आपके साथ है, पूरा भारत आपके साथ। Prime Minister has been monitoring through the night. I'm told cruise missiles and drones have been used in this particular series of attacks. Very high technology. The Defense Minister is speaking to the Tri-Services Chief, and there's going to be a meeting, and there's going to be a press release and a media. The Indian Army will be doing the briefing fittingly at about 10 o'clock today. It's a big day for the country. Operation Sindoor has demolished Pakistan. We've hit Pakistan very, very hard, and we are going to be continuing to watch the situation very closely, because I think there's a lot of fake news doing the rounds. And fake news, if you disregard the fake news, the news on the Pakistani retaliation I have with me as of now, Colonel Shailendra, is that Pakistan did a lot of shelling. 3 people have died, across the LOC, and that's where it stands. Now, given the fact that we've carved out this press release very carefully, and we've said, we've attacked the terrorist targets. We have not attacked military installations. We have not targeted civilians. So we set the ground rules very clear.
No, but Arnab, I tend to disagree. Any headquarter of any terrorist camp is managed by an army man. I'm hitting you. I'm prepared to hit you. आप लोगों ने बोला था ना पाकिस्तान ने कि आप करके तो दिखाइए। हमने तो कर दिया। उन्होंने बोला था ना कि हम तैयार हैं। हम आपकी तैयारी से पार आ गए। आप तैयार रहिए, अभी भी आप तैयार रहिए। There is nothing wrong in that. But as far as I am concerned, that by hitting a headquarter of a terrorist camp, I am also hitting the mind and the nerve center of Pakistan Army, ISI, which is managing such camps. Whether we kill Munir or not is only a secondary issue. I am very happy you said we are yet to. I tell you, I like that sentence, that we are yet to go beyond. I think we will go beyond.
There's a point what you said, Arnab.
Breaking news. Yeah, can I be told who's live from the news desk, because I'd love some news updates right now. I think Shawan is with us. I think Aishwarya is with us. We need to have them light at all points of time. I have Gursimran with us. I have Rakshita with us. We're going to go live to our reporters. I'm going to go to Rakshita first. Rakshita from Srinagar tonight captured a brilliant visual. I think I can play Rakshita's video that was recorded at the very moment from our hotel room. And Rakshita, you can describe it as our producers pull it out. What did you see at that moment at around 1:30 this morning when you sent me that feed?
Well, that was, of course, just any layman we see in the towns we live in, just like an airplane when it moves. You hear that rumbling and it fades off after some time. But I could actually open the window and this continued for, it could come and go. It would fade in, fade out, but it would not end. The rumbling would go on and on. Could not see anything in the skies, but it was very much near. Something was hovering and I didn't understand if it was thunder. But since there is no flight movement here, except for helicopters, there was a rumbling sound which continued to go, and after that we saw that there was a blast and there were at least 4 to 5 back-to-back explosions that were heard right here in Srinagar, behind me, just behind me.
I want to play a video, please, in case, ladies and gentlemen, you haven't watched this, because we took it about 2:15, 2:20, we put it on air. Here's the video where Rakshita captures from a Srinagar room the entire sky across, where she can see across POK completely lit up. Let's play that. Raw footage, audio. You can have a top. Captures from
I think we can see an explosion. We hear an explosion. Jets hovering here right now in Srinagar, and we can actually smell some smoke, and the sky at one part became red. There was an explosion, sound very much visible.
That's Rakshita's video. Gursimran, what's your location now and what is happening along the LOC? You've been moving all night.
No, right now I'm from the... Yes, I have been moving from the IB to the line of control. Right now we are at the line of control in Akhnur, and this Akhnur stretch of the line of control has fallen silent for last 2 hours after the India's retaliation, because the retaliation that we saw in Poonch, where one of the Pakistani posts was destroyed, similar kind of retaliation was done here. There was damages to the Pakistani side, because Pakistan opened this front at the first, because it was the location from where at least 3 targets were hit by the Indian side. That includes the Barnala, Gulpur, and also the Kotli camps of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. They were hit from this side, that the Indian jets scrambled from this side of the LOC, and they strike the Pakistani terror launch pads deep inside the territory, ranging from 8 km to 15 km to 35 km. The Gulpur was the far off, that was achieved from the Sundarbani sector, that is some 15 to 20 kilometers from this point right now we are reporting from. So this was the exact area, complete stretch of 30 kilometers from where India launched 3 strikes into the Pakistan. It was in the Barnala area, Kotli, and the Gulpur's base of the terror groups. Mostly it was of the Lashkar-e-Toiba that was operating from the line of control and has been making the attempts to push in terrorists into the Indian territory. So this was the place, and then what happened that the Pakistan all of a sudden opened the heavy artillery into the Indian territory that was repulsed by the Indian army, and also yes.
Pictures of the damage done. We're getting more pictures of the damage done. I want to run the map that we have out there, which is telling you the locations where the strikes have happened. Ladies and gentlemen, there have been multiple strikes. I want to run the map of where the strikes happened. These are very, very critical, and to show the map where the strikes happened. Can the graphics team kindly put it up? The operation has struck 9 terrorist sites across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir with pinpoint accuracy, targeting key terror infrastructure of the Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba headquarters in Bahawalpur and Mudirke. We can run other visuals too. This level of coordinated can we get off the 5 window and run other visuals too? This level of coordinated multi-site precision strikes involving all the 3 armed forces is very rare, ladies and gentlemen. and showcases advanced military planning that Pakistan has not experienced since 1971. I would like to run some pictures full frame. Aditi, please do me the favor. Can we move out of the 6-5 window? Thank you so much, so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you do not have to tell me the visuals. I can see them. You need to run the visuals. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is chaos across Pakistan. Ambulances have been pulled in. Different videos are beginning to come out, which are showing the nature of the attack. What you're seeing here, for example, is this is the place where we see these strikes happening. I don't know whether these are drones or whether these are artillery shelling, but we did see this around the time that India was hitting around 1:30. Ladies and gentlemen, what you're seeing tonight are the visuals of Operation Sindoor, a close, calm, coordinated attack. India's biggest hit on Pakistan since 1971. This is not yet a full-scale military-to-military conflict yet, but we have shown, in fact, I would say, tremendous restraint not to target Pakistani military installations. We are saying that these attacks we've carried out are necessary, they are focused, they are measured and non-escalatory, especially in its response. Remember, viewers, we can hit Rawalpindi, we can hit their army headquarters, we can hit their air headquarters, we can hit their airfields. We can target Gwadar, we can target where they've kept their F-16s. We can target, it's all within the range of our artillery and our missile forces. We can also, if we want, any point of time, we can target anyone across the LOC and the international border. It is our choice that we are not hitting their military installations yet. Operation Sindoor has been in full swing in Poonch, and Republic has been breaking this news live. We're getting a lot of support, ladies and gentlemen, from the international community. I'm now going across to a graphics which will show you the various locations which have been targeted. And here they are, ladies and gentlemen, Bhimbar, Chakamru, Sialkot, Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Gulpur, Muridke, and the farthest away, which is, ladies and gentlemen, Bahawalpur. We have hit so deep, so deep. Now, I do not know what kind of strikes these are. We are also told the Navy was used in these strikes. What we are really excitedly looking for is two bits of information this morning. A, what kind of information, what kind of munitions were used? I really want to know that. What kind of munitions were used? Very important to know. And, ladies and gentlemen, what was the reason for the sequencing with Sialkot at the very end? We're also waiting to know whether any major human targets have been successfully neutralized, whether Masood Azhar has been neutralized, who are the members of the Lashkar top leadership who have been targeted. Later. Now viewers, these are all questions that we are looking at. I want to go back to the visuals. We must never run a graphic twice. And ladies and gentlemen, this strike was virtually announced in advance because we said that we will hit you. And what this shows is the inability, is the absolute inability of the Pakistani air defense systems to respond to the gravity of the challenge that they were facing. Prime Minister said from Madhubani in Bihar, we will hit you. The armed forces were given full operational freedom. This is an interesting visual of a drone that's flying, and it's immediately followed up with a huge explosion. Was the explosion set off from this UAV? Is the question we are all asking tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Captain Sham Kumar, previously from the Navy, is with me in the studio. Captain Sham Kumar, what do you think can be used from the Navy side on this? We told Navy also was used here.
The present reports which we are trying to consolidate is all coming through the media channels, etc. And 10 o'clock we are going to have a conference on this, and armed forces would give the exact picture. But the coordination between the armed forces of Army, Navy, Air Force has been very evident, especially the intelligence gaining and the kind of posturing that we had, so that we keep the pressure on the adversaries in a well-coordinated manner.
Yeah, Absolutely. Please carry on. Can I get different sets of visuals, please? Two sets of visuals at one time. Two sets of visuals at one time. Ladies and gentlemen, my team is making me multitask tonight, which is not good. This morning, which is not good, but I will continue to do it till I get you the best information on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, in previous attacks as well, India has always acted swiftly. After Pulwama, February 14th, 2019, and the Prime Minister gave a statement the very next day that the Balakot strikes followed 12 days later. This time it has happened within 2 weeks. The pictures on the right-hand side of the screen tonight are pictures around 3 a.m. when the Pakistani army was called off to cordon all the areas to try and make sure no media enters and shows what has happened. I also have some very interesting visuals. The Pakistanis have called machines to pull down the buildings so that they do not show up as the Jaish headquarters. They have brought in their own JCB type of equipment right now, bulldozers, to try and bring down what has already come down largely. Ladies and gentlemen, the pictures are revealing the extent of the devastation. I want to run you a clip from 4:21 a.m. when we were talking about the extent of devastation. This clip, in case you missed it, I'm going to bring you up to date with what has been going overnight. 4:21 a.m. 4:21 a.m. when we discuss the extent of the devastation. These are clips from our coverage overnight in case you missed it. I need a go from our director to fire that. That is coming in of the attack. I want to play the pictures again. For those waking up this morning, I'm playing once again the visuals of the bombing. There's an emergency meeting of the National Security Committee of Pakistan at 10 a.m. That is also the time, 10 a.m. on our grid, please. 10 a.m. is when we are going to have an official military Indian Army press conference. We're seeing the visuals of the shooting. This is when the missiles were hit out, and this is when they hit. The Prime Minister is monitoring Operation Sindoor. He has all the details with him. This has been monitored and super monitored by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, ladies and gentlemen. Dharamshala flights rerouted, Chandigarh flights rerouted. All global powers contacted by India, by Bharat. And this is the moment when we hit. These are the visuals going all across. And the entire terrorist machinery of Pakistan has been targeted clearly tonight. One of the targets is the Markaz-e-Taiba. The Markaz-e-Taiba, the nerve center of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the group responsible for the 2008 Mumbai attacks. Ladies and gentlemen, Muridke, the city which has been hit, of which visuals you are seeing on your screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Muridke continues to be a key location for coordinating regional terrorism. That is what you're seeing tonight. This whole area, Muridke, is connecting the Lashkar-e-Taiba to the broader jihadist networks, including historical ties to the Al-Qaeda. So we have hit not just on our part, but we've also hit on behalf of the entire world, and the world is standing with us tonight. Gentlemen, at 2:33, when we went live on air, we put out the first videos of India's precision strikes. This is around the time we broke the story, 2:30 in the morning today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very big breaking news day. Good morning to everyone across the country. We've hit back. Ladies and gentlemen, the big breaking news story of the moment. If you can hear me tonight, can I be put on air? Thank you so much. Thank you, Aditi. All right, because I want to recap exactly what is happening as of tonight, as of this minute, 33 minutes past 2 a.m. on the 7th of May. History has been made. This is a very direct and straightforward attack by the Indian Army we are reporting tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has been hit. Muzaffarabad has been hit. A total of 9 places in Pakistan have been hit. And the government has said very clearly that we are focused, we are measured. What we are doing is non-escalatory in nature. They've said that no military targets of Pakistan have been targeted. They've also said that we have demonstrated considerable restraint, and we have demonstrated considerable restraint in the selection of the targets and the method of execution. These steps come in the wake of the barbaric Pahalgam attack, in which 25 Indians and 1 Nepali citizen were targeted and murdered. We are living up to the commitment that those responsible for this attack will be held accountable. And there was going to be a very detailed briefing on Operation Sindoor later today. This is the PR that I got from the Ministry of Defense. Ladies and gentlemen, my constant attempt right now is to update everything that is happening and to make sure that if you're watching this morning, 7:05 a.m., that you know what happened last night. I wish you were watching all night. Some of you have been, but I now need to show you the video of the aftermath. We were discussing the failure of the Pakistani defense systems. By 2:51 in the morning, it was clear to us the entire Pak defense system had failed. Here's that clip. Ladies and gentlemen, the big point is the entire air defense capability of Pakistan has been totally exposed. Live visuals coming in. Live visuals. Ladies and gentlemen, latest visuals. You're watching this, let's listen to this. Ladies and gentlemen, these are latest visuals of Operation Sindoor. Ladies and gentlemen, second missile goes in the air. The third set of visuals, third set of missiles going into the air. The first live pictures of Operation Sindoor, ladies and gentlemen. You will remember this moment because you're seeing the firing straight on only the Republic Media Network. Ladies and gentlemen, only the Republic Media Network has brought you these visuals, these balls of flame. Let me show it full frame, please. Don't miss the moment. Do not go to the 6th window, for God's sake. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I will play the visuals so you can watch and listen. The dramatic footage of the firing. Ladies and gentlemen, these are live shots of the firing. These pictures will be ingested. We'll play it once again. These are the visuals of Operation Sindoor being launched. We have seen 3 sets of what appear to be missiles, but I'm going to ask the military experts to deconstruct this. General Bakshi is looking very closely at it. It's like a ball of fire which goes deep into the air, and then we lose track of its luminosity. What are we seeing here? We'll circle those visuals. These visuals that you're seeing are probably, you know, the orb that goes right behind the missile. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going closer to the LOC where our Jammu and Kashmir Bureau Chief is joining us tonight. Zeenat, she has heavy shelling going on right behind her. Zeenat, over to you.
Yes, Arnab, right from we are reporting from the Tilwari. This is one of the last village of line of control, and the heavy shelling has begun here. In fact, this is the Haji Peak sector, and behind this is the Pakistan post, and we are hearing very loud bangs. We are hearing the shelling in a huge volume of fires are being instigated by the Pakistan army. In fact, this village presently it has been left all open, and most of the villagers have fled from this place. Some 1 or 2 house inmates are still present, but this is one of the very close posts of the North Kashmir's Haji Peer sector, where from we are reporting, and heavy shelling is going on. In fact, in Uri, Islamabad, some 7 houses have been damaged, but this is coming at a time when we see the border escalation between India and Pakistan. India has retaliated in the most effective manner to Pakistan, and this is the Operation Sindoor, which Indian Army has in a way giving a befitting reply to Pakistan's terror attack in the Kashmir Valley. So the regions that you see, it connects you to the Pakistan, and this region, all you see that there is the forces that are deployment are there, and also the heavy artillery was used while giving a befitting reply. The volume of fire continued for almost 3 minutes here when we heard the loud bangs. These all are the Indian posts, and behind this is the Pakistani post, the Haji Peer sector of Uri, where at present the heavy shelling is going on. And in fact, the people who received the injuries here, they have been also evacuated to Uri for the treatment. Meanwhile, it has stopped just a while back, but we see the border post on alert as the escalation has begun between India and Pakistan, and escalation has increased in the last this is the 13th day when we have been also seeing the ceasefire agreement is being violated by the Pakistan army, and Indian army is giving a befitting reply and is responding in the most effective manner. As far as this sector is concerned, the heavy shelling was reported while back. This is Hajipir sector of Uri, where the heavy shelling has begun once again, where the Pakistan army is trying to target the Indian army posts that are located along the line of control.
Okay, Zinat, I'll come back to you. Zinat, I'm going to come back to you, because now I want to show the visual of the aftermath by 2:55 a.m. It was clear what the aftermath of these strikes were, ladies and gentlemen. By 2:55 a.m. and after that I will come to our guests from Ernakulam. 2:55 a.m. clip, please. Thank you. This is the aftermath. This is the aftermath. We are seeing some incredible visuals on the Republic Media Network tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pakistani threat is empty. The Pakistan are an incapable people. They have got an incompetent army. We are beginning to avenge them. Now, General Bakshi, what have we just seen? What have we just seen?
Arnab, if you recall, going by military history precedents, Iran fired a barrage of missiles on Pakistan in the wake of that incident when the Baluchi Sunni insurgents had hit them. Right? And Pakistan's Chinese radars had totally failed. Pakistan had complained bitterly to China that your radars failed to detect the incoming missiles. They have still
Pakistan has declared an emergency. Keep the breaking news ticker on, for God's sake. Pakistan has declared a state of national emergency. The latest updates I'm also getting tonight is that residents in the area of Jhulas have moved into bunker amidst constant firing from the Pakistani side. There is heavy shelling on the borders of Kupwara district, which are continuing. I'm going to get our reporters up who are in the area. I have more visuals, full frame, ladies and gentlemen. The Pakistani army, full frame. Pakistani army assessing the damage. Full frame, please. Full frame, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. This is the Pakistani army. They just don't know what has happened. They've been completely destroyed, taken aback. They were protecting the Lashkar headquarters and now they're reduced to rubble. They were protecting the Jaish headquarters. They've been reduced to rubble. There is absolutely nothing left on the location. The Pakistani army are looking for bodies of the terrorists and trying to retrieve. We're told several terrorists have been killed. They are looking to retrieve the bodies of the terrorists, which also shows their complicity. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not sure which missiles have been used here, but I can tell you this has been extremely effective this time. Very strongly effective. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm joined right now this morning, and I'm getting a lot of guests in. I'm joined by Arvind and Aarti. Arvind is Mr. N. Ramachandran's son. Aarti is his daughter. And they are, Mr. N. Ramachandran, who is from Kerala, was among the 26 people killed by those brutal Islamist terrorists on April 22nd in Pahalgam. And Arvind and Aarti, thank you very much for joining us. This news came to us about 1:45. We were live by 2:15 a.m. And, this has been very big, the attacks. I can share with you the nature of the attacks is very big. It is not a surgical strike. 9 locations, Indian Army, Navy, Air Force have all been together and they have taken the revenge that is so important for all of us to see, that we've taken revenge for Mr. Ramachandran and for your family. I'd like your thoughts on this moment, please.
Up to the news of India replying to the Pahalgam terrorist attack. And at this moment of grief, it's actually a relief and a comforting news. As I was saying before, to two others, like the loss what we have, it cannot be compensated by anything, the loss of our father. But this is a very comforting and a relief at this moment, and it's like a closure to me. Because I have seen the encounter, I have seen these people, this man who came to us, I have seen what he had done, I have seen how equipped he was. And we being innocent tourists there in our own India, standing in our own soil, and that was so coward of them to do that, because we people cannot defend them back. So India giving this reply, a big salute and big thank you to all army, all the forces and the government. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. I would also like to, like to get the thoughts of, all our panelists. And before that, for Arvind, before I let you go, Arvind, would you like to say something, please? On your thoughts
I
on
think,
this one?
as my sister said, it is a befitting reply that we have done. And we are so proud that this has happened. We are hoping that it's a matter of time that this will happen. And I'm so happy that this has happened now. And I hope that this is just a starting. This is just a phase 1 of what we saw. And I hope the rogue state called Pakistan and every terror organization that operates from this rogue state is demolished and is put to ashes by the Indian forces. And we have full confidence in this government, Prime Minister Modi ji and Amit Shah ji and the entire forces, that they will ensure that no terrorist will ever think of taking their arms and attacking whether the forces or the innocent people of this country.
Thank you very much, Arvind. Thank you very much, and my deepest condolences. My deepest condolences, to you and to your family. Samar, now we are getting some more information. I'm sure you're also swimming in information this morning. Samar, you've been valiantly live with us early morning onwards. I really appreciate that, my friend. Now, we are looking at the impact of this. We've seen no real response from the Pakistanis yet. We can't say there won't be, but all we've seen is some heavy shelling across the LOC. And we're seeing reports of a Pakistani F-17 jet that has been downed, on our side. But we've seen no effective response yet. We're seeing scrambling. Militarily, how do you view their response?
Arnab, if you see militarily, they are going to strike back 99% by tonight or by tomorrow. They take 2 days. That is what they did in Balakot. So they will also keep us guessing. Secondly, all those cities which are near to the international borders need to be very vigilant, especially Amritsar, because you see there has been a lot of troop movement, lot of armor movement in Lahore. So after the attacks, that is what the visuals have been coming in and the inputs that I've been getting. So I think it is very critical for places like Amritsar and bordering belts like Jalalabad, Firozpur, Fazilka to be on the extreme alert, because in case, even if they are not wanting to invade or come in, they will cause damage by artillery shelling somehow or the other. So we need to be on our toes and we need to coordinate everything that happens by each passing minute. Arnab.
Absolutely, absolutely. Samar, I think we need to watch very, very carefully. Saurabh from Washington.
Yeah. Arnab, what Samar was saying, I just wanted to add that India has now that we have done our bit on destroying these terror camps, what we need to do now is to clearly tell the world with a diplomatic offensive that in case Pakistan now tries to escalate, India will make sure that it will carry out strike which will be inside Pakistani territory and also destroy Pakistan's army installation. Because all India has done is to carry out attacks against terror camps and terror infrastructure. If Pakistan tries to respond, it will tantamount to threatening India with a warlike situation. So this is a messaging which is going to happen in the next 24 hours from India's side, and I do know that we are already ringing a lot of global interlocutors with this messaging. Arnab.
Absolutely, we are, and I think it's very, very well thought out. General Rajan Kochar, we have a big briefing today at 10 o'clock tonight. Okay. 10 o'clock. How much do you think they will share? How much can they share? What are the key highlights or the details you're looking for in that briefing?
Ranam, what I'm looking for in the briefing is that they're going to tell us that why these targets have been selected. They're going to tell us that the military targets have not been addressed. We have been very, very particular in addressing those terror infrastructures. They're not going to divulge the weapon platforms which were used, because I don't think in these kind of briefings we will come to know, as you mentioned, that what was the ammunition used, because we have made our own assessment. In my own assessment, loitering ammunition has been used along with the drones, and drones have been very effective in this operation, I would say that. And it's a mix of missile and drones. But in this briefing, I don't think it will be mentioned. They would mention certainly that missiles and drones have been used in this attack. They would mention that they have not gone across the line of control. These targets have been addressed from within our own areas, and also they would emphasize that they don't want to escalate this issue further, because a response from India, as was expected, as the Prime Minister wanted, this kind of response have been given to Pakistan, and they would also like to tell Pakistan in this press briefing that dare you escalate the issue, and if you...
They're not in a position to escalate this, sir. I'm sorry, I'm reading this. They're not in a position to... They'll make noises, sir. They cannot escalate this. Samar, they cannot escalate this. I do not understand how they will escalate it. For having an escalation, you need an escalatory mechanism. Yes. They cannot go to the world and say our terrorist sites were hit and therefore we killed Indian civilians. It's not going to work. Yeah, they're going to have to do something optically. That's why they're putting out fake news and stuff like that.
They are going to...
By the way, Indian Air Force has taken full control of the Srinagar airport, and we're using it for very strong military reasons and other reasons we can't disclose. Yes, Samar.
So they are going to activate the sleeper cells. So don't be surprised if there are sporadic news of gunfire at different locations in Kashmir today, because these tanzeems are already going to pass, or probably they would have passed the orders that the moment something goes wrong, you guys activate. So most logically, yes, these terrorists who have infiltrated and were as a sleeper cell are going to get activated in a matter of few hours. So that is what I'm saying, that whoever is listening to this broadcast, please be very vigilant. Please know your surroundings around you, and suspect all, respect all is right now what everybody should be doing. Be very careful when you're moving out onto the streets, no matter what. And anything suspicious, you report it immediately to the forces, because this is the only way as a deterrent that we together can counter it. But as of now, this is what I foresee. And by the time nightfall comes, I am very sure that Pakistan is going to get adventurous in terms of its shelling and maybe, intrusion from the gaps by sending in the terrorists. So yes, this is the most likely response that I think they will be doing. Arnab.
Yeah, we're getting visuals. We're being told production is free to put out visuals without telling me. I can't be telling you what to do. Right? We have pictures of celebrations. We have the fantastic and handsome Deepak Vora walking into our studios this morning, particularly happy, particularly dapper, even by his exacting standards. And I'm going to pull in a chair for him. Can we pull in a chair for Deepak Vora, please? Ladies and gentlemen, celebrations. Just walk in, sir. Celebrations here across the country. We can run the celebrations as well as run the pictures which we need to put out this morning so that we can have more visuals on air, more news on air, more graphics on air. Can we do that, please? Producers, can we do that, please? I'm sure this individual on the screen is not the greatest newsmaker of the day, that we need to have him full frame. Can we show the visuals we need to show? Thank you. My God, I've been prompting all morning. Deepak Vora, fantastic. How do you feel this morning, sir? Great to have you in our studio. This was unexpected, expected. When did you get the news? When did you wake up?
All right, I should tell you.
Okay, Deepak Vora, on air, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Sir, when I'm with you...
Sir,
sir,
can I have you on air, please, first, sir?
All right.
Thank you, sir. Please. Thank you, sir. Yeah,
sir,
go on.
When I'm in your presence,
Sir.
I feel I'm with divinity. I say this from the bottom of my heart. You exude goodness, and so do the other colleagues.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I heard about it at about 3 o'clock in the morning. An American friend woke me up. Now, sir, please listen to this. This American friend was with me. He was an American diplomat. When 9/11 happened, I was in Spain. And I told the American diplomat as I was signing the condolence register, today I am American because you have been hit by terror. You know the message from him? He said, Ambassador Deepak, today I am Indian because you are. Isn't that beautiful, sir? He remembered it for so many years ago. I am 6 feet 2 inches normally. Today I'm 6 feet 8 inches. Every Indian stands taller. Let me give you just one little thing, sir. If people have been monitoring what Prime Minister has been posting on X, he congratulated the British Prime Minister on the free trade agreement that we have signed with Britain. Not a mention about what we were planning to do. This is called strategic डिसेप्शन सर हम चाणक्य की संतान हैं ये कल के बच्चे हैं हमारे सामने चीन ने भी मुंह नहीं खोला किस बात के लिए खोलेगा सर कि आपने मेरी कॉलोनी पाकिस्तान को ठोक दिया चाइना's main interest is Taiwan not Pakistan is isolated even that Adha Darban what is his name Erdogan or something of Turkey even his ship has left who is on Pakistan's side sir not even Allah now the people will be fed snake oil they'll be told we have killed so many we have downed 5,000 Indian planes I say we don't have 5,000 but they'll continue to talk this nonsense and sir my Pakistani friends tell me these are credible people sir that mad fellow sir what is his name Mad Mullah Munir he has been ousted Shahbaz Sharif is
Munir has been ousted
yes sir he has been ousted this is what they tell me the army chief sir
we also been hearing this that he's been ousted
he has been
you're the
ousted.
second or third person who's saying this morning can we leave the 5 window please thank you so much Aditi we're talking to Deepak Vora please thank you you're saying that he's been ousted
this is the message I have from former Pakistani ambassadors based in Europe and in the United States that they are persuaded that he has been removed by his own people because he is dragging his country into a situation from which it will emerge with lots of bandages on its body.
Okay, we got a video of shelling by Pakistan that Gursimran, our reporter, has sent. Before I come back to this important news that you're sharing with us, that there is serious news that Asim Munir has been removed. Shahbaz Sharif is calling an emergency meeting. Now, can we have that report by Gursimran, please? Put it on the group, I can't do without that. I am directing. What you're hearing is constant Pakistani shelling this morning. Pakistani shelling the border areas. They've gone berserk, they've gone crazy. And you can see a little bit of explosions on the bottom left of your screen there. Samar, please analyze this for us, sir. Samar.
I mean, they are going to do a lot of damage and just see with no motive. That's purely a civilian area. It is not even a military area. So you can just see the psyche and the mindset of the Pakistanis. They have basically now decided for the attrition part. So, you know, the only catch is they have limited amount of artillery shells. So if they go beyond the certain limit, I am very sure that, you know, our artillery is going to decimate them.
Okay, we have a statement from the US State Department. We have a statement just coming from the US State Department, which says that earlier this afternoon, Secretary Rubio spoke to national security advisors from India and Pakistan, urged both to keep lines of communication open and avoid escalation. Pretty bland statement, Samar, nothing extraordinary there. Gursimran gave us those visuals from the LOC sector. We're seeing some shelling. How much damage? What information do you have, Gursimran? Over to you, Gursimran. Where was this shot? Which location?
There has been these 3 civilian casualties because yes, this shot is from the Poonch line of control because Pakistan is now rattled and they are targeting the civilian areas. You see that how the Pakistani shells are landed directly into the civilian areas. They have started using the heavy artillery on the civilian areas in the Poonch and in the Mendhar area. These visuals are from the Poonch. There have been 5 to 6 injuries that have been reported to the civilian population because Pakistan, after the Indian strikes, they have completely opened the line of control starting from the Akhnur line of control to Baramulla and Uri, and they are targeting the civilian location. And this video also shows that how the Pakistani shells, the 80mm and 120mm mortar shells, they are landing directly into the civilian areas because Pakistan wants to inflict maximum civilian casualties as they have failed in front of the Indian army.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very interesting situation here. Raj Shoran, who's with me here today, has a lot of experience in India's special forces. He's worked with NSG, Cobra, and Greyhounds. Raj, good morning. How do you view this today?
First of all, I'm very happy and delighted. So finally we got the revenge we are seeking for. It's a bit late, but it's on time, I must say. And as per the Indian side, they have already mentioned this is a non-escalatory attack. They have not targeted any military site or civilian areas, but they have targeted the terrorist camps, so-called terrorist camps. So I was hearing the one, their PM.
I'll have to tell our production team again. Do we have any visuals of the attack at all that you're stuck on this one? Are there any other visuals you'd like to run, please? Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, Raj, please continue. Yeah.
So I was hearing the PM, they were saying that India has attacked our sovereignty and integrity of territorial and all that. So I'm about to tell, I'm just thinking what sovereignty they are talking about. If they have any such type of sovereignty, they wouldn't have been in these perils. I hope Ambassador Vora will concur with me. So I think they are just talking about pseudo sovereignty. If they actually have sovereignty, they won't have Osama bin Laden on their soil.
That's a broader point that you're making. I would rather stay stuck on the operational details of what has happened. That's more important in the news. I don't want to make general comments, Raj. But allow me, I have Prashant Satpathy with me. I have Jayant Satpathy with me today, who's deceased, Prashant Satpathy's younger brother. Prashant Satpathy is from Balasore, is among the 26 people who was killed in the April 22nd Pahalgam attack. But before I go across to him, I want to run a couple of visuals, just the explosions, just one after the other, the 4 sets of visuals I can play here, please. It'll be very useful if I run the visuals before I go across to my next guest so that we can give you a clear sense of what it was like. In case you missed some of that, then I can also take you back and tell you some of our viewers want clips of what happened last night. In case you missed what happened last night, I'm happy to play some of those clips back for you, viewers. I already played a few, but now I will lead my production team onto the videos that they need to play. I would like to play the visual of the aftermath of the strikes at 2:55 a.m. Can I get that, please? The 2:55 a.m. video, followed by the 3:15 a.m. video of how Pakistan resorted to shelling. Back to back, please. Thank you. The aftermath, we are seeing some incredible visuals on the Republic Media Network tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pakistani threat is empty. The Pakistan are an incapable people. They have got an incompetent army. We are beginning to avenge them. Now, General Bakshi, what have we just seen? What have we just seen?
Arnab, if you recall, going by military history precedents, Iran fired a barrage of missiles on Pakistan in the wake of that incident when the Baluchi Sunni insurgents had hit them. Right? And Pakistan's Chinese radars had totally failed. Pakistan had complained bitterly to China that your radars failed to detect the incoming missiles. They have still
Pakistan has declared an emergency. Keep the breaking news ticker on, for God's sake. Pakistan has declared a state of national emergency. The latest updates I'm also getting tonight is that residents in the area of Jhulas have moved into bunker amidst constant firing from the Pakistani side. There is heavy shelling on the borders of Kupwara district, which are continuing. I'm going to get our reporters up who are in the area. I have more visuals, full frame, ladies and gentlemen. The Pakistani army, full frame. Pakistani army assessing the damage, full frame, please. Full frame, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. This is the Pakistani army. They just don't know what has happened. They've been completely destroyed, taken aback. They were protecting the Lashkar headquarters and now they're reduced to rubble. They were protecting the Jaish headquarters. They've been reduced to rubble. There is absolutely nothing left on the location. The Pakistani army are looking for bodies of the terrorists and trying to retrieve. We're told several terrorists have been killed. They are looking to retrieve the bodies of the terrorists, which also shows their complicity. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not sure which missiles have been used here, but I can tell you this has been extremely effective this time. Very strongly effective. Waiting. Okay, thank you. Deepak Vora is with us tonight. He's got somewhere to go, but I'm going to hold you back, Deepak, for you to give me a sense of what you think, Deepak ji, is going to happen. Let me tell you the situation right now. Can we leave the sentimental attachment to the 7 window, please? Thank you. And I just want to ask you, today Pakistan is divided from within. The biggest opposition party and parts of the government are holding the army chief responsible, right? And therefore, we also expect some changes in the way Pakistan operates. They're not operating in unity, for one. Does that make them more desperate?
Sir, may I just say that you are familiar with Shakespeare, you have read his Othello. There's a character there called Iago, and his attitude was described as motiveless malignity. You are malignant if there's ambition, if there's revenge, if there's greed, whatever. But in this case, it is the worship of evil for the sake of evil. Pakistan is internally divided, externally isolated, universally reviled. Today, if I were a Pakistani ambassador or a Pakistani diplomat, I wouldn't look anybody on the street in his eye, because he would turn around and say, Paki, you guys, you've learnt your lesson. I've seen this happen before. I've stood in queues at immigration counters in different countries. They see my Indian passport, wave me through. They see a Pakistani passport, take this guy aside, strip him, search him. Is this the reputation that you guys want? And then you go around saying, Allah, Allah, Allah. It's not helping, sir. Please understand, sir. I hope the people of Pakistan throw their military into the Arabian Sea.
What should they do? What can they do now, sir?
They should come out into the streets, sir. A revolution begins with one man. I saw it in Tunisia. I was posted there. He doused himself with kerosene, set himself on fire. The Arab Spring started. The then chap, Bin Ali was the president. I knew him well. He ran away. One chap comes out, then a caravan forms, and the military will go, sir. They have to go. They have axed their own feet. This fellow, Mad Mullah Munir, doesn't know what he has done, sir.
Now, what would they do for a face saver, sir, Deepak ji? What would they do for a face saver?
Right, sir. They are going to...
Sacking Asim Munir is not a face saver tonight.
No, they are going to say, we will not retaliate because we are a responsible nation and we are responding to the UN Secretary General's appeal for restraint. That is the face saver. Whenever you appeal for restraint, it's an automatic face saver.
Appeal for restraint is a face saver.
Yes, sir.
Do nothing is a face saver.
Because then you say...
smashed by India as a face saver and do nothing.
Because then you say, I'm restraining myself in response to international appeals.
But I think they're also very worried today. Very worried because... And last question to you, I know you have to go. Sir. They're worried because they have a JF-17 that's also crashed or been downed by us. So they're in trouble. They tried to move past. The radar systems are so great. The air defense systems are so great. We've told it's down.
Sir, our systems are foolproof, sir. And sir, look at the confidence of our leadership, sir. I don't know how you feel, but as far as I'm concerned...
I feel terribly proud.
I'm 74 years and I've seen the best leadership this country has had in my life. The Prime Minister of India tweeted and he congratulated his British counterpart about the free trade agreement. Not a word about what we were going to do. This is strategic deception. If those jokers across the border were monitoring his tweet, saying, "Arey, ye kya baat kar raha hai? Iska matlab kuch hone nahi wala." Sir, they have been hit. They are not going to recover. And my only request to the people who decide India's destiny, we've put our destiny in your hands, sir. Now make sure that this scourge of terrorism is eliminated forever. The existence of Pakistan as a terrorist state is no benefit to anybody. Its disappearance as a terrorist state is no loss to anybody.
Absolutely, Deepak ji, you liked the studio with your intellectual ferocity.
I learned from you, sir.
And your sheer energy. You can only be matched by people like Saurabh and Samar who've been laboring all night with me. Look at Saurabh
Mr.
there.
Goswami, you are the best, sir. Please.
No, sir, you're fantastic. Yeah, you go to whichever channel you're going to, but like a boomerang, we want you back here, sir.
Right, sir. I'll come.
Thank you very much, sir. Deepak Bora. Saurabh, this is a great day. This is a great day. Now, how is the international community going to look at this? I think every international news channel, every major news corporation is going to be reporting this and this and this alone.
It is already happening, Arnab. I'm getting a lot of messages.
Stepping out.
I can tell you, and I want to say, Indian diaspora all over. Here in the US, there are a lot of ex-servicemen, people who, have known me. I'm getting messages that people are so happy that India has taken this action because, as I said earlier,
last time the audio was not there.
India's battle alone. This is a battle of every democracy facing terrorism from Pakistan, which has been the epicenter. Every terror attack across the globe had a Pakistani connection. And India has hit deep down this terror ayatollahs and terror infrastructure, which sends a strong message that you cannot dare to pose threat to democracies. From here on, this is a new edifice against terrorism, the new war against terrorism that has started today. This is the message that is coming from across the globe, Arnab.
Yeah, I think that we were also told that the Defense Minister Asif Khwaja is under pressure to quit. Samar? Asif Khwaja under pressure to quit.
You see, these are signs of their internal disagreements. None of them have been synchronized. As on date, none of the ministers came together in front of the television to depict as a single entity when their nation was, wanting to see them the most. So I'm telling you, this is the beginning of the downfall of PMLN, and PTI is going to make a big noise regarding this. Oh, it's going to be a civil war-like situation in Pakistan.
Jayant Satpathy is joining us tonight. He is the brother of Prashant Satpathy from Balasore, who was unfortunately among the 26 people who was killed in the April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack. Jayant, can you hear me? This is Arnab here. I think you're muted. Can I get your audio up? Yes, Jayant? Can you hear me, Jayant? You can hear me, but I can't hear you yet, so maybe there's an audio glitch. I was told to go across to you, but I'll have to go wait for another time to speak to you. I'll come back to you in a few minutes, the moment that I have the connection with you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have various reporters up. I think there are... Abhishek, you're there with me tonight, this morning. Abhishek? Abhishek, can you join me in the studio, please? Thank you very much. Just be careful running in. Thank you, Abhishek. Can someone pull a chair? I'll do that. Thank you, Abhishek, just being multifunctional this morning, calling people in, getting the guests, fixing the windows, getting the hot visuals right. Abhishek is coming into the studio. Abhishek, you've been analyzing this situation today, and I want your understanding. You have connections at the highest levels of government, intelligence, and the security services and the forces. Are you mic'd up, Abhishek? Can you tell us the latest news updates you have with us this morning?
So the latest is that we are looking at the joint briefing by the three forces and the Ministry of External Affairs. There would be a joint briefing with a united front being presented by India and a statement being made to the rest of the world about the details of the precision strikes which we have carried out. 9 locations, all terror targets, no military targets, and Pakistan has confirmed that 24 missiles of India struck those targets in those locations that we have already shared and are on air. Yeah, and the joint briefing is going to be done by senior officials of the Army, Navy, Air Force and the Ministry of External Affairs. Yeah. And We are going to see India making a statement. We have some reactions, global reactions coming in. The United States has said that there should be no escalation. We have seen Turkey making a statement in support of... statement? So their ambassador has reached out and in Islamabad and made a statement that Turkey stands with Pakistan in the time when their sovereignty has been breached by India. That's the statement coming in from Turkey.
Not unexpected. Not
unexpected.
How much does it matter? How much weight does it carry?
Turkey traditionally has stood with Pakistan or not, so that it's a given.
China?
China, no statement yet. Russia, no statement yet. The United Kingdom, no statement yet. They're still
Israel is very supportive, saying terrorists must know they have no place to hide.
Yes. And effectively, overnight, we saw Prime Minister monitoring the entire exercise. The NSA, of course, leading the whole operation. And it was his go-ahead, after which these strikes were carried out. We were told that after 5th of May, any day, this would happen. And exactly that is how it has happened. And the Pakistanis really caught off guard in terms of not being able to respond. There was some rumor mongering from the Pakistani side that they have shot down 5 Indian jets, etc. Everything has been debunked. We will see more of it getting done during the press conference. Pakistan Defense Minister has egg on his face. He first said that there have been some Indian soldiers have been captured. He himself retracted the statement.
He had to go back on that.
He had to retract his statement. So obviously, the situation on the border is tense but under control. We are told our forces are retaliating to Pakistani ceasefire violations. There is heavy artillery fire going on in affected areas of Jammu and some parts of border, which is there, the line of control in Kashmir. And effectively, what we are seeing is that India has avenged the Pahalgam terror attack with Operation Sindoor. In fact, Indian Army...
but I think this is a point. Why should we call Turkey? They should first learn to call us Bharat. Then we will do that. Right. But anyway, I think Abhishek, I'm getting your assessment of this present situation. I think it would be fair to say that we are very interested in knowing the nature of the military attack that happened, the nature of the armaments used, what are these loitering munitions which were used. However much I think the Indian Army will declare right now. They've not declared everything yet.
They will in the press conference.
They will declare in the press
conference. Maybe not all the details, but a substantial amount of detail to confirm, corroborate. Remember, Arnab, we faced the situation earlier, and we have faced that situation till 2 days back of the Saboot gang asking for what evidence do you have.
This time that doesn't apply because there is so much.
So when this was building up, I was told that the strike India would carry out, our action would be demonstrable, our action would be visible, our action would be comprehensive, our action would be precise and for the world to see. And exactly that is what has happened in terms of the pictures coming in from the Pakistani side, making it clear that the damage has been extensive and that all these camps that have been targeted have suffered major damage. And there has been some loss of life also. The Pakistanis have to confirm that. But as of now, we are being told that anything between 12 to 20 of the people might have died in the strikes carried out by India. We, of course, maintain that no civilian sites were targeted. These are only terror facilities, either camps or those indoctrination centers, and which are run behind the subterfuge of mosques and madrasas, and those have been targeted. The Jaish-e-Mohammed, the terror headquarters in Bahawalpur.
Okay, I think we have a tweet from Jai Shankar which says, very, very important, the first tweet, Shavan, from Foreign Minister Jai Shankar, who has said that the world must show zero tolerance for terrorism. The world must show zero tolerance for terrorism. This is a counter-terrorism measure by India. The point being made, we're not attacking their sovereignty. It's a counter-terrorism mechanism, which is absolutely allowed under UN provisions of self-defense. Shavan.
Well, in fact,
other news also this morning from you. Visuals, I'd like visuals to be branded, please. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Shavan.
Well, in fact, two important points now coming in. One, after Raksha Mantri, you have the Minister of External Affairs, Dr. S. Jaishankar, now tweeting saying that the world must show zero tolerance for terrorism. In fact, we're also picking up some more details. There is cross-border firing that is going on. This is intense cross-border firing. We have just got details right now on that in Rajouri, there are 3 places where the cross-border firing is going on. That's Gambhir, Brahmana, Manjakot and Lam. In Poonch, it's in Krishna Ghati, Shahpur and Mankot. In fact, heavy artillery firing that is taking place, and a confirmation now coming in. 3 Pakistani posts have been destroyed.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, can I share?
Yeah, sure.
Can I share
Abhishek has some more information.
Okay,
Abhishek.
so this is basically both the army and the air force carrying out these strikes. Interestingly, majority of these strikes are carried out by the Indian Army. Just about 1/3 by the air force, and those were standoff weapons, as they say. We did not cross the border. We shot those missiles off. The details of which would be shared by the forces. The army essentially, Arnab, this is the first time that the Indian Army has done this. These were those kamikaze drones that were used, which went in and shot themselves into those targets, and that's a big one. So precision munition being used there, and the Indian Army carrying out those strikes along with the Air Force. So majority of them by the Indian Army, the details of which, of course, would be shared. That's a big one. The targets were marked out over the last few days. And this was a joint operation in which, while the Navy held on to their territory and acted as a decoy, so to say, and a foil for attention so far as the Pakistanis are concerned, the essential operations having been carried out by the Army and the Air Force.
Yeah, we'll have to get more breaking news and go across to more reporters. That's my advice to our news desk right now, more to reporters. And Shawan will keep us updated with the very latest. Ladies and gentlemen, 9 sites have been targeted. The map can also be put up, producers. Yeah, thank you. It's difficult to direct and anchor at the same time, Aditi. So what I'm saying is, can we put the map up and also put the visuals up so it's easy for us to comment over the visuals and the information which is on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Bahawalpur is 100 kilometers from the international border. I would be very curious to know, very curious to know, Captain, what kind of equipment or munitions were used to target Bahawalpur?
As we are getting the reports, firstly, we are thinking of the Rafales, the standalone weapons like, a scalp missile, surface-to-surface missile, and the kamikaze drones that we are coming up.
We don't have to cross the IB for that.
So with this, we have the range of, say, 15 kilometers from the LOC up to about 150 kilometers. And according to the distance, the ammunitions would be used. So I'm sure when we are talking about kamikaze drones, this would be used for 15 to 30 kilometers. And for the longer ranges, this time we have gone beyond imagination.
Bottom left. Yeah,
this time we have gone beyond imagination, and that is basically attacking in Pakistan territory, not only in the POJK. So this is what the Prime Minister was saying, the attack, the retaliation.
Why is it stuck on a graphics?
The kind of befitting reply which will be given would be beyond imagination. And he also used the word called persuasion. And he said ITP, identify, trace and punish. Now he didn't say eliminate or kill. He used the word in a calibrated manner, that punish. And enablers, supporters and financiers. So now we know when he talked about persuade, that means the hot persuade. This is a requirement, this is a legal requirement. We are not attacking a country. I don't even call it a strike, I call it persuade. We have done a hot persuasion and we have actually hit the target, which is actually damaging the country by soft bleeding. So we must understand that we have not attacked Pakistan. We have done our job well within our rights, and we are at liberty to do so at the right place, right time, and right occasion. So therefore, hot persuasion has been done. The entire world has been taken into stride, and we are actually well within our rights. I'm sure Pakistan will know this. They will understand. They are under the pressure of the international community. They know they will not carry out any retaliation. If they do, the Army, Navy, Air Force is very much ready operationally at all fronts. I'm sure Pakistan would show restraint. They will show the mature democracy as we did. Our Prime Minister came from Saudi Arabia, did a CSCS meeting, and then he gave some 5 decisions, went to Madhubani, and then he says, identify in English. He told the world, identify, trace, and punish.
Yeah, I have Abhishek has information and Shravan have information, both Abhishek and Shravan. First, the information that Abhishek has on kamikaze drones. Can you tell us that on more?
Well, yes or no. So I said exact details. I'm just picking up information
Breaking
as
news,
I've been
please.
sent. Exact details come in during the press conference, but Indian Army using kamikaze drones and precision munition riding on those kamikaze drones and hitting those targets. In all, 24 of those drones and Air Force missiles used. Exact numbers again, we have to wait for a while to get, but a total of 24 missiles or drones hit those targets, those
Thank you so
9
much.
locations in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. The Army and Air Force coordinating which targets to be picked by which force, and that has been done.
So we didn't cross the border. This has been done from our side, and the Air Force has shot from our side. We have some more information from Shravan before the 10 o'clock briefing. Ladies and gentlemen, Shravan.
Well, in fact, the division was Army and the Air Force. 70% of the targets that was engaged by the Army, 30% by the Air Force. As far as the Indian Air Force is concerned, they have essentially used standoff weapons. As far as the Army is concerned, it's drones and precision munitions. And this was decided on the basis of the kilometer that it has to basically strike within. That is how the targets were selected and handed over to the Army and the Air Force.
Absolutely. Now, viewers, we are getting these details, and now I'd like to go across to Soumya near Kupwara, and Zeenat will be joining us from North Kashmir. Can we have them on air? Gursimran is joining from near the LOC. Soumya, your location, please, and give us a ground report from where you are, the mood around you, and what you've seen overnight.
Yes, we are en route Kupwara at the moment. Kupwara is one of the, strategically looking, it is one of the most sensitive areas here in North Kashmir because of its proximity to the LOC, because there we have 3 main borders, Tangdar, Machil and Keren. Tangdar being one of the major points from where last night the escalation began. Here, the mood, if you can see, multiple checkpoints have been assigned and it has been beefed up. SOG along with the JNK police is checking each and every possible vehicle that is moving towards the interiors of Kupwara, and it is making sure that no unauthorized movements are making place here inside Kupwara, so that possible terror threats or unauthorized movements can be taken under control.
I'll come back to you, Soumya. I'm going across to North Kashmir to Zeenat. Zeenat's last location was Tilawari, Uri, North Kashmir, and she was giving us a ground report from there. Zeenat, can you, for all the viewers who are joining us this morning, reactions in Kashmir? You're very connected to what's happening. I would also not just like you to tell us about what you're seeing around you, as you have been doing so well, but also reactions across Kashmir to the precision strikes on Pakistan by the Modi government. Zeenat.
See, Arnab, we have always been seeing that the Prime Minister Modi has always taken people by surprise, whether it was the Balakot or the Uri time. But this time also people were expecting this mock drill, and when actually the Indian Army along with the 2 other services strike inside the Pakistan, and people in Kashmir Valley itself were taken by surprise when these planes and fighter jets starts hovering in the sky. People start coming out from their homes to see what actually is going on, and within no time there was a press release coming from the government that they have gone all inside the Pakistan and hit their 9 location, although they have not touched the Pakistan army. But yes, those who planned that attack and carried their hideouts, their territory was targeted by the Indian Army, Air Force and other services. As far as the Uri sector is concerned, this is Uri sector. The Uri sector where you see that the Pakistan army carried out heavy mortar shelling on forward villages along the line of control here in the Kashmir Valley. And in fact, they tried to carry out the heavy shelling here. The intense shelling from Haji Pir sector was also reported in the area of North Kashmir's Kupwara, and which was also retaliated, and Indian Army was responding to the strike effectively. Meanwhile, in retaliations against the horrific massacre, Indian Army forces carried out missile attack today morning on 9 terror targets in the Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, including Bahawalpur, which is a major base of Jaish-e-Mohammed, as we know, which is one of the deadliest, and were involved in a terror attack in 2019 against the CRPF. As far as the Pakistan, once again violated the ceasefire agreement by firing artillery here in the North Kashmir's Haji Pir sector, in Kupwara, in Islamabad, and all other posts that are close to line of control, and they were and Indian Army responded to these all violations effectively. In fact, we are seeing now the entire village has turned completely empty. It is a thick foliage, and in fact, you see the kind of ridges. This has always been a kind of an infiltration route also being used by the terrorists in the past, although the Indian Army has been posted on these ridges. But as you see the surroundings and the topography that this area has, because of the thick foliage, then the nala, you have the stream is also flowing, so at times it really makes difficult to walk. You have to walk very carefully because the mortar shelling at present is on.
Okay, we are getting Rakshita from Srinagar right now live as well. Rakshita, defense sources, what are you hearing? You're very deep with the defense sources, army sources. What are they telling you? Rakshita.
Well, there is going to be, of course, a press conference that we understand is, and then as far as the, the ceasefire violations continue, we've seen that happening, and this was the moment when all these cells got activated right after this strike that happened. There has been, of course, there have been 3 innocent civilian lives that have been lost. Indian Army has responded, of course, proportionately. India continues to, maintain that it is not looking for escalation right now. This is just the first step, or not, as we're talking about, but India has avenged the attack with Operation Sindoor. And as far as the briefing is concerned, the latest we have is that in Delhi there is going to be a briefing today by 9:30 by around 10 a.m. So 10 a.m. is the time when the army will be holding a press conference. This will be a briefing about the entire operation, and there is a Ministry of External Affairs press briefing as well that will be followed. Remember, the three service chiefs have already spoken to the defense minister. It's a historic operation. It's a historic tri-service operation that has happened, that we all have witnessed, that has sent ripples through Pakistan. They're in state of complete panic. They are trembling. They have been trembling ever since India has vowed revenge. And we've seen that the kind of the firing that continues in Uri sector, in Poonch, as our colleagues are showing, the shelling, that incessant shelling that is happening from both sides along the LOC, it clearly shows how Pakistan is responding. The Pakistani Prime Minister is completely clueless what's happening. And as we speak here in Srinagar, to come close here, there are many fake news that is being peddled by Pakistan's propaganda machinery about the airbase. But what we know, as per officially, that the Srinagar airbase is completely safe. It's just Pakistan's propaganda machinery in order to cover up to its own people. Pakistan knows it's already breaking, but the Srinagar airbase is completely safe. Srinagar airport has shut down. Amritsar airport has shut down for the safety reason. No civilian movement can happen there. No air traffic for civilians. All the flights have been cancelled. But yes, there has going to be a briefing. Everybody will be having their eyes on that briefing by the Indian forces, because all want to know how this history was made, how revenge was, how this operation was carried out.
Yeah, absolutely. In previous attacks, just pointing this out here before I go to Gursimran, can I get another set of clips, please? It'll be very useful, because I'd like to update our viewers with the action that happened overnight. And I do not think that we have used all our clips, have we? So at 3:22 a.m., ladies and gentlemen, by 3:22 a.m., we were getting a good sense of the kind of shelling that was going on. So we got a report around 3:22 a.m. when shelling was going on along the IB and the LOC, and Republic was live at that time. I'm running that clip now. Harsha, your location, please, tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, Harsha, location, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Harsha, what's your location?
Right now, I'm at Mender because at first we got... So right now my location is Mender. I'll show you the visuals also because continuous noises and firing could also be heard here. I'd like to show you the visuals because at first at 1:28 p.m. when we heard the heavy noises, we got to know that the first strike was initiated from the side of Mender and Balakot. These are the visuals right now. I've already reached Mender here.
These are
and most
some
of the
visuals. I can see some.
Near the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light up the whole area. Are you seeing this visual? What are you seeing in that distance? Ladies and gentlemen, this is from Mender, our camera in Mender tonight with Harsha. Harsha, describe what you're seeing in the sky. I can see. And then the
we are continuously hearing heavy shelling and this firing continuously. We have seen this firing from two sides. Near Mender, there's one side of the area, Surankot, and the other side of the area is Degwar. And right now I'm in the middle of the Mender and continuously such firing scenes
we want to hear that, please? 1 minute. Harsha, 1 minute.
And right now,
Harsha, we are seeing some shelling. What we are showing you tonight is some shelling that's going on. This is in Mendhar. General Bakshi knows this area like the back of his hand. Samar knows this area. Samar and General Bakshi on the screen. Can you keep your camera to what those pictures and not on yourself, please, right now? Can you move? Tell your camera person to show what's behind you. Thank you very much. Okay, what are we seeing here? Thank you. Zoom in on that. Thank you. That's much better. What are we seeing here? General Bakshi, what do you think?
I would reckon these are flares, especially the very bright one was flares. When you are not sure of what is happening, the ground troops start firing flares to light up the area in front of them. That's a flare, I think. That is a flare.
This is a flare from our side?
No, flare would be from the Pakistani side to find out what the hell is going on. Acha, Arnab, I have a very important piece of information. Bahawalpur is 565 kilometers inside Pakistan. So quite obviously our jets have been used. Our fighter jets have been used to fire a cruise missile. I think it is the Rafales that could have hit.
Are you saying, sir, that there is a possibility that the Indian Air Force has gone 560 kilometers inside Pakistani territory to do this?
Not necessarily they have to go in that deep. From a standoff range, they can fire that missile. It might entail some level of penetration. The French cruise missile on the Rafale has this range 500 to 600 kilometers. So I think Bahawalpur has been definitely hit by the Air Force cruise missile. The other targets in Muzaffarpur and Kotli, etc., have been hit by either the army cruise missiles, or they could also have been hit by I think those are within 100, 150, 120 kilometers. They could have been hit by smaller range missiles also. We have a whole range of them.
Okay. Coming in from where the press conference is going to happen. This is the press conference. This is live, ladies and gentlemen. We are already live. There are cameras are placed there. Our reporters are placed there. I hope you've got a reporter deployment, Abhishek, as well. This is where, yeah? Yeah, so this is where the big press conference of the day is going to happen. Now, you can see there 7 chairs, okay? And this is going to be a tri-services press conference.
Yeah, and the Minister of External Affairs.
And the Minister of External Affairs will also be there, where the full detail of all that we have done, the action we have taken, and how we view this will be put out. We know the world is watching tonight, and the entire world's focus is going to be on these visuals. Abhishek, look up. And, this is where the focus is going to be. Prime Minister Modi, I'm not sure if he's going to issue a statement here. Abhishek, shouldn't the Prime Minister be also issuing a statement, or as of now, is he just watching the situation?
The series of events
as they are planned? What is his schedule this morning?
Because so he has been up overnight and he has monitored the operation closely. And after that, we had NSA, speaking to Marco Rubio. And then the Minister of External Affairs diplomats have briefed other countries, including the key partners like Japan, South Korea, and the United Kingdom. and France. And now, as things stand, 10 o'clock is the press conference, which is by the three services and the Ministry of External Affairs, the joint press conference. Then 11 o'clock is when the cabinet begins. Remember, it's Wednesday. And before the cabinet, there is a cabinet committee on security, which is going to be briefed by National Security Advisor and the Chief of Defense Staff, and possibly the chiefs of the three services on Operation Sindoor, its coordinates and its success. And then the cabinet is going to have a resolution passed, and possibly after that we can expect the Prime Minister speaking, but it's not slated for now. As of now,
is it part of the Prime Minister's itinerary? Is there a schedule in the day when he's possibly could be doing that today?
No, so as of now, there is no public event as such, except for the cabinet meeting. Whether he speaks after the cabinet is going to be decided later, if at all or not. As of now, there is no brief on that. But there is a joint briefing by the forces and the Ministry of External Affairs. And then post-cabinet, there is a cabinet briefing also, which is slated to take place at 3 p.m. as of now. The times could change depending on whether the Prime Minister decides to speak himself.
Okay, watching the situation closely, we have General Sanjay Soy also joining us back, and Samarpal, indefatigable Samarpal Toor, who is with us tonight. This morning, sorry, I'm losing sense of time. I don't know when I was anchoring last night, but I must say this, that before I go to General Soy, that yesterday the Prime Minister attended a media event where he gave away nothing. And he just spoke about the Indus Waters Treaty, and he spoke about the fact that our water will be ours. And that was great deception by the Prime Minister. We have with us General Sanjay Soy with us. You've had some time to look at the visuals, to see the information that we are getting in, to see the extent of the damage on the ground, to see some really panicky Pakistani reactions. And you also got a sense of the Pakistani responses. We're getting news about a J-17 Chinese Thunder jet of the Pakistanis, which has apparently been brought down. And we've seen some heavy shelling and the loss of 3 civilian lives, predictable sectors. Beyond that, not very much. And the ISPR press conference didn't communicate much, but acknowledged 6 targets, not 9. How do you view the overall response from Pakistan so far?
Arnav, thank you so much. And I would say that first thing you had mentioned of deception and surprise, I think this was 100%. If you see, today was a day for mock drill. I mean, everybody announced, and we have been talking to other people, other countries also. So Pakistan would have thought that probably we will be doing a couple of more mock drills and then carry out if anything we want to do.
He's not giving.
So they were taken totally by surprise. That is one part. And as you have rightly mentioned, the Prime Minister's body language did not give away anything. So that is very, very important. At highest level, these kinds of things have to be maintained. Second thing, Pakistan is totally rattled. They are used to telling lies. They have said that only 8 people have died. The kind of activities which are taking place in hospitals, in Murid Ke, Kotli, Bawalkot, and the damage visuals of the damages are there, which you have been showing, which have been shot by the civilians. Also, a lot of visuals have been shot. So it shows that kind of precision attack we have carried out. This is I feel proud, that I am Indian and I am a Fauji, because we did not attack Pakistani troops. We attacked only terror camp, and destroyed them, carried out, inflicted casualties. This is the thing has been conveyed to the rest of the world also. Same thing. The world knows that India is carrying out war against terror, and if they should be thankful to India for killing number of terrorists, because otherwise they were attacking not only India, they would have done a lot of damage to other parts of the world also. So that is one part. Next thing I just wanted to bring out shortly is, like Rakshita had mentioned, 3 services. I would like to add here is intelligence also, because we knew the camps, but intelligence that RAW, IB, NSA, they gave us the intelligence that now the people are there. Now is the time to attack. We built up surprise and deception. At the same time, we should also not forget our diplomatic code. I mean, the way we have been able to garner the international support, it is unprecedented. And if people know, the whole world knows that we have been a responsible country. We have carried out attack with a lot of restraint. We could have done it much more, but we have carried out with a lot of restraint. Now, ball is in Pakistan court. They too probably, as a political gesture, they are carrying out artillery duels because they have to do something. They have to show it to the people. But we are responding effectively. In fact, it's something like they will be getting much more casualties now with the kind of artillery duel. But probably this is their compulsion. That is what they have to do. Arnab.
Absolutely. We have a video that has been put out by mygov.com. It's an interesting video, Samar, which talks about the Pahalgam attack, the Prime Minister's promise and the delivery of 9 locations in Operation Sindoor, 9 terrorist camps across Pakistan and POK, and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, which have been neutralized. I have the video with me. I'd love to run the video because it has the comment of the Indian Army. Justice has been served. Justice has been served. The point has been that justice has been served. Now, looking forward, ladies and gentlemen, the whole operations groundwork was laid when the Prime Minister chaired a critical cabinet committee on security meeting on April 23rd. This set the stage for the strategic planning. What you're seeing here are visuals of today's attack. Samar is with us. But in this meeting, this decision was taken on the 23rd meeting, immediately in the aftermath of Pahalgam, that India will hit back. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have that video. I'd like to play the video, please. Thank you. Play the video. Hello. Ami debo patabo.
धन्यवाद करती हूँ उनसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है
पति खुशी जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है
Run a clip. Can you?
धन्यवाद करती हूँ उनसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very big breaking news day. Good morning to everyone across the country. We've hit back. Ladies and gentlemen, the big breaking news story of the moment. If you can hear me tonight, can I be put on air? Thank you so much. Thank you, Aditi. All right, because I want to recap exactly what is happening as of tonight, as of this minute, 33 minutes past 2 a.m. on the 7th of May. History has been made. This is a very direct and straightforward attack by the Indian Army we are reporting tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has been hit. Muzaffarabad has been hit. A total of 9 places in Pakistan have been hit. And the government has said very clearly that we are focused, we are measured. What we are doing is non-escalatory in nature. They've said that no military targets of Pakistan have been targeted. They've also said that we have demonstrated considerable restraint, and we have demonstrated considerable restraint in the selection of the targets and the method of execution. These steps come in the wake of the barbaric Pahalgam attack in which 25 Indians and 1 Nepali citizens were targeted and murdered. We are living up to the commitment that those responsible for this attack will be held accountable. And there was going to be a very detailed briefing on Operation Sindoor later today. This is the PR that I got from the Ministry of Defense. Huge visual coming in right now. Just see the extent of the devastation in Pakistan tonight. Just see that go through. This is a huge strike, ladies and gentlemen. Just see that visual, the level of devastation. The first visuals brought to you here only on Republic, and all the Pakistanis watching in shock and horror as India begins a mammoth strike. Now you're seeing the kind of armory and ammunition being used here. What does this look like to you? General Kochar, you've been with the ordnance. I want to show you this visual. General Kochar, are you there? Are you seeing this visual with you, sir? You see the nature of the visual, the nature of the explosion. What does it look like to you, sir?
My assessment is, Arnab, from what I can see on your screen.
Yes, sir.
This is a combination of a drone and a missile strike.
A mix of drone and missile?
Yeah. Because I don't.
One second, sir. Can the drones go so deep? I also want you to expect General Bakshi, how deep did we go? General Bakshi, how deep have we gone when we go to Pahalgam, when we go to Muridke? How deep have we gone into that territory?
Muridke and Bhavalpur, Muzaffarabad, Kotli, all these have been hit. Targets deep into Pakistan have been hit. Pakistan main, not just POK. So to that extent, I would extend, in all probability, it is the BrahMos cruise missiles, which have a range of 400 kilometers plus. I was telling you the circular error of probability is 1 meter, and the warhead that it carries is hundreds of kilos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the big point is the entire air defense capability of Pakistan has been totally exposed. Live visuals coming in. Live visuals. Ladies and gentlemen, latest visuals. You're watching this, let's listen to this. Ladies and gentlemen, these are latest visuals of Operation Sindoor. Ladies and gentlemen, second missile goes in the air. The third set of visuals, third set of missiles going into the air. The first live pictures of Operation Sindoor, ladies and gentlemen. You will remember this moment because you're seeing the firing straight on only the Republic Media Network. Ladies and gentlemen, only the Republic Media Network has brought you these visuals, these balls of flame. Let me show it full frame, please. Don't miss the moment. Do not go to the 6th window, for God's sake. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I will play the visuals so you can watch and listen. The dramatic footage of the firing. Ladies and gentlemen, these are live shots of the firing. These pictures will be ingested. We'll play it once again. These are the visuals of Operation Sindoor being launched. We have seen 3 sets of what appear to be missiles, but I'm going to ask the military experts to deconstruct this. General Bakshi is looking very closely at it. It's like a ball of fire which goes deep into the air, and then we lose track of its luminosity. What are we seeing here? We'll circle those visuals. These visuals that you're seeing are probably, the orb that goes right behind the missile. This is the aftermath. We are seeing some incredible visuals on the Republic Media Network tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pakistani threat is empty. The Pakistan are an incapable people. They have got an incompetent army. We are beginning to avenge them. Now, General Bakshi, what have we just seen? What have we just seen?
Arnab, if you recall, going by military history precedents, Iran fired a barrage of missiles on Pakistan in the wake of that incident when the Baluchi Sunni insurgents had hit them. Right? And Pakistan's Chinese radars had totally failed. Pakistan had complained bitterly to China that your radars failed to detect the incoming missiles. They have
Ladies and gentlemen,
still failed to
Pakistan has
detect
declared an
the
emergency.
incoming
Keep the breaking news ticker on, for God's sake. Pakistan has declared a state of national emergency. The latest updates I'm also getting tonight is that residents in the area of Jhulas have moved into bunker amidst constant firing from the Pakistani side. There is heavy shelling on the borders of Kupwara district, which are continuing. I'm going to get our reporters up who are in the area. I have more visuals, full frame, ladies and gentlemen. The Pakistani army, full frame. Pakistani army assessing the damage. Full frame, please. Full frame, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. This is the Pakistani army. They just don't know what has happened. They've been completely destroyed, taken aback. They were protecting the Lashkar headquarters and now they're reduced to rubble. They were protecting the Jaish headquarters. They've been reduced to rubble. There is absolutely nothing left on the location. The Pakistani army are looking for bodies of the terrorists and trying to retrieve. We're told several terrorists have been killed. They are looking to retrieve the bodies of the terrorists, which also shows their complicity. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not sure which missiles have been used here, but I can tell you this has been extremely effective this time. Very strongly effective.
All right, we are getting one more breaking news development connected with Operation Sindoor, which is that the name itself, Operation Sindoor, was given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself. While briefing the forces, he had given the name, is what we are hearing, and that really gives you an idea of the kind of involvement that the Prime Minister has had in this entire exercise. From the first Cabinet Committee on Security he held with the ministers and briefed by the National Security Advisor at that time. That was on April 23, the next day of the Pahalgam terror attack. And then the second Cabinet Committee on Security, which cleared the military operation and India's response, and Operation Sindoor there. Now, more information coming in. Let's cut to that, go to that. And the information is that the joint operation, which was carried out by the Army and the Air Force, 7 of those 9 locations were targeted by the Army using loitering munition, or smart munition as it is called, essentially kamikaze drones carrying explosives. And out of those 9 locations, as many as 7 were targeted and executed using those smart munitions and kamikaze drones, as they're called in common parlance. The rest of them were taken down by the Indian Air Force using its scalp missiles. Rafales were used, and remember the difference between Balakot and this time is that we had Rafales, the beyond visual range 4.5 generation aircrafts, and that really made the difference. Indian Air Force did not need to cross the border and the line of control, and could carry out those strikes from well within our own territory, punishing Pakistan and targeting those camps. So the 7 camps of the terror factory in Pakistan that were targeted by the Army and its smart munitions included the LET camp in Muridke, the LET camp of Sawai, the Jaish-e-Mohammed camp in Bilal, the Lashkar-e-Taiba camp in Kotli, the Barnala pad or the launch pad of terrorists in the Jaish-e-Mohammed camp in Sarjal, and the Hijbul camp of Mehmoona. And these are the camps that were targeted by the smart munitions. The Air Force, of course, targeted Bahawalpur and Gulpur. Remember, Bahawalpur is about 100 kilometers inside the Pakistani territory, and that's the longest distance that the targets were there. And so Air Force was used for Bahawalpur, while the rest of the targets, 7 locations, being targeted by the Army smart munitions. Our guests continue to be with us, and we have General Sohi and Major Tur. General Sohi, coming to you. You believe this is an innovation, the Indian Army using smart munitions, and nobody really crossed the border or the line of control?
Absolutely. In fact, I would say that our strategic planning was such that we carried out so much of restraint. We could have done it by crossing border also. We had all the options open. However, Army using smart ammunition, because whatever targets were close by, There the Indian Army used, and the targets like Bhavalpur and Noor, they were far away. That is why Air Force had used the scalp missiles or other missile system which could go deep inside without crossing the border. So aim was because our statement, the government of India has issued that statement, we did not want to escalate it. We still maintain a lot of restraint in spite of all kinds of irrational and immature statements by Pakistan leadership. The ministers, they're talking of Indian Army will attack. They were talking in use of nuclear, but we did not bother about it, and we did our task in a very, very professional manner, strategic, and hats off to Army, Air Force, and the Navy on the other side, and of course our intelligence operatives and space, which gave us precise information. And this also shows the professional attitude, professionalism of Indian Armed Forces, where no collateral damage, no attack to Pak Armed Forces, only attack on terror operatives, attack on their camps, and so that the message goes loud and clear that we can go anywhere deep inside, how deep you are, you cannot remain hidden. And second thing, message was also there, we cannot, that we are not restricted by attacking only POK. We can go to Punjab also.
Jalsoy, we had that Sabut gang active just 2 days back also. And now, in fact, the confirmation is coming in from the Pakistani side. Look at this. Let's hear this man who's talking about Masood Azhar's Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters having been targeted. He's confirming that from the Pakistani side. Listen to him.
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के
Balakot. These are the visuals right now. I've already reached Mentor here, and most of the
visuals I can see some
are near the.
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पर भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है, लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे।
All right, now obviously the day has started and the celebrations have begun across the country. A sigh of relief also to the families who suffered from that terror attack. Shawan is with us live, and Shawan, more information with you.
Well, Abhishek, I've now got the specific details of the targets. In fact, of the 9 targets, 2 were basically targeted by the Indian Air Force, Bahawalpur and Gulpur, because this happens to be the farthest location. That's almost 100 kilometers, and the other happens to be about 35 kilometers from the line of control. And that is the reason why the Indian Air Force basically carried out those precision targets. Scalp missiles were essentially used. Now, talking about the Indian Army, the breakup is like this. 7 locations that were targeted by the Army, which includes the Lashkar-e-Toiba camp in Muridke, the Lashkar-e-Toiba camp in Sawai, Jaish-e-Mohammed camp in Bilal, Lashkar-e-Toiba camp in Kotli, Barnala launchpad, Jaish camp in Sarjal, and Hejbul camp in Mehmoona. In fact, this was with the help of smart ammunitions that were basically used by the Indian Army. So that's the division here. You're looking at about a straight away 70% targets which were carried out by the Indian Army, and rest 30% of with the Indian Air Force. But clearly there is a specific target, a specific reason why these camps were actually chosen. And Abhishek, the reason why we were told, especially as far as Sawai is concerned, this was the same very place from where several of the attacks that were carried out in Jammu and Kashmir were basically planned. And that is the reason why this terror launch pad was basically selected. So this is not, as I've been repeating, this is not about only avenging the Pahalgam attack, but the other terrorist attacks that have taken place in Jammu and Kashmir.
Absolutely, and India has made a bold statement to the world. and I'm told Lieutenant General Arun Sahni is joining us live, and he's former Army commander and, of course, a strategic thinker. Very good morning to you, General Sahni. And your first comments, India has avenged the Pahalgam terror attack. Indian Army, Air Force carrying out a joint operation. Army for the first time using smart munitions, the kamikaze drones, and essentially handling majority of the targets that were hit last night.
Yeah, good morning to you. I think it's a great way to start today when we finally see retribution being done, justice being given to those who were impacted directly by the 26 the people who died. I think for the families, for all those who felt totally hurt by this kind of an heinous act that had happened, I think there's full justice for those ladies. And I said Operation Sindoor talks about it. The good part about it is that we have finally hit the nerve centers of the two major terrorist groups who have been creating havoc as far as the proxy war is concerned in India. We today have both the LET and the JEM camps being hit, and not really just their launch pads, but their, as I say, the nerve center from where they conceptualized, where they had the people sitting. I think that's the way it should have happened. So I think we've been extremely selective in the targets that were done. And I think kudos to the armed forces and the people in chair today, the political leadership for having taken this very bold decision.
It makes a statement to not just Pakistan, but rest of the world, as External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar said that zero tolerance to terror is what the world should be talking about now. General Sahni, you think Pakistanis are going to be in any position to respond in any manner? Although, of course, our forces are absolutely in a state of alert, and the Air Force is, in fact, carrying out huge exercise along our Rajasthan border.
So let me just put it like this. I think the selection of targets have been such that we've actually only hit the terror camps. So really speaking, we have made sure that they have no justification or moral justification to react. But as you said, armed forces and the nation is prepared that if there is some kind of a reaction from them, our forces are currently deployed both on the ground, air, and the naval flotillas are out. So I think we are prepared to take on anything that they want to do in case they decide to escalate. But I think the selection of the targets has been very, very appropriate. You have hit the nerve centers of the terrorist infrastructure that exists, supported by the deep state.
Yeah, that's a huge one. And you rightly mentioned that our naval deployments are there in full strength. Our flotillas, our aircraft carriers, there in the Arabian Sea. So if need be, a blockade on Karachi and the Pakistani coast can be implemented, and we can make sure that there is no misadventure from the Pakistani side. And I believe that's why those those exercises by the IAF, big ones, already in place, which means that our forces at all levels are completely ready for any retaliatory misadventure by the Pakistani side. Niranjan joins me in the studios, and Shawan, I'm told, has more information. Shawan, over to you.
Well, in fact, more details coming in with regards to the ammunition. As I just pointed out, the scalp ammunition that was basically used by the Indian Air Force, artillery firing that has also been done by the Indian Army. This was immediately after the precision munition. So essentially what you're looking at is that after the strike was carried out, this is roughly around 1:44 in the morning. We're getting in more clarity right now as to the exact timing when the precision strikes actually began. And immediately thereafter, you've had the Indian Army also responding to the ceasefire violations that have taken place, but importantly,
okay, the briefing is starting. Briefing is starting. Let's cut to it live. Let's cut to it live. Okay, we are told that these are just test visuals, essentially checks going on as a preparation to the briefing that is slated to take place at 10 a.m. You see officials from various ministries, the Ministry of Defense, and some defense officials also, officers also. And then, of course, you have people from the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. I can see some. And this is essentially prep visuals. These are essentially prep visuals coming in. We also have Gopi live. Can we cut to Gopi and just check with her what's really happening. Gopi, if you're getting me, what are the preparations going on? We can see some in your backdrop. Who are these officers? Can you tell us?
Well, in fact, what in fact you can see here is this is the National Media Centre's conference hall, and we are awaiting the most important press conference to begin, which will jointly be addressed by the Ministry of Defence as well as Ministry of External Affairs. What we are learning, what we are picking up from our sources is it will also be the MEA spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal will be here along with the Army as well as Air Force Chief. This is what we are picking up from our sources as of yet. But yes, we are yet to confirm who all will be holding this press conference. As you are seeing the live visuals, the preparation is underway. All eyes at this press conference, which is going to begin at 10 a.m. The preparations are going on in full swing. What we are expecting is Randhir Jaiswal will be here along with the Army as well as Air Force Chief. That is what we are picking up from our sources as of now.
All right, building up to that big moment when our forces together with the Ministry of External Affairs hold that press conference, brief the world, brief India first and rest of the world, of course, about India's Operation Sindoor, India's avenging the Pahalgam terror attack, India's massive anti-terror strike on Pakistan and targeting of the terror factory that Pakistan harbors. Even now we are getting those pictures, Niranjan, of Pakistanis giving away the fact that they have been harboring terrorists. There are visuals coming in of Jaish-e-Mohammed sympathizers talking about how those camps have been hit, their headquarters has been hit, and many of their facilities have been hit.
Abhishek, these are visuals that we've accessed, and we are doing some background checks before we put that video on air. But what primarily we see is because one of the stills that we also saw from this video, one of the stills matches that of the initial picture that comes in. So this is from a hospital in Pakistan. It is a Pakistani army officer in the hospital. Now we are checking the details of what they have said in that video. What it confirms is that Pakistan army was backing Jaish because they are seen in that video. Secondly, some slogans are being chanted. Jaish slogans are being chanted, which will only confirm what we have been saying, that we have struck Jaish and Lashkar targets. Now, on Operation Sindoor, you just saw the preparatory visuals in New Delhi. The joint Ministry of Defence, Ministry of External Affairs news conference lined up in just about 90 minutes from now, 80 minutes from now. It will be live from Delhi where the full details will be given. But let's tell you a little bit about Operation Sindoor. We have successfully struck 9 targets in Pakistan. We have gone deep into Pakistan territory, which means we haven't just gone into POK, not just POK, we've gone deep inside Pakistan and struck targets even close to big cities in Pakistan. Let's tell you that we have specifically targeted terror camps, and the strikes began a little after midnight. Some of the details show that perhaps it started a little after 12:10, 12:15, lasted perhaps anywhere between 20 minutes to half an hour. And the first visuals started to come in a little after 1 a.m. And that is when even our reporters who are in Srinagar in different parts along the international border and line of control reported some activity. The timings match, and essentially India has gone after Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Jamaat-ud-Dawa terror camps, and specifically we have the name of the camp, name of the terror group that was operating out of that camp. Markaz Shubhanallah in Bahawalpur, where the Jaish-e-Mohammed was primarily operating from. Markaz Taiba Muridke, where the Lashkar-e-Toiba's headquarters are based. Sarjal Tehra Kalan, where the Jaish-e-Mohammed's terror camps are based. Markaz Abbas Kotli, where the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror base camps are based. Maskar Rahil Shahid in Kotli, where the Hizbul Mujahideen camps are based. Shawain Allah camp, Muzaffarabad. Sayyidna Bilal camp, Muzaffarabad, where both the Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed have been operating and have been trained respectively, not just to carry out the Pahalgam attack but many attacks in the last 2 to 3 years. Abhishek, we are picking up more details. We've been told the Prime Minister was monitoring situation since 8 p.m. But we know that, of course, the NSA, he had met the NSA last evening. We saw the pictures that came in. There have been 10 to 12 meetings that have taken place at the Prime Minister's official residence. Give us more details of the planning, the monitoring that took place. Shravan and Abhishek. Abhishek, you can take that one.
Well, you see, so the operation, the contours of the operation started taking shape, Niranjan, immediately after the first Cabinet Committee on Security, the entire operation being helmed by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, the service chiefs getting in terms of their own operational involvements and the coordination. There was a war room in place coordinated by the Office of the Chief of Defence Staff, and everything was put in place. In fact, we had this information that something is going to happen immediately after 5th of May, and exactly next day this has happened. Indian Army, Indian Air Force and the Indian Navy in a joint operation executing Operation Sindoor. Indian Navy, of course, did not actively participate in hitting the targets, but they were involved in holding Pakistan, pinning down Pakistan insofar as the coastline is concerned, and their defense forces on that side are concerned. Indian Air Force hitting targets as far as Bahawalpur, which is 100 kilometers inside the Pakistani territory, and Indian Army using smart munitions, as they are called, loitering munitions. Shravan has more details, in fact, about the kind of ammo India has used in these attacks, both the Army and the Air Force. Shravan, if you can share some details before, of course, that press conference, by which time we will have more and more information about the exact minutiae of the Operation Sindoor executed by India and our armed forces.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, the inside story of Operation Sindoor, remember, this is something that was spearheaded by the National Security Advisor with a special team from the 3 services. Now, the targets, as we have already pointed out, the details of each of these places and the significance of each of these camps that have been targeted. In fact, after it was basically selected, you've had the NTRO basically putting out a full-fledged surveillance that was actually carried out to basically look at the presence of a terrorist at these very locations. In fact, there are more specific details about each of these terrorists belonging to the Jaish-e-Mohammed as well as Lashkar-e-Toiba, and their movement was largely, targeted by when this entire discussion was actually taking place off the very locations. And thereafter, the discussion that actually took place was with regards to how exactly it would be targeted, because the idea was to carry out all of this from within our boundaries, and the fact that this sends across a message that we can very well carry out precision strikes without violating any of the airspace or the sovereignty of a country, and because that's again a diplomatic issue, and that was well taken care of. After which we are given to understand is when the Prime Minister was essentially briefed about each of the details of these very locations, and perhaps the ramification of it, given the fact that this time it was no longer limited to just terror launch pads. This time, as the Prime Minister said, they wanted to dismantle the entire terror ecosystem. That is the reason why it wasn't limited to Jaish-e-Mohammed as well as Lashkar-e-Toiba, but it was also Hizbul Mujahideen, because remember, Hizbul Mujahideen, despite being a fledgling terror group, you've still had them targeting and ensuring that nothing is left.
Yeah, absolutely. And let me get in General Sani again once more. General Sani, India has effectively really raised the bar in terms of our response. So look at Uri surgical strikes, then the Balakot air strike, and now this massive Operation Sindoor. I think Pakistan should get a message that this far no further. If they do anything of Pahalgam kind attack in future, the escalation would be much higher. A benchmark has been set.
You're absolutely right. I think the most important thing is, by saying terrorist camps, I think we actually downgrade the impact of the targets that have been selected. You actually hit the nerve centers. You have the places where this whole thing was conceptualized, and that is where I think the messaging goes, that every time you now do this, we will get in deeper. Distance doesn't matter. We have the wherewithal. And I think what you have seen in the last about 4 to 5 years is that today the capacity to be able to carry out standoff attacks has improved, whether it is with loiter munitions, whether it is with the standoff missiles which the aircrafts have, or what we have with the arsenal that is available on our ships today. So you're absolutely right. The messaging is there that you've crossed a red line, and hereafter, thank you very much. If you try this, we will keep coming back to you. And I think that is where the message is. We are going to sustain this kind of activity every time you try and raise your head till you stop supporting this terrorist, financing this terrorist, and supporting them in their endeavors to try and create chaos in our country. I think that's where the whole messaging goes. And I think what this shows is the capability and the capacity of the armed forces to be able to carry this out. I think the synchronization is one aspect, but more importantly, today you have the wherewithal to be able to do this, sitting very much within your own boundaries, without transgressing the LOC or the international border, but hitting targets which actually materially will affect this whole terrorist infrastructure as far as Pakistan is concerned. And it's unfortunate that those military officers who are supporting this kind of initiative may have been there in the camps of JEM as well as the Hizbul Mujahideen or the LET are being part of the collateral damage. I do not see any justification, moral justification for Pakistan to react, but let us be very sure there will be a reaction like it happened last time, and the country needs to be prepared. Our defense forces, the armed forces are fully ready, so I don't think we have to worry on that, but we have to make sure that those living along the borders are a little more conscious, and these drills which have been initiated since yesterday will actually tell them that they need to take action every time there is the necessary signaling from the government of India.
Right, sir. Thank you so much, Jarsani, for joining us and that perspective. India really setting a benchmark now in terms of our policy of hot pursuit. Whenever terror attacks happen from Pakistani soil, we'll go right there in and target the terror infrastructure, dismantle it as we have done it this time with Operation Sindoor. Niranjan.
Abhishek, now I'd like to play out a few clips because we've been live since 1 a.m. Since 1 a.m. we've been rolling live here on Republic TV. And in the course of our broadcast, as those pictures came in, we had our editor Arnab Goswami as well live in the studios. Of course, he will be back in a few minutes. But as those videos came in, something inside all of us, as those pictures came in, just charged us up. I want to play out some of the videos. When the first video came in, when the impact was shown on television and how Pakistan tried to retaliate but failed, here are some of the clips from our coverage earlier today.
One set of visuals, I'm not sure of the location, but this is probably of the firing. We play this again. Live firing. This is the firing that happened. Ladies and gentlemen, in the still of the night, the firing is happening. In the still of the night, you will hear the firing now. Ladies and gentlemen, now we just heard something. These are live visuals, I'm told, that we are getting right now. Live.
I'll show you the visuals also because continuous noises and firing could also be heard here. I'd like to show you the visuals because at first at 1:28 p.m. when we heard the heavy noises, we got to know that the first strike was initiated from the side of Mender and Balakot. These are the visuals right now. I've already reached Mender here.
These are
and most
some
of the
visuals. I can see some.
Are near the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light up the whole area. Are you seeing this visual? What are you seeing in that distance? Ladies and gentlemen, this is from Mendar, our camera in Mendar tonight with Harsha. Harsha, describe what you're seeing in the sky. I can see. And then the
we are continuously hearing heavy shelling and this firing and this firing and this firing continuously. We have seen this firing from two sides. Near Mentor, there's one side of the area, Surankot, and the other side of the area is Degwar. And right now I'm in the middle of the Mentor and continuously such firing scenes
we want to hear that? 1 minute. Harsha, 1 minute.
And right now,
Harsha, we are seeing some shelling. What we are showing you tonight is some shelling that's going on. This is in Mendhar. General Bakshi knows this area like the back of his hand. Samar knows this area. Samar and General Bakshi on the screen. Can you keep your camera to what those pictures and not on yourself, please, right now? Can you move? Tell your camera person to show what's behind you. Thank you very much. Okay, what are we seeing here? Thank you. Zoom in on that. Thank you. That's much better. What are we seeing here? General Bakshi, what do you think?
I would reckon these are flares, especially the very bright one was flares. When you are not sure of what is happening, the ground troops start firing flares to light up the area in front of them. That's a flare, I think. That is a flare.
This is a flare from our side? A flare
no,
from
flares would be from the Pakistani side to find out what the hell is going on. Acha, Arnab, I have a very important piece of information. Bawalpur is 565 kilometers inside Pakistan. So quite obviously our jets have been used. Our fighter jets have been used to fire a cruise missile. I think it is the Rafales that could have hit
Are you saying, sir, that there is a possibility that the Indian Air Force has gone 560 kilometers inside Pakistani territory to do this?
Not necessarily they have to go in that deep. From a standoff range, they can fire that missile. It might entail some level of penetration. The French cruise missile on the Rafale has this range 500 to 600 kilometers. So I think Bawalpur has been definitely hit by the Air Force cruise missile. The other targets in Muzaffarpur and Kotli, etc., have been hit by either the army cruise missiles, or they could also have been hit by I think those are within 120 kilometers. They could have been hit by smaller range missiles also. We have a whole range of them.
Okay. I have with us tonight Saurabh Dwivedi, brother of Shubham Dwivedi. Saurabh, good morning. And Shubham was killed by these terrorists in Pahalgam, right? And we've just got the news, Saurabh, that India has hit 9 locations, including the Lashkar headquarters, including the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters. This is the first time since then that I'm speaking to a victim's family. I'd like your thoughts. We've just got the news. And it's called Operation Sindoor.
Arnab, this is a true homage to my brother by the government. Through you, I would like to thank PM Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah ji, the whole Indian Army, all 3 defense forces. This is a true homage to my brother. My whole family is in debt. And I have my brother here sitting with me. I have my whole family here sitting with me. They took away my bhabhi's sindoor, and Indian Army has returned her the respect, the vengeance she wanted, and whole family will always be in debt to the government, to the armed forces.
Is your family watching this? When did you first hear?
Yes, we got the news as soon as the strike happened. A lot of calls came, and everyone, they told us that this is the true homage. Everyone was saying कि सरकार ने श्रद्धांजलि दी है शुभम को आज.
बहुत बड़ी श्रद्धांजलि तो दी है सौरभ
जी,
मगर इसके लिए जो प्राइस देना पड़ा आपको, आपके पूरे परिवार को, ये तो कभी वापस नहीं आ सकते. मगर मुझे लग रहा है कि जिस तरह से मोदी सरकार ने इस बार मुरीद के, बहावलपुर, जो अलग अलग टारगेट्स है, इतनी डीप गई है, एक तरह से जो दृढ़ता हमारे सरकार ने दिखाई है कि कोई ये डेकोरेटिव स्ट्राइक नहीं है. पाकिस्तान को बहुत क्लियर मैसेज है. इस वक्त अगर आप और आपके परिवारजन ये तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं, तो मैं कहना चाहूँगा आपको, और आपके लिए एक खबर मैं देना चाहता हूँ कि वही पाकिस्तानी आर्मी, वही आसिफ मुनीर जिसने पहलगाम करवाया, उसी ने अभी अपने फौज को भेजकर कहा है कि जहां जहां भारतीय सेना ने अटैक की है, उस पूरे एरिया को कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दो, ताकि पाकिस्तान की जनता को पता ना चले कि कितनी बुरी तरह से हमारे मिसाइल्स ने अटैक किया है. We have hammered them so badly. I want to tell you, Saurabh, it is total devastation. It is the main headquarters. They don't know, they did not expect. ये पिछले 12, 13, 14, 2 हफ्तों से एक ही बात कह रहे थे, करना चाहते हो अटैक तो आके करो। मगर जिस रात अटैक हुई, ये टोटली अनप्रिपेयर्ड है सौरभ। इनकी एयर डिफेंस एस्टैब्लिशमेंट टूट चुकी है। ये सिर्फ वहां पे निहत्थे लोगों पर अटैक कर सकते हैं। ये कायर पाकिस्तानी सिर्फ निहत्थे इनोसेंट टूरिस्ट को मार सकते हैं। मगर जब इंडियन आर्मी बाहर आती है और ये जॉइंट ऑपरेशन है सौरभ, आई वॉन्ट यू टू टेल योर फैमिली, दिस इज अ जॉइंट ऑपरेशन ऑफ द भारतीय वायुसेना एंड द भारतीय आर्मी। दिस अ बिग ऑपरेशन, बिग ऑपरेशन।
अर्नब, मेरे भाई की शहादत पूरे देश को एक तरफ जोड़ेगी। अगर पाकिस्तान युद्ध करेगा तो हम उसको बहुत बुरी तरीके से हराएंगे इस बार
उनको खत्म कर देंगे सौरभ। हमने फायर पार तो अभी शुरू किया। मैंने आज कहा, जब ये अटैक हुई, मैंने कहा कि ये मुरीद के में तो हमारा ट्रेलर है, बहावलपुर में हमारी फर्स्ट चैप्टर है। अगर पाकिस्तान हिम्मत करे, इसके बाद मुझे नहीं लगता करेगी, सिंबॉलिकली कुछ कर सकती है, मगर इस बार छोड़ने वाले नहीं है। समरपाल तूर कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? हमारे रक्षा विशेषज्ञ कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आपको? समरपाल तूर, सौरभ द्विवेदी जी को कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? उनकी पूरी परिवार आज इसको देख रही है,
क्या करेंगे वहां करके?
सौरभ, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि जो आज जवाब दिया है बहुत ही सोच समझकर प्लानिंग के साथ दिया गया है। अगर दुश्मन इस बात को आगे बढ़ाएगा तो मैं आश्वासन देता हूं कि शायद मैं इस टीवी स्क्रीन पे भी ना हूं, क्योंकि मैं भी जाऊंगा जंग लड़ने के लिए। तो आप फिक्र ना करें, और हम सब आपके परिवार के साथ इस वक्त खड़े हैं और पूरी जिंदगी भर खड़े रहेंगे। हम ये कुर्बानी और ये शहीदी कभी नहीं भूलेंगे, और अपने मरते दम तक कोई भी हिंदुस्तानी, आपके परिवार ने जो खोया है वो हमारा लॉस है, हम सब का नुकसान हुआ है, और हम सब आपके साथ कंधे से कंधे मिलाए खड़े हैं इस मुश्किल वक्त में। और आप अभी बस मैं इतनी दरख्वास्त करूंगा कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक ये मिसाल बने, और लोग जय हिंद के नारे लगाएं और विश्वास।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय सौरभ, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय,
भारत माता की जय।
इस बार नहीं छोड़ेंगे। और सौरभ, हम पूरी तरह से आपके साथ हैं, हम पूरी तरह से आपके साथ हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपके पूरे परिवार को। पूरा भारत आपके साथ है, पूरा भारत आपके साथ।
We're expecting a news conference from the MOD and MEA. It's a joint briefing in New Delhi with full details of Operation Sindoor. Meanwhile, Gursimran sharing some details. He also brought in some pictures of the firing by Pakistan, the shelling across both the international border and the line of control. We're getting in some details now that 8 civilians have been killed. So Pakistan trying to take aim at civilian homes on the Indian side. We will wait for an official word on that. Unofficially, there are Indian casualties. Many have been injured, including women whose pictures came in earlier, as Pakistan trains its guns towards civilian areas now. Lieutenant General Nitin Kohli also joining us on the broadcast. General Kohli, Pakistan has tried to give a response in terms of shelling. Their retaliation has been limited to that after their air defense systems have failed overnight.
Yes. Good morning. You see, the Pakistan has been given a very strong message. They've been hit very badly. Now, since the army has created over a period of time an image of larger than life, and they claim that they are the only saviors, they certainly need a off-ramp. So this firing which has been going on, like cowards, they've been firing on civilians. So they will find some excuse. Their ISPR will also keep working, and some false news will also coming, which are already coming since morning, that 2 our fighter aircrafts have been brought down, and one of the brigade headquarters gone. I heard it in the morning also, which is absolutely false. So they are doing this basically to save their face. But their masses will also get the message, and their handlers, those who are behind, especially Mullah Munir, he would have got the message that whatever he has said and whatever he initiated, he has to face the consequences. And it's only a question of time. If this keeps happening, they will lose their credibility very badly. In any case, people there are not very fond of army there. It's not like Indian Army, the way people respect them and the way they conduct themselves. They are especially their senior officers are quite corrupt. And the way they treat their own civilians at Balochistan or KPK, the way they've been doing it, they've been firing on them. The people are disappearing from there. So they don't have too much of respect for them. But this time, which they never expected, in Punjab they've been hit. Their terror infrastructure has been hit. And very brilliantly, we have chosen the targets. If you ask me, these are the bold targets. And in an excellent manner, these targets have been chosen. We have not hit their civilians. We have not hit their military. So there should not be any escalation. We have given them an exit route. So now it's for them to sort of play their card. But you see, they were done their war gaming before this, the way we have done it. They also know that they really cannot fight with us. They do not have the wherewithal for doing all this. It may be in terms of the military wherewithal, ammunition, etc., economy, but even the international support, even their domestic support, everywhere they are lacking. So they know their limitations. So they will do a stunt like this only. They will hit some civilians and claim their victory. Thank you.
So, you've been live since 1 a.m. and our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami has been leading the coverage. I want to show some of the clips of when the pictures first came in. At different stages of this coverage, when the videos came in, when we realized it was not just 1 or 2 strikes, there were 9 targets. This is the first time. This is the first time that the videos came in. But before that, I think the government has also put out a video to avenge the Pahalgam terror attack. I'm playing out a short clip that the government edited, put out this morning.
आतंकियों की बची खुशी जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है।
धन्यवाद करती हूँ, उनसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है।
All right, let's go back to the moment when those strikes happened, and Arnab Goswami was there in the newsroom, in the studio for you. Look at the broadcast of that moment to understand how it all panned out.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very big breaking news day. Good morning to everyone across the country. We've hit back. Ladies and gentlemen, the big breaking news story of the moment. If you can hear me tonight, can I be put on air? Thank you so much. Thank you, Aditi. All right, because I want to recap exactly what is happening as of tonight, as of this minute, 33 minutes past 2 a.m. on the 7th of May, history has been made. This is a very direct and straightforward attack by the Indian Army we are reporting tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has been hit. Muzaffarabad has been hit. A total of 9 places in Pakistan have been hit. And the government has said very clearly that we are focused, we are measured. What we are doing is non-escalatory in nature. They've said that no military targets of Pakistan have been targeted. They've also said that we have demonstrated considerable restraint, and we have demonstrated considerable restraint in the selection of the targets and the method of execution. These steps come in the wake of the barbaric Pahalgam attack, in which 25 Indians and 1 Nepali citizen were targeted and murdered. We are living up to the commitment that those responsible for this attack will be held accountable. And there was going to be a very detailed briefing on Operation Sindoor later today. This is the PR that I got from the Ministry of Defense. Huge visual coming in right now. Just see the extent of the devastation in Pakistan tonight. Just see that go through. This is a huge Huge strike, ladies and gentlemen. Just see that visual, the level of devastation. The first visuals brought to you here only on Republic, and all the Pakistanis watching in shock and horror as India begins a mammoth strike. Now you're seeing the kind of armory and ammunition being used here. What does this look like to you? General Kochar, you've been with the ordnance. I want to show you this visual. General Kochar, are you there? Are you seeing this visual with you, sir? You see the nature of the visual, the nature of the explosion. What does it look like to you, sir?
My assessment is, Arnab, from what I can see on your screen.
Yes, sir.
This is a combination of a drone and a missile strike.
A mix of drone and missile?
Yeah. Because I don't.
1 second, sir, 1 second. Can the drones go so deep? I also want you to expect General Bakshi, how deep did we go? General Bakshi, how deep have we gone when we go to Pahalgam, when we go to Muridke? How deep have we gone into that territory?
Muridke and Bhavalpur, Muzaffarabad, Kotli, all these have been hit. Targets deep into Pakistan have been hit. Pakistan main, not just POK. So to that extent, I would extend, in all probability, it is the BrahMos cruise missiles, which have a range of 400 kilometers plus. I was telling you the circular error of probability is 1 meter, and the warhead that it carries is hundreds of kilos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the big point is the entire air defense capability of Pakistan has been totally exposed. Live visuals coming in. Live visuals. Ladies and gentlemen, latest visuals. You're watching this. Let's listen to this. Ladies and gentlemen, these are latest visuals of Operation Sindoor. Ladies and gentlemen, second missile goes in the air. The third set of visuals, third set of missiles going into the air. The first live pictures of Operation Sindoor, ladies and gentlemen. You will remember this moment because you're seeing the firing straight on only the Republic Media Network. Ladies and gentlemen, only the Republic Media Network has brought you these visuals, these balls of flame. Let me show it full frame, please. Don't miss the moment. Do not go to the 6th window, for God's sake. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I will play the visuals so you can watch and listen. The dramatic footage of the firing. Ladies and gentlemen, these are live shots of the firing. These pictures will be ingested. We'll play it once again. These are the visuals of Operation Sindoor being launched. We have seen 3 sets of what appear to be missiles, but I'm going to ask the military experts to deconstruct this. General Bakshi is looking very closely at it. It's like a ball of fire which goes deep into the air, and then we lose track of its luminosity. What are we seeing here? We'll circle those visuals. These visuals that you're seeing are probably, the orb that goes right behind the missile. This is the aftermath. We are seeing some incredible visuals on the Republic Media Network tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pakistani threat is empty. The Pakistan are an incapable people. They have got an incompetent army. We are beginning to avenge them. Now, General Bakshi, what have we just seen? What have we just seen?
Arnab, if you recall, going by military history precedents, Iran fired a barrage of missiles on Pakistan in the wake of that incident when the Baluchi Sunni insurgents had hit them. Right? And Pakistan's Chinese radars had totally failed. Pakistan had complained bitterly to China that your radars failed to detect the incoming missiles. They have still
Pakistan has declared an emergency. Keep the breaking news ticker on, for God's sake. Pakistan has declared a state of national emergency. The latest updates I'm also getting tonight is that residents in the area of Jhulas have moved into bunker amidst constant firing from the Pakistani side. There is heavy shelling on the borders of Kupwara district, which are continuing. I'm going to get our reporters up who are in the area. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. This is the Pakistani army. They just don't know what has happened. They've been completely destroyed, taken aback. They were protecting the Lashkar headquarters and now they are reduced to rubble. They were protecting the Jaish headquarters, they've been reduced to rubble. There is absolutely nothing left on the location. The Pakistani army are looking for bodies of the terrorists and trying to retrieve. We are told several terrorists have been killed. They are looking to retrieve the bodies of the terrorists, which also shows their complicity. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not sure which missiles have been used here, but I can tell you this has been extremely effective this time. Very strongly effective. One set of visuals, I'm not sure of the location, but this is probably of the firing. We play this again. Live firing. This is the firing that happened. Ladies and gentlemen, in the still of the night, the firing is happening. In the still of the night, you will hear the firing now. Ladies and gentlemen, now we just heard something. These are live visuals I'm told that we are getting right now. Live news agency feed coming in, and another news agency feed coming in of the devastation on the right. Can we go to the international news agency feed? Multiple crew are reaching the ground, but across the world right now, this is the network to watch. It's only and only Republic. Secretary of State in the United States, Mr. Rubio, has spoken to National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. Everything's very good and totally under control. The Pakistanis are taken aback. They have a weapons problem, they have a tanks problem, they have an artillery inventory problem, there is panic in the army, and we are told there are calls going back and forth, ladies and gentlemen, after these precision strikes that have happened at the terror camps. Shawan, this situation is building fast, very fast. Is the army talking much right now? They're waiting. We have the first, ladies and gentlemen, the first reaction of China on Pakistan, on India's strike, counter-strike. And they played the Pakistan card predictably. The first reaction of the Chinese Foreign Ministry, Shawan, regrets India's strikes on Pakistan. Unexpected lines, Abhishek, regretting India's strikes. So they've obviously taken Pakistan's side.
Absolutely unexpected lines. It's a shame that Chinese are doing this. They are saying that they are concerned about escalation, possible escalation, and they regret India having taken this action against Pakistan. Remember, we have only hit the terror infrastructure of Pakistan. We have not hit any civilian targets. We have not hit any military target also, because we know that we don't want escalation. And the world should see the message in this, and the Chinese refusing to do that. Their first reaction, expressing regret at India's military strikes.
Okay, we have a two-window right now. We have a Ministry of External Affairs press conference that is expected very soon. There's some movement at the press conference venue. I'd like to go to those pictures, ladies and gentlemen. There's a movement at the press conference venue. They are seating. The seating is being fixed. Who's going to sit where? The preliminary round of officials has come. This is a big news briefing that we are waiting for on Operation Sindoor. Ladies and gentlemen, Operation Sindoor, which is a result of a series of steps that we've been taking. 10 o'clock is the press conference. People are asking, what do we expect at the press conference? Well, I think we will be explaining our strategic posture. We'll talk about how we finalize the operation. We'll talk about the successes of the operation. Probably any high-value targets that we've struck. We'll give details of that. And then we'll also give a detail of the diplomatic and non-military steps that we've been taking since the 22nd of April. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a huge press briefing. All eyes are on that press briefing of the Ministry of External Affairs, and you're with me here on Republic. In fact, you've been with me since about 2 o'clock this morning. Now, this is fantastic, Abhishek. We have to look at the situation. I'd like to go across to some of our reporters waiting for that press conference. Zeenat, your location, please. Let's line up all our reporters. First to Zeenat. Ladies and gentlemen, Sensex is down by about 400 plus points tonight. But of course, Sensex is sentimental. It'll go up. This is just nervousness. In the Sensex, 0.12% means nothing. I'm just giving you this information as trivia tonight. I don't take the Sensex seriously. Zeenat. Now, from your defense source,
yes, I'm reporting
what
from
is the situation
the
around LOC and IB overall?
See, I'm reporting from Uri sector of North Kashmir's Baramulla, and as far as the situation on ground is concerned, we see the borders they have felt silent for some time. We don't see any movement or not hearing even the shelling or anything, but there is a process that is taking place, that is of the evacuation. The evacuation is taking place for the safety of the border residents, and there has been a directions that all those who are living close to line of control, these border belt residents should be shifted to safer locations, and government is ensuring the boarding, lodging and the food and the Medicare and the transportation of all those individuals who are living close to line of control. As far as the border shelling is concerned, Pakistan Army has been resorting to unprovoked violation and was targeting the Uri, Karna and Tangdar sector of North Kashmir, where some damage has been done to the residential houses, and also few of the people have suffered injuries. They all were evacuated and were given medical aid first at a place, and they were later shifted to the medical facility where they are being treated by the doctors. As of now in Srinagar, we see the divisional administration has asked for the closure of the schools of the two districts. In fact, movement is not being allowed close to Srinagar airport because it has been taken over by the Indian Air Force and all other
I'm going back to the press conference venue. I'd like to go to it full frame. I've been told our reporter Gopi is already at the press conference venue. In case she is, if Gopi, you're hearing me there you are, Gopi, one of the first reporters live from the press conference venue. This is a huge opportunity for you, one of the biggest press conferences. You're going to probably remember this all through your rest of your reporting career, journalistic career, Gopi. Now tell me what's happening around you, who's at the stakeout, how many reporters there, who's expected there. Take us through the works there, Gopi.
Well, in fact, I would ask my camera person to kindly show you the visuals. The stage is all set for the press conference. It is rather not an interactive press conference, what we are learning from our sources. It is a joint press conference which would be held by the Ministry of Defence as well as the Ministry of External Affairs. What we are also learning from our sources is the MEA spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal is going to be here along with the Army and Air Force Chief. These are the preliminary information which we are sharing with our viewers, while there are heavy media personnel here, as this is a very, very important press conference. All eyes at 10 a.m. We will have to see what kind of statement is released by the Ministry of Defence for Operation Sindoor. Back to you.
Okay, we've just been told here that due to unavoidable circumstances, the press conference stands delayed by about 30 minutes. The brief will commence at 10:30 a.m. Inconvenience is regretted. This flash has just come in. Shawan.
The reason why there is a bit of a delay, I'm given to understand that there is a preliminary report that is essentially being prepared, and also the aim is to bust the Pakistani narrative, because remember what has happened in the last few hours is this on the fact that they're basically peddling fake news, particularly with certain fighter jets of ours being down, which is absolutely incorrect. And that is the reason why perhaps a little bit of more time is now being taken by the forces to put together the statement to tackle not just what's really happened in the last few hours, and also a little bit more development taking place with regards to the assessment of damage that has taken place. Because the latest being that at least 7 locations which were targeted by the Indian Army, there they've got the maximum number of terrorists who have been killed. 7 is what we are being told from the 7 camps that have been completely demolished. 2 which has been done by the Air Force, that's Bahawalpur. They're getting in more details right now in terms of the number of terrorists who have been killed in Bahawalpur. That details are yet to come in.
Okay, I don't need. Now, Rakshita is live and through to us from the Srinagar airport to give us a factual report of the airport, which has now been closed down for civilian aircraft. It's only going to be used for military reasons. Rakshita, over to you from Srinagar airport, please.
Well, Arnav, we cannot obviously show much of the security personnel positions as we've not been allowed to do that. But yes, this is the airport, and here no civilian air traffic is allowed. All the flights have been cancelled, and they have been requested to please contact the airlines for their rescheduling. For today, at least, until further notice, no civilian air traffic will be allowed. Also, of course, we see that there is minimal movement. We only see more of the security personnel that are here, and we do see their vehicles coming in and out. There is an absolute lull over here as we speak. There is no flight hovering up. And yes, as we were talking about also, the press conference, the Indian Army and the MOD will be holding that press conference. Very importantly, the message will be sent out to Pakistan, to the terror groups as well. And there will be a briefing about the tactical and strategic objectives of this precision strike, assessment of damage inflicted on the terror camps and the terror infrastructure, and the clarification on the civilian impact will also be done. So this is the latest update we have. The future plan of action, of course, this cannot be revealed. The strategy will not be, of course, revealed, but the posture could be somewhere, outlined in this very important press briefing that everybody has their eyes on. We understand that it could have the CDS or the IAF Chief of Air Staff, but yes, senior officials will be there, senior officers will be there, and this press conference will be very important. Everybody who has, who has been seeing those tears of the victims, the families, those Indians who have been bleeding, the sindoor that has been wiped off the, the heads of the women. Everybody will be now watching that, press conference and understanding how India has avenged those innocent killings, Arnav. And we are quite eagerly waiting for what is going to happen next, as we were discussing with the defense experts. Over to you.
Yes, absolutely. Viewers, now, we have been doing a multi-pronged operation. By the way, that press conference has been delayed for a while, and we would like to go across to our esteemed guest this morning. Yeah. We have with us, we have General Asthana with us. Good morning, General Asthana. Arnav here. Can you unmute yourself, General, please?
Good morning to you, and pleasure talking to you at a historical occasion of today.
What a day it is, General Asthana. I agree with you. What a day this is, right? Now, in military terms, let's go down to brass tacks. What do you expect the Pakistanis to do now? What can they do?
The Pakistanis have no choice but to retaliate. And this was very well calculated, because what we have done is a very professional military strike. And this strike is purely onto the terror camps. It's a very matured decision and a very professionally conducted strike in a manner that it is a standoff strike. Nothing has crossed line of control. The targets have been pinpointed and have been precisely targeted. And the best part is the surprise aspect. Nobody would have dreamt in Pakistan that previous day we were talking of that today morning we will start the mock drills. Everybody would have thought that we would be doing such actions only after mock drills, and that has caught everybody by surprise. Even in our country, maybe perhaps nobody would have imagined because of these mock drill announcements. And also with the kind of secrecy of plans which we actually have taken. Similarly, it's a non-military engagement. It's an engagement which is a non-escalatory engagement, but we would have worked out at least 2 to 3 steps in the escalation ladder. And having worked that out, we are absolutely prepared as to whatever kind of retaliation they give. We will be able to handle that, number one. And number two, it is playing up to our advantage. We didn't want to start a war, but if they want to do it, we are absolutely prepared. So let them take a call. Ball is in their court now. We have avenged the response to the dastardly attack in which they have killed our innocent people. A nation wanted a revenge of this kind, and I think it has been delivered appropriately. And my compliments to defense forces and to the leadership which took a decision of this kind. Back to you.
Yeah, well, that's very interesting. I mean, we have a visual of, ladies and gentlemen, some Pakistani, explosives that have been fired into civilian areas. Can I run those visuals, please, viewers? And that just shows that Pakistan is really flailing its hands about right now. It is not sure how to respond. It wants to inflict damage, but it has not, it does not have a strategy in place, especially because of the press release of the Ministry of Defense that accompanied the attacks, which made it amply clear. We are not, Abhishek, they said, we are not targeting military installations. Why was that clarification made? For layman terms,
because that's how Pakistan can justify, carrying out some kind of military retaliation. So we are making it clear that we have target, and there is a moral high ground, because if terror emanates from these terror factories, these madrasas, these terror outfits, Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarter, Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarter in Bahawalpur and Muridke respectively, so we have to hit them. And
yeah, okay. Now we have a call coming in here. Abhishek is taking a call from an important source. We'll let him do that. And viewers, as of now, I want to mention here that this entire operation has been overseen personally by the National Security Advisor, the incredible, brave Ajit Doval. He has been commandeering the operation. And I think, Shaman, we must say he's done a brilliant job, because, when Ajit Doval in charge, you have strategy, covert, clandestine, overt, all rolled into one. But nobody really can predict what his next step is going to be. So Shaman, I lost you out there, but I can see you on the screen. Could you like to say something about Ajit Doval's role in this?
Well, in fact, this morning when we were basically trying to get more details of how this operation looked like, what we've been able to pick up is this, that the National Security Advisor basically created a special team which included members of the three forces, the three services who were part of it. In fact, the National Security Advisor's clear message was this, that this is not going to be about just avenging Pahalgam attack, but the multiple terrorist attacks that have taken place in Jammu and Kashmir starting for almost a year. And that is the reason why, if you look at some of these terror launch pads and these areas, like for example Sawai, it is the same very terrorist launch pad from where at least 4 terrorist attacks were planned, conspired, hatched, and that is the reason why the NSA was very clear. The entire ecosystem will be dismantled, and that's how the list of 9 targets were selected. We are then told that the NTRO was roped in by the National Security Advisor to basically look into the surveillance of these very 9 sites. Over the last few days, the surveillance was essentially done. In fact, one attempt was actually already been made by our forces, but there was a last-minute certain changes that were actually brought in. Only thereafter, you've had the DGMO and others basically playing an important role in finalizing these very sites, and a coordinated assault was also carried out. In fact, the decision was taken that the Indian Air Force is basically going to target the farthest locations. That's why Bahawalpur and Gulpur are the 2 farthest locations that were targeted by the Indian Air Force. The rest of them was given to the Indian Army, because they could have then used the smart munitions to carry out the target precision. All of it, remember, is something that was conceptualized by the National Security Advisor, and of course, you've had the forces included.
आतंकियों की बची खुशी जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है।
धन्यवाद करती हूँ, उनसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है.
This is the aftermath. We are seeing some incredible visuals on the Republic Media Network tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pakistani threat is empty. The Pakistan are an incapable people. They have got an incompetent army. We are beginning to avenge them. Now, General Bakshi, what have we just seen? What have we just seen?
Arnab, if you recall, going by military history precedents, Iran fired a barrage of missiles on Pakistan in the wake of that incident when the Baluchi Sunni insurgents had hit them. Right? And Pakistan's Chinese radars had totally failed. Pakistan had complained bitterly to China that your radars failed to detect the incoming missiles. They have still
Pakistan has declared an emergency. Keep the breaking news ticker on, for God's sake. Pakistan has declared a state of national emergency. The latest updates I'm also getting tonight is that residents in the area of Jhulas have moved into bunker amidst constant firing from the Pakistani side. There is heavy shelling on the borders of Kupwara district, which are continuing. I'm going to get our reporters up who are in the area. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. This is the Pakistani army. They just don't know what has happened. They've been completely destroyed, taken aback. They were protecting the Lashkar headquarters and now they're reduced to rubble. They were protecting the Jaish headquarters. They've been reduced to rubble. There is absolutely nothing left on the location. The Pakistani army are looking for bodies of the terrorists and trying to retrieve. We're told several terrorists have been killed. They are looking to retrieve the bodies of the terrorists, which also shows their complicity. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not sure which missiles have been used here, but I can tell you this has been extremely effective this time. Very strongly effective. One set of visuals, I'm not sure of the location, but this is probably of the firing. We play this again. Live firing. This is the firing that happened. Ladies and gentlemen, in the still of the night, the firing is happening. In the still of the night, you will hear the firing now. Ladies and gentlemen, now we just heard something. These are live visuals I'm told that we are getting right now. Live news agency feed coming in. And another news agency feed coming in of the devastation on the right. Can we go to the international news agency feed? Multiple crew are reaching the ground, but across the world right now, this is the network to watch.
A red alert has now been issued in Uttar Pradesh after Operation Sindoor. Remember, we have also been on high alert. The Border Security Force has also issued an alert along the international border at this point in time as the cross-border firing still continues along the international border as well as the line of control. So important to point out here as what we are essentially looking at, two things. One, the cross-border firing which continues as we speak and the matter is being looked into. We are also getting more details, more breaking news now coming in. We're just taking through all these images that are now coming in. We have, in fact, what you're seeing right now on your screens, the damage that has been inflicted upon the Pakistanis right now. On your screens, I'm going to take you one by one with each of these target list that has been accessed by us. First is from the Marcus Subhanallah Jaish-e-Mohammed, Bahawalpur, Punjab, Pakistan. That's on your screens right now. Let me just also go back to the breakings that we have just got right now with regards to the operation dossier. In fact, each of these places, if I can also have Abhishek with me just to help me break it down, because this is a 28-page full list of the pictures of each of these targets and the fact that we are given to understand. Abhishek, we've got the full list of the targets and the significance of it, if we can just break it down, because there is a thought behind each of these targets. And as we just pointed out, that for the National Security Advisor, this time it was important that this is not going to be just symbolic, but it sends across a very strong message to the Pakistanis right now.
Absolutely, Shravan. And these are pictures. Can we put those pictures on air? And these pictures that we have accessed, Shravan, you have accessed. Aditi, can we put these pictures on air? These are important pictures. This is evidence. This is a slap on the face of the Saboot gang, and some of them are already active. These are pictures of the terror targets that have been eliminated, that have been hit, and these are pictures of those places, those targets after India's army and air force carried out those strikes. These are pictures of the damage that these targets suffered after India carried out those strikes. Shravan, there are more details of the terror targets and the manner in which those have been hit. And let's break it down for our viewers.
Right.
So the information contained, Shravan?
So the first is in Bahawalpur, that's the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters. The picture that we're going to put out in a short while from now. This also details what really happens at the headquarters and the fact that who are present there. Because remember, you have Masood Azhar being there at the headquarters. We do not know when the strike took place, whether at all he was present there or not. But the number of terrorists, as Abhishek is now reporting, has actually gone up. It's almost 100 terrorists who have been eliminated in this precision strike that has been carried out by the Indian Armed Forces. So that's the other big breaking news now coming in. 100 terrorists eliminated by India in the precision strikes that have been carried out. 9 sites where these strikes have been carried out. So first, on your screens that we're going to put out is of Bahawalpur, that's the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters. Then you have Markaz Taiba, that's the Lashkar-e-Taiba's headquarters in Muridke. There too we have got details of those who are present. I'm just going to make a mention of the fact that Amir Hamza, Abdul Rahman Abid, Zafar Iqbal, they all reside in the Markaz. So that's the other important details coming in. Amir Hamza, Abdul Rahman Abid and Zafar Iqbal reside in the premises of the Markaz. LAT commanders Kublai, Isa and Qasim, they frequently visit the Markaz. No, this is not the Markaz. This is the Bahawalpur headquarters. So I'm going to just stick with the Bahawalpur details. Now, in this dossier, what they have also made a mention of the fact is the recent visits. The recent visits that was made, the last known visit of Maulana Masood Azhar is of 30th of November. That's the other breaking news now coming in. Now, the other, let's move to the other. This is the first picture that we have just got. The first picture is of the Bahawalpur headquarters. Now the other, they also make a mention that Masood Azhar was seen on 20th. Now can we move to the other? Can we move, Aditi, if we can move to the other, Muridke in Markaz. That's the headquarters. Yeah, if we can have that visual in right now, because this is the Bahawalpur visual that we have just put out. That's the headquarters. Can we move to the second picture, which is of the Markaz Taiba, which is the Lashkar-e-Taiba's headquarters in Muridke. Yes, that is the picture that you have. Now, what is important to point out here, they make a mention of those who are present there and the recent activities that have actually taken place inside this Markaz, where they have made a mention of I'm just going to put out the names right now. It is Amir Hamza, Abdul Rahman Abid and Zafar Iqbal who reside in the premises of the Markaz. Now, we cannot confirm whether at all they were present. Whether they were present when the attack took place. We're just also getting in some more breaking news right now. We have Raksha Mantri, Rajnath Singh's first pictures now coming in. Remember, Rajnath Singh, the first Minister Modi's, Prime Minister Modi's cabinet, putting out that tweet soon after the strikes have taken place. In all likelihood, he's headed for the cabinet meeting, which is scheduled around 11 o'clock this morning. The cabinet is going to convene around 11 o'clock. So this is going to be just shortly after the press briefing takes place. Abhishek, any more details are you getting with regards to what is to be expected now?
Well, of course, the briefing, Shawan, where we are going to hear from those who were part of the operation, the services, the Ministry of External Affairs, on how India went about carrying out these strikes inside Pakistan. Some information I have, for example, these were precise intelligence-based strikes on specific targets, and no civilians were targeted. This was not like indiscriminate firing. We saw the kind of massacre that Pakistan-based terrorists carried out in Pahalgam. But what we did was very specific targeting of these terrorists and their infrastructure, dismantling of the infrastructure. Operation Sindoor essentially avenges Pahalgam terror attack and underscores India's policy of hot pursuit now. Also, Shawan, the breaking news development is that about 100 Pak terrorists have been killed in these strikes. This is the first estimate of our security agencies coming in from sources as per the information that they have been able to gather, both in terms of ground intelligence, the human intelligence that we have, as also, of course, the technical intelligence that's put in place, the tech int as it is called, in terms of pictures having been taken through surveillance, tech surveillance, and information coming in from all these targets hit clearly suggests that terrorists who were part of this infrastructure present there have been eliminated given the precise nature of the strikes. Having said that, Shawan, other details we have is that the press conference is delayed, is now slated to take place at 10:30 a.m. And then, of course, the Cabinet Committee on Security and the cabinet briefing, a cabinet meeting that takes place immediately after that, following which we are expecting. Now, this is a big statement coming in from Union Home Minister